Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing? Hope we're feeling well. Hope we're feeling good. Excited to get into some action for the WardiTV 25 Championship Group A. It starts today. We're gonna get into it. It's gonna be a ton of fun. I'm feeling it. Hopefully you guys are ready as well. And excited for some StarCraft 2. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. It is time for our end-of-year championship. The entire year has built up to this point. Well, I mean, for a lot of the players, they just like playing in the tournaments anyway. But for me, the entire year builds up to this first group, and then a group after, and then, you know, a few days of groups, and then obviously we get towards the seeding matches next weekend, which is going to be a ton of fun. Then we've got playoffs. It's going to be awesome. Super looking forward to it. First of all, let's get some men on the tree. Edbear Nom on the 61-month resub to start us off today. And while I put you on the tree, I'm going to turn the tree lights on because I didn't do that yet because I've been out this morning and I got distracted. Be right back. Alrighty, I think we're good. I think we've got everyone we need, to be honest. So I'm pretty sure we can get started here and kick off into some PvP. That's going to be our start matchup. And it is going to be MaNa Trigger to start us off in the 2025 Championship Group A. The lineup's great today. Trigger, MaNa, Cure, Percival, Yakov. I love these groups because a lot of our heavy hitters aren't in these groups because they're already in the seeding matches. So these groups have some heavy hitters, obviously, like a Cure and a Raynor spread across these groups. But these groups are also, I think, very achievable for so many of the players that are playing in them. Like, there's not one player in any of these groups where I'm like, man, this group just feels completely undoable for them, you know? You know, there's no way they can't even get, like, third place. Like, none of these groups feel like that because they're competitive, you know? And that's the whole point of what we've designed here. We've designed a system where we try and make basically make as many competitive games as possible, and part of that is seeding the strongest of the strong through to the next round already, or into the seeding matches where they will guarantee themselves playoffs. And that's not for just kind of like, oh, I think that guy's good. It's also like they have qualified there too, right? They have played in the Wardy event this year. They are top 2 finishers, or the most consistent players, or the best performing players. You know, you pick and choose your guideline. There is reasons for each player that's in the seeding matches. So, yeah, super freaking exciting. And of course, just as we get started, I know it's very early to sell out, but obviously everything that is donated on the stream goes directly into the prize pool for this tournament. 100% of anything you guys donate. We really want to try and make this like a $10,000 tournament. That would be the dream. We're currently about 10% of the way to doing that. So if you're feeling generous, you want to get the ball rolling early on Group A, let's get that crowdfunding going. See what we can do on the first day of the competition. Let's have a bit of a shove and let's see if we can bring that up a little bit, as we have in the top right corner of the map. Our first player for our first introduction of the 2025 Championship. Qualifiers don't count. This is the real deal. We've got Team Liquid's MaNa in the top right corner of the map. A consistent player, has played all through the year, has played in so many of our tournaments, is always available, always wants to take part. Played in the qualifiers, only had a top 8 in a qualifier. But some of the guys he beat kind of got very far in other qualifiers as well, so he got himself an invite thanks to playing in the qualifiers. I'm pretty sure we invited everybody that played in a qualifier that made it to the top 8 of a qualifier. So basically, if you wanted to be in this event and you made a top 8 in a qualifier, you were going to be good to get the invite. Apart from our bonus qualifier that had low participation, all of the 4 main qualifiers, all of those, everyone who made top 8 got an invite. So again, as always, we wanted to give back to the people who go through the effort of playing in the qualification process. And that's where a lot of our invites came from. This man needed no invite in the bottom left-hand corner because he just straight up qualified. Isn't that wonderful? Yes, it is. It's Trigger in the bottom left from Basilisk, of course, as we get into Tourmaline for some PvP to start off the 2025 Championship. We'll talk more about history and storylines and stuff like that as we go. We've got 10 best of 3s today, so settle down, grab yourselves a hot drink, get cozy, and watch some StarCraft 2. I've already had my hot drink. I've already had a little hot chocolate this morning. Me and Helen being out and about a little bit, so I'm already preset. Hopefully you guys are feeling good as well. Again, the way that these groups work, it's 5 players, it's round robin. Top 3 players advance, but there's a big deal breaker on getting first place. If you get first place in your group, you go, bam bam, 2 matches deeper into the playoffs than if you start in or if you finish in second and third place. So it's a major advantage by finishing first in your group. You're basically bypassing playoff rounds and making your life a whole lot easier. As we do see these sentries showing up, a little force field coming down. Adept will get caught there as the Twilight Council comes into place. That's going to finish up in a moment. A couple sentries with some more force fields will deliver, and that Adept will go down. Blink and the Warp Gate still coming up. Robo Facility and the Forge coming online as well. Our Nexus continuing to come into play, and we just have ourselves that Blink and a couple of probes. Continuing through for the moment. Sentries and the Stalker. I'm going to get rid of the hallucination right now. That's going to be a nice, easy pickoff as well. So just going to get rid of that, clear that out, pick that off. And we just wait to see what our next step of this is going to be. We see Blink on the way, the +1 and the Immortal, the Twilight Council all coming through as well. It's just a lot of different bits and pieces coming through right now as we get ourselves settled down. Do you see the Nexus? So yeah, fast Blink from Trigger, just the Twilight Council coming through. Trigger just taking that third as well, but we have the Robo and the Fast Forge from MaNa, so he's going to have strong Immortals, and he's going to have upgraded Immortals at that as well, so I think both of those are going to be pretty big factors. We do see the hallucination heading back out toward the upper right-hand side for the moment. Again, Blink will be done shortly from Trigger, so we'll see if he can get on the map and maybe start making a couple of things happen, get a couple of moves on the go, etc., etc. As, yeah, overall, obviously, like I say, a little bit of setting up time here right now. As you see our Stalker pinging away, the hallucination taking some damage, and we just have ourselves the +1 and the Blink building on by. So far, so good. Lovely stuff. Alrighty, yeah, feeling okay about things so far. Again, we get that +1 and the Blink coming by, the Immortal coming up, add a couple of gateways on there. MaNa's really going to be on that very powerful Immortal kind of backline, and he will have his own Blink Stalkers at some point in the near future here, right? So that's important to note as well, that he will also have access to those Blink Stalkers. It's just going to be a little bit further down the line. It's not going to be as quick, and that is, like I say, the most important thing to note right there on MaNa's point of view, as he gets his extra gates up in the prison, but like I say, having those Immortals is big, and that's what Trigger is making up for by having that faster third base. He can maybe afford to take a couple of losses against those stronger Immortals because he's got the map control, and hence he's got the faster third, and he is playing alongside with that right from the very get-go here. So that makes a whole lot of sense, the +2 attack and that Blink both coming up. Digital gates coming in, and guess what? It's the Adept! Bam, 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 bam! Showing up and getting some probies. Gonna get a couple more right there, make it 3, looking for 4. But we're not quite going to get 4 just yet. Again, you get the +2 attack upgrade, and that Blink still building by, still building through. A lot of this on the way in. We just have our Stalkers blinking up into the high ground, into the main base. Hallucination, going to see the Prism coming across to the sides, and we do see those Stalkers absolutely getting in after a few more of those probes. So we continue to put a little bit more work in. That's actually a little disastrous here as these Stalkers get stuck, and that is going to be a lot of Stalkers going down. We do poke at the front from Trigger, looking for the opportunity to try and get damage done onto that Nexus. Damage being dealt, 7 workers going down. We did not blink that one. I thought it was a misblink, but it actually was not cooldown, so he can still blink out of there comfortably, and that's exactly what we get away with for the moment. +1, charge, gate, batteries, bit of everything on the way up right now. Add a couple pylons in there as well. Let's just bring a lot of that up and rolling. A few more Stalkers get back down to the bottom side of the map. That charge is halfway done at this point. The gate and the probes coming through. A couple of Zealot Stalker sentries coming around as well. That +2 is nearly finished from MaNa, so remember those upgrades. He's going to be in the advantage there. And right now, it's going to be kind of close. But we're getting close to the point where that is going to be a factor for sure. So a couple things to think on. It's going to be seen out again, +2. That charge now coming online as well. Add a couple of Zealots on top of everything else. Got to be feeling pretty reasonable about this so far still, as we are going to see these Stalkers stepping forward, going to get in after a couple of sentries. So a couple of sentries going down. The Immortals are still right there. Now +2 is done, so MaNa does want to try and fight. And this is the problem for Trigger. These Stalkers were meant to buy you a bunch of time. MaNa is just on the 2-base commitment. And yes, MaNa needs to do serious work here because he's committing on 2 bases. But as you might be able to see right now, it does look like 2 bases are going to work out for MaNa. This army gets straight onto this natural. We've got the Prism here to micro the Immortals back as necessary as well, so we can maintain some of these units. MaNa's army supply is going to start evening up. Those Immortals are going to be so valuable in those numbers. You can just see those Stalkers taking some damage once again. The +2 is finished up, and that really has just been allowing you to take some better trades here. However, the charge was finished from Trigger, and coming in with that charge is going to allow him to get onto this army a little bit more easily. The Zealots able to jump onto the Immortals a little bit, and there goes the main backline of MaNa's army. MaNa can play getaway here. Oh, Miss Blink gets them out now. But here's the deal. Now you've thrown your opponent down to 2 bases. And you killed a bunch of probes, so MaNa actually has a 10-worker lead, 2 bases versus 2. A couple of Adepts here putting in some work, forcing some lost mining time. And while Trigger gets the cleanup, I do think MaNa comes out of this still feeling very comfortable and very okay with this position in the game and how things have gone so far. So MaNa just... It looked like MaNa might just roll through the entire game with that army, but Trigger finds the defense, but still comes out behind for sure. We see MaNa retaking the 3rd base. Trigger's going to cancel that, but MaNa's going to probably get the kill on this base here. And the question is, does Trigger just commit to a full-on base trade at this stage? MaNa starts by killing off some probes. That Nexus dies, not cancelled. Money can absolutely be a big deal in this scenario. We're going to recall home. MaNa would rather just kind of come home and play defense on his base, which I think makes perfect sense. There's no reinforcement potential here from Trigger, right? There's no Warp Prism, so if that's not the case, if there's no Prism, then what do we really do long-term? Nothing really. You've got to kind of win with this army you're pushing in with. MaNa is still leaving a few units on the other side of the map, so they're still going for some damage at the same time here. So that continues, and Trigger just says, yep, that's good enough. GG. That is going to be the opening game going the way of MaNa. Getting a big first map win in this group. Every map and every match is going to be important here, guys. Top 3 make it out, and the difference of 3rd and 4th place sometimes in these groups is going to be map difference. So every single map matters. Even if you don't win a series, taking a map in that series could be huge. At the same time, just winning the series, actually, you know what could be huge there? Is actually just winning 2-0 in comparison. So, yeah, big important games. And to me, I think Trigger's been playing well enough lately that we would probably look at Trigger as a favorite in the, in this group. I actually think he has one of the better chances to take down Cure today, for example. But that's what it comes down to, right? Where it's like, okay, Trigger, yes, we see you, we think you're great, but we can't lose this PvP to MaNa because that makes the rest of your day so much more difficult. That makes the rest of your day so much tougher to commit to and something you got to be really completely on top of as well. So, a couple of things to think on there as we are going to go into Winter Madness for a map number 2 of this best of 3 series, guys. Kicking this off, getting this rolling, and ready to go into our second game of this match. It is going to be in the bottom right-hand side, the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. This is MaNa. Oh, that's a donation. We'll get to that in 1 second as we have in the top left-hand side of the map down a game. Our blue Protoss player from Basilisk, it is Trigger. And let me just tab for 1 second, guys, so I can go and double-check the donation properly rather than just trying to squint at my screen. Thank you so much, Niche 107. Thank you so much for the £25 donation. I appreciate it. Getting the ball rolling. I love it. Like I say, guys, all donations 100% go to the prize pool. You're going to hear me talking about this a lot because I want to push it. I want to make this a great thing. And, yeah, that's going to be our goal. TLDR, that is going to be what we aim to do. So, yes, we're going to talk about it a lot because I would like these players, I would like these guys to get rewarded for playing some StarCraft 2 for us and giving us some great games, which I'm sure are going to happen over the course of this event. So yes, any donations going to the prize pool. Like I say, keep it up, keep them rolling, and be excited to share with the players anything we've been able to raise as we have a game number 2 here on Winter Madness, starting out with a Probe Scout. Game 2 of this best of 3. So, Trigger's down a game. MaNa just playing safe and solid early and then getting that one big push off the 2 bases. Trigger not able to keep him back enough with the Blink Stalkers, not able to distract and buy enough time, and just getting overwhelmed in the end there. So, coming a little costly right at the very end of that, like I say. A little bit of a rough one as we do have a couple of gates coming down into place the next few moments. Again, a lot of that set up. A couple of probies will continue to mine here. A probe around the back is just going to be a nibbling as well, so again, little bits of work being done for now. Not too bad or anything just yet as we just continue by, and we'll have ourselves again the center in the warp gate coming about. Just going to be seeing the Stargate and a couple of adepts and that warp gate coming through as well, so all of that coming over. You need to get that on the go just for the moment. We're going to get clean up on that pylon, and the Nexus goes down to the low ground as well. It's just going to pop that straight down onto the natural here and get that underway. Did I explain the tournament format? I did, but what would you like to know about it? I can answer any questions if anything is unclear. As hey, Fire Icon, thank you so much for the 32-month resub. Appreciate you on that Prime. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you very, very much indeed. We'll get you, believe it or not, on the tree. Who would have guessed it? Getting on the tree and the tree month. Unbelievable. Thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate it. The tree up after this game. Sentry, Warp Gate, Twilight Council, and Nexus all continuing to come by right there. Just going to be seeing the Stalker building up on the gateway. Again, that Warp Gate coming online, the Hallucination. We'll check forward. Still just seeing that Oracle taking a few more shots of damage, but obviously it's not actual damage. It's just getting pinged by Hallucinations. Just mostly being tracked as the Stargate from MaNa will go into a second Oracle as well. Twilight Council much sooner from triggered because of the fact that he is not going into the Stargate. That's the difference on that one. So that's all that happens in that regard. Let's see our a little bit of back and forth continuing. Stalker continue to ping around. A little bit more damage being dealt just for a moment or two. There's a couple of Adepts continuing about as well. Stalker's going to continue to ping. Adept will fall. Blink on the way up. Twilight Council and the probes continue to build as well. Still got that blink coming by. A couple of probes coming up from both players. Nothing really too weird about any of that just yet, as we are going to be seeing this Oracle now going down. 6 probes going down overall. Successful from MaNa as he keeps the worker count even. Again, Blink is what, like 30-ish seconds behind from him, so really not too bad at all in terms of the upgrade timing, which is the one deficit he's meant to be kind of taking from this kind of state of the game right now, so just going to be seeing that Blink coming up from both players. A couple probes coming over still, like I say. Setup continues in this game 2 of this BO3. Stalkers are going to get after the pylon to the top side. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers there. Going to be able to get rid of that pylon straight away. He's just going to nab that right off the bat. Again, that Blink coming online. Just going to be seeing the Nexus coming through. Robot Facility and the Forge all coming up as well. So just a little bit of everything coming online again. Forge halfway. And that Blink going to finish in the next couple of moments as well. So just continue to get that up and running. Gonna throw another Stasis Ward down over on that side. And yeah, Robot Facility coming up. A couple of gates coming online. That Nexus coming through as well. Some good little situations building out from this right here as we get underway. And again, we can see just where exactly we're going to be ending up. Charging the +1 building from MaNa. Just going to be having a couple of gates, the probes, the observer, all coming online as well. So we get a lot of that coming through. And Immortal still building with that +1 alongside it. Hey, what's up, Sipship? How you doing, matey? Thank you so much for the 49-month resub on the Prime. Freaking appreciate it. Always great to see those bigger resubs coming through. Thank you so very much for supporting and being awesome. And like I say, I super appreciate the love, man. Every Prime is one step closer to us being StarCraft millionaires, guys. So if you've ever gone to sleep at night and had a dream of Wardy being a StarCraft millionaire, just know your Prime could help that dream become a reality. I mean, if that ain't gonna, if that, you know, sometimes I say things and like, if that doesn't convince them, nothing will. I think that's one of those things that just, if that doesn't do it for you, then it's okay. I'm never gonna get you Prime Sub, okay? You want to review where I explain the tournament? I will. How about this? I will explain it again just after this game. Or if this game gets particularly uninteresting, but I do think that MaNa is about to fight, so I think we're going to get going in a couple of moments. Yeah, between series, we can maybe go over it a second time and just say it again for anyone interested. Or anyone interested. You guys are all interesting to me. Right, subs, huh? Subs. Meanwhile, Trigger's just coming out and fighting, so a little bit of engagement coming through. Just going to go straight forward and look for some damage, and MaNa is having to retreat away. An attack upgrade lead is not going to do much if you're significantly behind in terms of the Stalker count, and that does kind of feel like the case right now, so yeah, MaNa have to go, having to turn tail and run a little bit right now, trying to get away. Stasis Ward coming down, and trying to get back on track in these next few moments. Trigger really engaging in, looking to try and get a little bit more out of this. Couple of shots coming through. We are going to be seeing MaNa on the defense with significantly less work, because at this point the upgrades have evened up as well, so that faster upgrade from MaNa is not going to help him here. He's on his way to a couple of Immortals, but Trigger has Immortals too, so overall it just feels like MaNa is the guy who is in some trouble, and that's exciting for us because it means that the series would go 1-1 if Trigger was able to make this work. Now MaNa is finding the defense toward the tail end here. He does seem to be getting a little bit more convincing in terms of turning this around. It's very close. Immortal gets his barrier popped. That's typically a pretty big deal as well, so keeping our eyes on that to see exactly how this pans out. So let's see Trigger able to kind of keep pressing through. Has that highest Stalker count, and obviously has a lot of mobility kind of potential with those Stalkers as well, so got to keep that in mind as a factor on this. You are going to see those couple of Immortals still kind of peering each other down and figuring out just what it is they might be able to do. Stalkers and the Zealots moving back across, and there are the Oracles heading into the main base. So, into the main goes MaNa as he activates and looks for some probes, and going to get a bunch of damage done there right off the bat. So a lot of work of damage coming through immediately. Not going to have ourselves. That Prism is about to go down as well, so the Prism already falling. And that's nice. MaNa's actually really turned this around supply-wise. And Trigger just losing a little bit too much at the tail end there. These Oracles still dealing some damage as well, so we're still chipping our way through the mineral lines and just getting a little bit of extra economy picked off as we go. That whole scenario is definitely helping and definitely pushing us a little bit more in that correct direction here thus far. Gonna recall back home, Trigger. So, interesting recall. I think he's afraid that those Oracles are about to show up again in just the next moment or two, and he's just trying to get a little bit ahead of dealing with them. But yeah, that's an interesting recall. Doesn't feel like you really need that recall a lot of the time. And +2 on the way up. Charge is building. We got that Prism building on the side of MaNa as well. We do have a moment. Thank you, Siak, for the Prime sub, and Ewakes as well on the 23-month resub on the Prime. Got to give that Prime so Wardy gets some time. Love it. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. I will get you all on the tree after the game. You guys really just chose to sub just as Trigger decided to get aggressive, you know? Trigger was like, I'm going to fight, and you guys are like, I'm going to give Wardy the sub. Beautiful. All right, we do actually see MaNa coming back the other way at the moment. Just getting that on the move here, keeping that up. We do have ourselves the fight breaking out. There's going to be a lot of Zealots in the front lines. No splash damage to really deal with those Zealots. We see MaNa, though, feeling good. He's going to get the blink across, gets rid of the Immortal. The rest of those Zealots coming through. And it does look as though Trigger's just not going to have enough to hang on in here at this point in time. This feels as though we're going to get to a very interesting point where, I mean, at this stage, I think MaNa's already done enough to probably kind of just guarantee the victory. Blinking forward aggressively, continuing to chase, continuing to get more damage out of this, and there's just no stopping this from happening at this stage. This looks as though it's going to be more than enough from MaNa. Maybe he's going to go and pick himself up a GG and a victory, and just like that, MaNa is going to be 2-0 in the first match of the day. A great start for him in this WardiTV 2025 Championship. GG's. All right, I've got an abundance of people to put on the tree, guys. Give me a second. I'm just getting everyone ready to be added. Just got one more little thing to do. And then I'll run some ads, and then I'll do the tournament format explanation when these ads wrap up, just in case people are wondering while we get these next series underway. Yeah, thank you, Nipkiss, coming in as well. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. And we get ready to resume. Our next match is going to be on Europe in the form of MaNa versus Yakov. So we're going to jump into that. Get this ready to roll. And we can go, go, go. Perfect. I just got to get another match started up over here at the same time, guys. Let me do some multitasking. I don't know why I just clicked. I feel like I just hopped from NA to NA, which is probably not going to be very useful overall. Yay. Alright, I got a bunch of you guys to put on the tree. Did I just hop from NA to NA? I did. Beautiful. Alright. Nipkiss, Ewix, Siach, Sipship, and Fly Yiken. You guys are going on the tree as a fivesome. How does that feel? Beautiful, no? I appreciate you can't all see all of your names there, but I promise they're there. I also have Niche 107 added to the donation star. Thank you so much for your donation. Welcome to the donation star. You guys want to be on the donation star? Donate to the prize pool of the tournament today. Donations through the Twitch Stream Elements link or super chats on the YouTube all go into the prize pool of the tournament. So check that out. Get this ready to rumble. Cool. Perfect. I got everyone sorted out and started. I think I'm just waiting on these guys to be okay over here, but I think they should be good. I'll probably have to look back on them in a second, but that's okay. Oh, and breathe. Hello. Hi guys. What a great start to the day. Fun opening series. MaNa with the 2-0. Putting himself in a very good place in this group to begin with, for sure. A very good place to start us off. Very exciting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. Cool. Cool. Alrighty. Get going in a couple moments, guys. Sweet. Alright, a couple of videos going through 10,000 feet. Mothership. Going through initially. As we get ready to rumble. Thank you so much for joining us again. Hope you guys are all doing great today. And excited to bring some StarCraft 2 to you guys, obviously in the form of the WardiTV 2025 Championship. We've been obviously building up to this event all year long. Appreciate you guys being here. And yeah, I mean, Group A today. Group B tomorrow. We have Monday Cup on Monday. And then we're back on Tuesday and Thursday with more games from this competition. And yeah, that TLDR just going to be more and more coming through. So super excited about that. Should be a lot of fun. Yeah, just should be great all around. Super excited for it. Should be hacking awesome. Fingers crossed. We've got some great players. We've got seeding matches next weekend where all the top dogs are going to play for some seeding into the playoff bracket as well. So yeah, let me bring up the bracket just for a second here. So the way this works, so a couple people asking how this works. So it's a little bit complicated, but not really. So basically, we have the group stages to begin with. The group stages are best of 3 round robin. So everyone in each group plays everyone in their group. The top 3 players advance, with first place being a little bit better than second and third place, for reasons you'll see soon. So these are just 5-player round robin matches. So every group features 10 best of 3. So every group features 10 best of 3s, and the top 3 players advance. And then we've got the seeding matches, which are just going to be 4-player round robins. All of these players in the seeding matches are guaranteed playoffs. And the reason they're in the seeding matches is because they finished top 2 in a WardiTV tournament this year. And when I say a tournament, I mean like a major event. So Showtime and Max Packs from the European League, Clem Classic came through from the Summit Championship, and then Solar and Hero came through from the Korean Royale. And then Björn got invited to the season matches because he plays top 8 in every WardiTV major this year. He's the only player to do that. And Shin got invited because we only had one Zerg in the season matches, and Shin was the best performing Zerg, other than Solar, out of all of the WardiTV majors this year as well. That's why the players in the seed matches are who they are. And all of these build into the playoff bracket, which is beautiful. So, if you get second or third place in your group, you start an upper bracket round 1. If you get first place in the group, and this is the initial group stage up here, you get upper bracket round 3, and that means you're guaranteed at least to bypass lower bracket round 1, but obviously a chance to go straight through into the further rounds of the upper bracket as well. And then you've got the invitation, the seeding kind of players. So if you finish 4th place in these seeding matches, you start in basically the same as getting first place in one of these groups, and then 2nd and 3rd place here. And if you get first place in the seeding matches, this is why they're so important. You start in the upper bracket semifinals. You're guaranteed top 6 in the event. Every stage of this tournament is important. And again, these aren't just like random invites, like, oh, these are the best players. They just no, these guys earned their spots here. They got top in the WardiTV events earlier this year. They are most consistent players. They are the best players in our circuit, and they are being rewarded in this tournament system by basically having a shot to start super deep in the playoff bracket. That was the whole idea of the situation. So, yeah, the whole idea is basically built around rewarding players who have done well this year, rewarding players who have partook in our events. You know, we basically just want to make our events constantly like a thing of like, oh yeah, WardiTV events are freaking cool. So, yeah, that's basically what's going on. Very exciting. And like I say, fun bracket. The whole idea of it, like I say, is bringing together this idea of, hey, look, like these are WardiTV events, and playing in the other events is super important to playing in this event, you know? So again, it's really about, again, the players who have performed through the year get an advantage, and it's designed like that. Soundo, thank you so much for downloading the Star Trek Fleet Command. If you guys want to support the stream for free, we do have the Star Trek Fleet Command sponsor coming up. We'll be playing that on stream on Monday. If you guys want to get ahead and start playing early and start supporting the channel by downloading or just playing, leveling up, etc., you guys can do so with an !star on the Twitch chat. We'll give you the link through over there. Go check it out. And if you guys are on YouTube, I have not seen a single message on YouTube today. Let me know what's up if you're watching on the YouTube stream. I hope you're all doing great. Hopefully YouTube hasn't just like shadow banned you all or something. I'm sure that's not the case, but yeah, hopefully you guys are doing great. And let me know what's out. Let me know what's out. Let me know what's up, I should say, as we get ourselves out into Winter Madness for game number 1 of this best of 3. It is going to be in the top left corner of the map. Our blue Protoss player from Team Liquid, it is MaNa. And in the top, in the top bottom, the bottom right-hand side, our red Zerg player is going to be Yakov. Wardy, when you organize a new tournament, do you write the whole Wikipedia page yourself? No. I used to, way back in the day. Way back in the day when I had nothing else going on in my life, I was Wikipediaing it up. I have one of the higher, maybe not anymore, but at one point I had one of the higher. So basically on TL.net, if you have a certain amount of Wikipedia edits, you get like coins to show your Wikipedia editor, and I had one of the highest like numbers you could have, or I had like triple gold coin or something. So yeah, I used to do all of my Wikipedia edits myself, but nowadays the people who just... Wikipedia advanced a lot more of it's automated and stuff, and so the Wikipedia guys who do it all the time are so much better at it, it's so much more efficient, so I shoot all the information over to them, and they kind of take care of it. Usually, one champion man, Cynical Death, does pretty much everything. I send him all my messages about Wikipedia, even if it's just changing the time of something nowadays, because usually he does it before I can even log in. So, yeah. Not Q versus Percival. No, the way this bracket works in terms of scheduling is that 2 matches play at the same time. We do 5 live matches. Those are the matches which are on top of the pairs in the Wikipedia page. And then we will go back through the other 5 matches from replays and do those. So the second match of the first, or the second match of the first couple of matches, so Q Percival, will be Series 6 today, and we'll go around down like that. So that will be coming up. Those are still casted spoiler-free. They're just happening right now because, as always, it's about helping the players out. It means the players are here for the length of 5 best-of-3s, whereas we will obviously be casting for the length of 10 best-of-3s. We don't want the players to stick around for 7 hours or 6 hours, sometimes, which 10 best-of-3s can take us, so... yeah. Love it. And there we go. YouTube chat's now alive as well. Appreciate you guys. Hope you're all doing well. Hello, Chuck. Good to see you. Sephiroth lurking around. You're still here. I knew you guys were here. It's just usually someone pops in and says hi, at least on the YouTube. It was so empty. I was like, it was making me a little bit... I actually double-checked to see I'd actually put the YouTube stream live. Usually if I haven't put it live, someone would come in Twitch and be like, what are you, YouTube, question mark? But I actually double-checked because it's so rare for it to be so quiet for the first series of the day. Alright, let's go. MaNa says Zelatator as well. Awesome, let's get it going. MaNa at 2-0 in his first matchup is in a great position in this group. A win over Yakov puts him in a very solid place. And I do think the Korean Terrans are going to be an issue for MaNa. I think they're going to be maybe the tougher opponents, which is why it's so good for him. If he can get through Yakov and Trigger early and easily, it sets him up in a great place where he's going to have some wiggle room when playing against Kua, when playing against Percival, where maybe not winning those series, but even just taking a map or so, might be enough to nudge him through this group and to see him into the playoffs. I think it's going to take a chance, and they will jump forward onto a couple of the Adepts and the Stalker that are out over there. It's going to be seeing those Lings going to get turned away pretty quickly by the Oracle activating. Stalker stays underneath. The Overlord will take a little bit more damage as well. Just going to be having ourselves that Resonating Glaive still coming up. A few Lings coming back over. Stalker nabs at that Overlord. Drones coming through, the couple of Queens on the way out. And just have that Resonating Glaive's the choice from MaNa, so a mix-up right from the start. A Star Glaive's opener, as he will look to try and get damage done early, give himself a nice edge against Yakov, who clearly has actually been a very strong macro player as well. So I'm very excited to see Yakov in this group. I actually think it's going to be fascinating to see if he can make it out. I do think there's a chance of that. I do think there's an opportunity. As the stasis finishes up, the drone gets caught in said stasis, and Yakov is beginning to build the roaches in preparation for Adept, so that will give him the edge he needs to potentially play some cleanup there. Flames coming by again, the lair. Roach on a few drones and the Overlord coming about as well. A couple of robo facilities building up on the side of MaNa. Forge is on the way. Get ourselves the Nexus coming through. The couple of Adepts still building. Those Adepts going to continue to shade around. We got one Zergling over to the left-hand side. And those Lings continue to go running just for a couple of moments here still. We do have again the Resonating Glaives coming about. The +1 attack coming through. Double robotics facility coming up as we speak. Again, Roaches, the lair, the Evo Chambers coming through too. These Adepts are going to start fighting. But you guys just shade on top of these Queens. I mean, they're unprotected, right? So we get one Queen kind of freely. A couple of Lings trail into these Adepts early as well. Not getting a proper surround just yet. Not what you want to be seeing. These Adepts having a little bit of a good time right here, and they're going to continue forward. Roach goes down. The drones are going to be getting grabbed, and that is going to be some major pickoffs here so far. 2 workers dead. Now this Queen in a whole bunch of trouble. It's going to continue to take damage right now as well. Queen going down, and then the Oracle showing up. That kind of just flies into a spawn, doesn't do much of anything. The Adepts have shaded across toward the third base. The Oracle just blunders and goes down, so we give that up for nothing in particular. As we do move our way through, I said the third base, sorry, obviously this is the natural, and then we shade up in toward the main base. A couple more Zerglings still dropping down dead here. We're going to get ourselves through for a few more drones, and this is an issue for Yakov. This is taking so long to clean up, and I think the craziest thing is when you look at the units lost tab at the end of this wasn't even that much of a commitment from MaNa, right? This was really just a handful of Adepts. 10 Adepts will go down in total. It's not like he's had to reinforce this through like 2-3 times the warpins of Adepts, right? Not necessary in the slightest. There's +1 and a Blink continue through. The Blink just now starting. The Immortal on the way. battery and cannon to follow this up at the moment. Well, the upgrade coming through, road speed along with that. The Baneling Nest is going to be one of the next parts of this to continue into play, so we bring that over as well. Again, Oracle +2, Blink, a little bit of everything coming by right there, so we just bring that over. Just going to be having the 1-1 upgrades, the melee and the missiles, that road speed all coming through. The Baneling Nest is about to finish. Hallucination moving over, and Stalker, Sentry, Immortal comes around that right-hand side, sets up to push in on the right, looking to hit that 4th base in the next few moments. We'll be getting straight into that over this next little bit of time. So just going to focus on this. Hatchery taking some damage, taking a few shots. Is that just going to straight up die? These Immortals get rid of 2 Roaches straight away. The Lings will commit. Good force fields to get the Roaches away. We don't have anything against the Zerglings is the biggest issue, but we do have the Prism showing up. That's going to help the Immortals stay alive. Stasis Ward in the back, and we are going to try and target fire that down. We successfully managed that. No anti-air, so the Prism warps directly into the fight. Additional Stalkers here to help against the Roaches, which are the main threat at this stage. I think at this point, the very least MaNa wants is the hatchery kill, right? Like, he got this so low, there's no way he wanted to walk away without at least killing that off. A couple of Queens there, going to hit the Oracle as we are going to cancel a warp in just to move back with the Prism. Ravager's on the way, and that's going to be huge because it actually means you can target the Prism with some Biles and stop it from just sitting there and warping in. It's going to make it kind of really decide or be a bit further back when it warps in, and that's obviously going to be a little bit more difficult for MaNa to execute. So that pressure is starting to come through there as the Stalkers step forward. A little bit of Roach Ravage will take some more damage. A couple of these drones potentially in trouble as well. Stalkers blink away from those Lings. The Immortals are still over here. I still don't think we have a good answer to Zerglings right now. The Oracle is kind of part of an answer to the Lings. The Prism Micro is a little bit as well, but I actually think Yakov is going to get a defense going here. This part is scary, right? Where you're chasing through and you're running out of Lings and the Roaches start taking damage, but man, we really got rid of a lot of this. I do still think the Triple Immortal is going to be very difficult to get rid of. As you can see, that is packing more than just a punch. It is shredding the Roaches when they get the chance to hit them. Obviously, the Ravagers need to be careful because you lose the Roaches, then the Ravagers are easy targets too, and while there's no bonus damage on the Ravagers, they're just kind of flimsy and low HP anyway, so it's just one more thing to keep our eyes on there as the Ling Roach Ravager Queen gathers back up around the sides. Do you see Yakov making a play over the left-hand side? Again, +2 missiles coming about, Ling Ravager coming in, the Infestation Pit coming online as well. Just going to see those few Lings, going to nibble up, get rid of that pylon. The Oracle is going to die as it tries to put the Stasis Ward down. Unsuccessful there. +2 missiles, +2 melee. On the way about, Roach Ravager Ling coming through. We get that Hive in production as well. The Storm and the Charge and the Immortals all continue to build on up just for the moment. And a lot of that underway as we have the Hydroden coming about as well. So Hydroden coming through. Ling Roach Ravager joining up also. Again, just going to have that Storm and that Charge both coming online, so getting those going next few moments. Get those upgrades out. Going to be a big step in the right direction for MaNa teching up in this game rather than kind of sticking back with what he's been on so far. I mean, what he was on so far I actually thought was fine, but he did need an answer to the Zergling. That was multiple times over the issue. Now we have a Lurk down on the way from Yakov as well, though, so MaNa has to be ready to deal with Lurkers too, which is not exactly a fun situation to be in either, so across the board, we have some interesting question marks kind of thrown up here. Storm coming down. Overseer is going to fall. A little bit of a Roach Ravager taking damage as well. A couple more shots coming about. Those Banelings in the front are going to be a problem, as they are going to morph in and roll into Ward High Templar and Zealots. So able to do some good damage right off the bat there. Good few shots coming in. Another Storm coming down. Another Storm in the back. The Bane's still trying to roll through. A couple of Mortals going to be there to help push this away. Another couple of battles coming into place at the moment. Another Storm coming down as well. High Templar falls. Lings come over, looking for the jump on this. The Immortal's going to try and stand strong. Prism warps in. Another group of Stalkers. Is it enough to keep this attack rolling? It does feel like MaNa's supply is going the right direction. With no Banelings left here especially, I do get concerned. These Immortals, instant Biles. I was going to say, these Immortals are huge. One of them has 21 kills because it was one of the Immortals from earlier in this game. And those Immortals have just really been such a stand-strong kind of fighting unit throughout this. But MaNa will get the map win. He goes up 1-0. And looking for his second best of 3 win of the day if he can win another game. He's putting himself in a great position at the start of this group. Cannot stress that enough. A win here. 2 wins gets you out of these groups, especially if you go 2 wins, 2-0, 2-0. There are tiebreakers that eliminate you, but it puts you in the right place and takes a little bit of that pressure off when you go into the PVTs against the Korean Terrans a little bit further down the line here today, which will be obviously MaNa's upcoming matches once we get wrapped up here. I do believe on stream we're watching all of Yakov's games in the next little bit, though. Yeah, we're going to watch all of Yakov's games back-to-back. So Yakov will play Percival, Trigger, and Cure in the following series from this matchup. So that is what's coming up for you guys, just in case you're wondering what games are on the way. And we'll get ourselves ready into this next one in a second. We've got ourselves 7 casters in here. I believe that's what we've had all day so far. And we get ourselves ready for game number 2. MaNa leads 1-0, taking on Yakov in the WardiTV 2025 Championship. Love it. Celestial Enclave coming up. Mortals living up to their name. Yeah, they really do. When they're facing the right kind of units, and when they have that Prism support especially, then yeah, they really do live up to their name. There's a lot of times where Mortals do just kind of, you know, fall short of the mark, but against Roaches that are chasing in against, Roaches chasing in against, you know, Immortals with, you know, okay, some Lings showed up at some point to help out as well, but the general consensus there was that that was not going to be pretty. So, yeah. Sorry guys, ignore the crinkling. I'm just getting some tags ready in case we have more subs for the stream. Just getting that ready and set up already, so just in case you hear some crinkling, it's not me trying to sneak some food or something. I'm just getting Christmas decorations ready, okay? Just in case the stream needs them. What are Kira's results so far? They are unknown. We do not reveal any results from the other games being played at the same time until we cast them. So the Kira games will be casted later on. He's playing against Trigger right now. So it's 2 matches at the same time, but the results are only shown once we cast the games. So there's no way for you guys to sneak peek. I apologize. I'm sorry. Gotta keep those results close to our chest, you know. Hide them away. Don't let people know. And the top right-hand side, Yakov, bottom left-hand side. Game number 2, best of 3 series, all coming at you here in this beautiful map of Celestial Enclave. Get this up and rolling. Pro patrolling around for a couple moments right there. Again, hatch gas and pool coming up. A couple drones coming out. The gateway, the probe, continuing to build into place just for the moment. And, yeah, settling ourselves on down. Nexus gets going over to the side as well. I put that straight in position. Hatch gas pool all coming up. The Nexus and the cyber core coming about. The drone going to go through a hatchery down over on that side as well. Put that straight into place. And on we go. Ice Bear North, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 9-month resub. Appreciate you. Thank you for subscribing it up. Thank you so much. Does Ellie let you dress her up? I mean, we've never really tried to dress Ellie up. Like, sometimes you put, like, little antler ears on her, like, with a little headband. She doesn't really mind that too much, actually. So, yeah, she kind of does, but we've never, like, properly, like, I would say, full dressed her up or anything, you know? She's a very chill dog. She really kind of just does what she does. Like, she just chills. Yeah, she's just very chill and just hanging out, so if you put like a little headband on her to give her some antlers, she just lets you do it, and she just sort of looks at you and she's just like, okay, I guess this is my life today. You got your piteous snowman outfit? That sounds great. You thought this was about my wife? If I try to put, no, I think my wife would be less happy about me dressing her up than the dog. I think. She loves being dressed up. That's awesome. Speed and Queen coming through. A few drones coming about. Oracle on the warp gate coming up right now. Nexus getting thrown down. That Queen building. A few drones coming over. Getting ourselves settled here just for the moment. Oracle with that Stalker nearby will settle in as well. As we get moving about just a little bit. Again, Rotron already building on the side of Yakov, so that Rotron is going to cancel up. The Eva Chamber very much so still on the way in. A few additional drones coming out. The Queen is going to be building. I'm excited to see what the upgrades turn out to be here from Yakov, see if he wants to go for a melee opening. Obviously, last game from MaNa, just the glaives really kicked him off into such a great position super early on, and would be kind of surprised if that didn't kind of come around to kind of happen again here, basically. Twilight Council and Robo Facility both still building in. As we have 4 more Overlords producing through from Yakov. Continue to bring those about for now. Queen gets across, Oracle gets poked back. Twilight Council, Robo, Gateway coming on in as well. Rotron drops in at the front of the 3rd base. So we do obviously have on Celestial Enclave one that, you know, that inner base is the half base. It only has 1 gas and has 5 patches of minerals. So MaNa is expanding outward. Yakov's happy to take that inner base initially and just kind of say, okay, my saturation point is going to arrive at less drones, but I'm going to have lower potential for how much I can be mining. And instead, he just kind of feels like he'll get a 4th base up soon enough anyway. Protoss players, yeah, I mean, I actually think the Protoss typically does like taking that in base. It does limit you on gas, though, which can obviously, you know, 5 gas versus 6 can kind of affect what you can afford a lot of the time, and that can have a big impact. So I would say that kind of dictates a lot of what you see sometimes. There's a couple of Queens going to get there. The Adepts and the Oracle still gathering up together just for the moment. Charging the Temple Archives, building on through. The gates going up, probes on the way over. And those Adepts going to go and nibble at the hatchery. Things getting on the top side. Going to get straight through for those probes. That's going to be some good damage being done straight away. 4 workers. Good run by here from Yakov. As you see, the Adepts and the Oracle really want to get this 4th base. Queen show up. I'm not sure. Do one of them have a transfusion? They do. We're just going to commit onto this hatchery. We're going to get it, and the Adepts didn't even have to cancel their shade, so now they can threaten the shade as the Archon drop comes in as well, and MaNa's just everywhere. He has to recall, though, to deal with the, to deal with the Lings on the 3rd base, but I don't know if he's got enough there. Oh my goodness, the Lings are going to get very close to killing this Nexus off. That Oracle needs to get rid of the last couple of Circlings. Oh my goodness, it survives on 11 HP. Pretty darn close, to say the least. Archon's over here, still being controlled, still being microed around. Trying to do their very best at the moment as the couple of Archons lift back up into the prison. We retreat away just for the moment. A few Zealots coming about, High Templar warping in. Continue to get settled there. As the +1 missiles and roach speed continue to build on through. Well, MaNa saving that 3rd base is massive, and if I'm him, I'm absolutely making that battery heal this up. Any opportunity I get, these Zerglings run in. We're going to right-click the Nexus, but there's units nearby. The battery was there. Put some more healing on it, and that's just some Zerglings that get given up for basically no reason at all. No success story on that one in the slightest, so no love on that. We do have our Spire still building up. That hatchery, the Roaches, and the Queens coming through also. We just have ourselves the, again, +1 missiles, Roach speed all building by. A lot of that coming up. Spire's over halfway done at this stage. Hatchery finishing shortly. Drones, Overlord, and the Queen building into play as well. So we continue with all of this. The Immortal will just shoot at a few of those Roaches. Bit more damage being done. So it's Archons, the Stalker. Going to get back across once again, so again trying to see what else we can do. Friendly Nest and the Spire still building in. See, that +1 missile is about halfway done. Roach coming through, Spire about to complete. Zealots and the Archons go up after the Roaches there. Stasis Ward's coming down, the Zealots still chasing in. Queen already going to get dropped, an extra few Zealots getting warped in as well, so all of that coming over. That's a lot of Zealots that come by. Just going to be seeing the drones in some trouble, taking some extra damage. These Archons still firing away. They're just going to keep on being pulled back. The Archon's super low. The Archon at the top needs lifting. It does get saved. This is a big push from MaNa. I think it's a successful push from MaNa as his Archon's not super healthy. He wants to try and save a couple of these, I'd imagine. Maybe he saves the Archon and the Immortal. Another Immortal showing up. The tail end of this from MaNa is going a little bit south just because he's running out of stuff. So getting into a little bit more trouble here at the end than maybe originally expected. Immortal going to get after that Queen. A few more Zealots warping in. Still going to look toward those Roaches or so. In the next few moments, extra units still warping in. The Queen goes down. The Zealots get onto the Roaches. The Stasis will catch some Roaches onto the low ground as well. It's just going to grab those, clear those out. Figure out what our next step will be as the Immortal pulls back a little further. The Roachling can turn the other way. The couple Zelds are going to turn back onto that hatchery. Hatchery now taking shots as well as the Prism unloads into the low ground location here. It's going to be pulling up towards the left-hand side as well. Get that high ground. A couple of the Roaches still being jumped on. Getting cleaned up for the moment. Yule is on the way out from Yakov, which is neat, but then you've already got the preparation being made. MaNa has seen the Spire, and hence the Phoenix has started up in production. We get some more Archons out. We just look to make sure we have the anti-air necessary here. Stargate coming about. The Forge is producing the Zerglings. Just going to get taken away after. We're just going to be seeing the Lings up into the main base. A Zealot warping by. Lings will move through. Zealot going to swipe. All those Lings still being picked away at. The Phoenix going to be right there. Mortal Archon getting lifted by the Prism, escaping away. We're just going to be seeing the Prism still taking a few more shots of damage here for the moment. A little bit extra being done right now. Stargate will complete. Again, Prism coming up, couple Phoenix coming by. Mutas fly into this main base. Want to go in after a few of those probes. They will do exactly that, looking for some damage. Oodalies. I got jumped on by the Phoenix. This really feels like Yakov's kind of hoping this game is dying with these Mutas, because it's going to be very solid. There's the Hydrogen coming about. Hatch coming through. And speed, melee upgrade. Coming over for now. Very, very decent. Phoenix lifting up, couple of Ravagers. Just going to get jumped on. The Archons will continue through. The Zelds dive in toward the third base. That's going to be GG. MaNa is going to make some work happen there. And that will be that. He gets the 2-0. Big result for him. And that is going to be the big dub. Alrighty, so oh, slowly with the resub. I was going to say, we're getting to our next series, but let's do the subs first. Slowly needs to go on the tree. Slowly, I waited to put Helen on the tree so she can go in the same place as you, so it's going to be a big day. First of all, Icebear North, thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate you. Where do you want to go slowly? Do you want to go in Squirtleville? Do you want to go into the Gengar suburbs? Do you want to go to... Just where do you want to go? Which Pokemon do you want to be next to? There's Pikachu, Charmander, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Gengar, Ditto, Jigglypuff. Or do you just want to go front and center? There's no Psyduck. There wasn't a Psyduck Bauble. Let me just check what server we need to be on. Sorry, guys. NA. Perfect. We'll go hopping. Jigglypuff? You want to go down at the bottom? Okay, I'll put you bottom front, though. I put you bottom front down here with Helen. This is yours and Helen's. Your name's on it. I can't be bothered too close. You guys can both go here. That's you guys right in the bottom there. Nice. Beautiful. Alright, so it's Yakov versus Percival. Coming up in just a couple moments, we'll get that started. Get this ready to roll. Get back on track. Alright. How's everyone doing? When do the Cure games start? So again, there's 2 matches at the same time. So there's 2 matches get played at the same time. We cast the top match on Wikipedia Live. So we'll do 5 live matches. And when we've got to the end of those live matches, we'll go back to the top of Wikipedia and do the second match in each pair from replays. The only change to that is if we're doing the replays and it makes sense to change the order because it could potentially kind of make the group a bit more interesting to watch. Say for example, we can kind of save a match because that might be the first place in the group decider match. We might push that to the end instead of doing it like second last. So sometimes there's some mild swapping around. Usually, typically, the aim is that we go and just do it in the same order that's on Wikipedia. I will let you guys know if the order is going to change at all, but I don't know that until we get later on and we look at the group and we're like, hey, it's very realistic those 2 are going to play for first place. Let's do that last to keep the excitement up, you know? So that should hopefully answer your questions. We get ready for Series 3 of the day. Yakov, Percival, TVZ coming up. Winter Madness going to be the map. Beautiful. Percival even going to host for us. Alright, let's make sure we get everyone in this lobby, guys, and we'll be able to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I think we're good. Go, and go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sweet, this next match coming up then, and get that on the go. And get this ready to rumble. Perfecto. Perfecto. I just gotta get another match started on this other screen, guys. Just definitely a little quiet at the very start here. It's not because I still didn't decide to hate you, it's because I'm just getting that set up. Keeping the games moving. We're an hour in. We've got 10 best of 3s to get through. We're 2 done. We're looking at like a 5-hour stream at least, which I always like. I always feel like the 5-6 hour streams are nice and juicy, especially when we've got a great event like this one being played out, you know, when it's our end of year championship. And yeah, you know, there's a little bit more. I mean, I don't know how the players feel about it, but to me, there's a little bit more meaning to it, you know, like this is it. Like, we don't crown a WardiTV yearly champion or annual champ every single week, you know, like this happens once a year, believe it or not. And like I say, for me, there's a lot of build up into this. There's a lot of tournaments that come into it. You know, when we set up at the start of the year, we said, hey, we're going to do this at the end of the year, and now we're here. It's always a really cool kind of point to get to, where it's like, hey, like, you know, like we made it this far. We are at this stage. How heckin' exciting is that? Answer, very. Bottom right, our red Terran player here is going to be Percival, taking on the blue Zerg in the top left corner. We're going to have ourselves Yakov. So it's going to be Yakov versus Percival, followed by Yakov versus Trigger, then Yakov versus Cure. Then I think all of Cure's games are probably back-to-back after that, right? So yeah, we will go Yakov, Cure, and then Cure, Percival, Cure, Trigger, Cure, MaNa. MaNa, Percival, Percival, Trigger to round out the day. Every match important. Even if you don't make it out of this group, there is still a difference in prize money for 4th and 5th place. And because of the donations, guys, we've already had enough donations to guarantee that we will be paying out every player that partakes in the event. So while the original prize pool did not include money for the players who lost in the group stage, that will now be added because we've already hit that first kind of level of donation. So thank you everyone who's been donating and supporting and helping to make this tournament bigger and better. We appreciate you guys as we get into this Yakov Percival best of 3. But all the games will be live, or will the second half be replays? Second half is replays. Like I say, 2 matches are playing at a time right now. So yeah, they're not super old replays or anything, obviously. They're just, yeah, they're not super old replays or anything. They're just literally, you know, from 2 to 3 hours ago replays by the time we get to them. Okay, we're gonna shoot a few Zerglings going down, a few hits coming about. Damage being done early. Queen will shoot. A few shots coming in. Little heads coming by. The little Reaper when it goes down. Queen gonna get buffed backward. Have that link speed about halfway done. CC and the orbital both coming up. The SCVs coming online as we speak. And that Reaper will just continue to harass in here. Percival has been very happy to play so many different styles of TVZ lately. It's actually been really fun to watch. This guy has been aggressive. He's been able to 8 racks. He's been able to play a super long game. I mean, I just uploaded the other night the series that he won against Raynor in the Korean Royale. And that was in a bunch of longer games as well. So Percival is a real threat in this matchup. I actually think Percival is a real threat in this group. I actually think he's a very solid player coming into this end-of-year championship. And I kind of have him as a bit of a dark horse. Like, he's the kind of guy I actually think could go on a really good run. But it's definitely going to be like an underdog run if he does start to make it, you know? So, yeah. Hellions and Reaper. Just going to grab a Zergling. We do have ourselves the couple of Hellions coming about. The SCV's on the way over. A little bit of setting up being done there for now. Just going to have our Queen, the drones, the Overlord. Again, just little bits of everything coming through for the moment. So, all of that's still very much so coming online. As a couple Hellions come back around on the left. Banshee that cloaking coming up. The Hellions, the Marines still coming online. And we'll cruise around the map with those Hellions for the next few moments to again just keep an eye on what exactly is happening. Again, those drones still building up. The Overlords and the Queens coming through as well. Hellions, the bench, Hellions and the Reaper, sorry, just going to join up together there. So I'm just going to stick around. A couple of those barracks still added on as well. So we are just going to be seeing bio, which is always good to confirm as well in this day and age where mech builds are more common than they've ever been before. That much is for certain. So, yeah, always good to confirm a bit of mech here and there. A few Hellions still going across the map. Banshee and that cloaking going to be on the way. Add that double engineering bay on. Add that double barracks on. And that creep coming up in good numbers as well. Reaper Hellion back over the left-hand side. Banshee wants to take a bit of position here. Not too much to be done overall, but still just kind of eyeing out what's taking place. A couple shots coming through, bits of damage being dealt. But yeah, the Hellions and Reaper just going to be joining up. A few Zerglings going to get turned around as well. So that's just going to be pushing that back. Those Hellions obviously holding some good map control here, and Percival will stick around on that left-hand side to try and keep the idea of being aggressive in play. Wants to just kind of scare his opponent as best as possible. You have a couple Queens going to be there again. If we can get rid of more creep tumors, that's great. Anytime you're slowing down the creep spread, typically going to be a very good positive for you. Typically something you want to be aiming to get done if you can do so. As the Banshees come up to the top. Ready to take a turn. Hellions still gathering around. Let's have ourselves the Hydra Den coming up as well. Hellions the Reaper just going to poke their way through that hatchery. That hatchery is going to start dropping, so hatchery will take some damage. I don't think it's going to go down to Hellion Reaper, but hey, damage on it now means less damage needed by a marine drop later on, or just a push that gets going. So that sort of stuff is typically very positive as well. So just doing what we can on there. Aliens and the Reaper pulling back to the side. Going to get a Zergling as we go. Still got those +1 missiles and carapace upgrades coming through. Adding Groove Spines as well, because why the heck not? And yeah, that Baneling Nest about halfway done as well. Hydra's still building up. Armory very much so on its way. Marines in production. Factory producing. Are finally building as well. We've seen the Reaper throwing a grenade down. Couple Queens going to get boppity-bopped. 1-1 upgrades coming online also. So again, we just keep bringing that over, bringing that up for the moment. Marines will shoot. A couple of Lings already going down. We do see the tank setting up, and the Hellions will come back around that right-hand side. A couple shots coming down already. You do see the Queens taking some hits. We are going to be seeing the Overseers overhead trying to run forward. A couple of tanks continue to fire it up. Big push here from Percival. Wants to obviously try and find a little bit of value in these moments. Part of this game where you definitely want to just get in, get some damage dealt if possible. Do everything you can in that regard. So aiming for that as this Banshee just chipped its way through the hatchery. Again, a lot of the Hydra setting up in the center. The Marines will take a sim forward. Hatchery going to take a few more shots. The Zerglings are going to run through as well. And we do have ourselves the couple Queens going to be right there to push the Banshee back over to that left-hand side. Fiscal Augment's finishing up. Baneling Speed still coming through. 2-2 upgrades, Combat Shield building as we speak. A few extra barracks and so coming up as well. Infestation Pit also building. Medevac goes down. The Hydras now want to get in after those Marines, which are able to take out an Overlord as we speak here as well. It's just going to take that straight down. And again, the Medevacs will unload a few more Marines, just going for some drones. The Zergling's going to be right there. The Hydras step forward. And again, we play a little bit of defense as Yakov makes it difficult for Percival to break through and to see success in these early stages. 2-2 upgrades still coming about. Combat Shield is on the way. Overlord's speed will continue to build as well, so we bring that online. And yeah, the Infestation Pit about to finish. The Hydras get there. Sense Tower and Missile Turret going down. Full Medevac goes down for Percival. A little bit of a shame, because that was just completely unnecessary. One of those moments where this just did not need to happen. At the very least, we're going to make these Hydras pay. We get a lot of value back in return from Percival, and he even gets over here to protect the siege tank as well, so that will not be going down. That will be protected. Ooh, spicy couple of moments, as Yakov says he's very happy to play a longer game. Lurk Den on the way up. And as Percival settles onto 4 bases, we'll see if he accepts the invite into a longer game. Like I said before, feels like he's been a player who's actually been very comfortable going into a longer game as of late. He's not being kind of someone to shy away from that concept or that idea, so I get the feeling we'll continue through with that. You see the Marines, the Marauder gathering up. A couple of those Banes getting jumped on and chased a little bit. They try and get through here as Yakov coming down this ramp. These Marines trading well. I don't think that's a fight you can take. A little bit too much distance between you and the Marines at the end there, and so they're just going to kill everything before they get in reach. Over here, we actually find another fight. This time the Banes actually do have a chance to roll forward, as Percival was maybe a little bit unprepared for this army to be here, but at the same time he still takes an okay fight. He just wasn't really prepared for the initial Banes. I'd say he's handled those initial Banelings rolling out his army pretty darn decently overall. Wrestling Hydra still chasing through. The couple of Marines getting pushed back. The Bio will stand and fight. Zerglings will take some shots. We have upgrades building through as well. This army still stepping over. Bio will fight. Hydra's taking damage. Just going to see the Zerglings taking some shots also. Bio still chasing back through again after those Hydralisks. Plus 2 missiles, seismic spines, a few Vipers on the way. Plus 3 armor upgrade coming up from Percival as well. Make the attack upgrade alongside that too, so all of that just comes online. 6 Dropper-Lords will begin to produce through. We've got 10 Lurkers alongside that. A handful of Vipers also being built. As Marines get underneath, Overlord very nearly going down now. This Hatchery ends up taking a bit of damage, so Hatchery will fall down. The Bio going to jump here. The Zerglings still falling. The Hydra and the Lurkers get set up. Just going to be seeing that single Hydra is doing damage because it's out of reach of the whole positioning Marines, so funnily enough, that lone Hydralisk actually got a few kills, even though it probably wasn't meant to see as much success as it did there. Funny little moment as the Lurkers continue to sit there and get some more damage done. The Bio is still pushing through. A lot of creep tumors going down right now, so a lot of the creep being cleaned up. The adrenal gland still coming over. The Link Hydra still producing through. Yeah, I've got the 3-3 upgrades as a part of this as well. Continue to come online right now. The extra Banes coming about. The Dropper Lords make their way across the map. And they're going to be looking to get into this main in the next few moments. Again, putting a little bit more pressure on. See how Bio gets to jump on these Lurkers, just forced around, and the support wasn't there. The Ling's late to arrive. And so the Lurker's not protected by anything. Drop Lords will go down, right? Is the most important part. Like, we're going to get the drop in, but there's not going to be retreat potential here. And as Percival just spreads and fights this honestly looks like an okay trade for him. Yakov losing a ton of units and just not really getting the damage he wants out of this, I would say. I would have imagined he wanted a whole lot more than what he achieved in that drop. So that drop does go the way of Percival. He gets a good cleanup on it. And Percival, in the first match we're seeing of him today, looking good in the first game. It's nowhere near done just yet, but it's definitely heading in the right direction. Obviously, Yakov lost in MaNa. Would really like to bring it back against Percival. Trigger and Q will have to play feel like very difficult opponents. Feels like we're going to be asking a lot of Yakov if that's what it starts coming down to. Those few Zerglings still going down. The Hydras continue to drop. Percival at 180 supply. Yakov at 145. And as Yakov just about scrambles together a defense, it feels like Percival's already set to go with the next army already. So that is the continuous issue right now. Just trying to deal with that constantly. Do you see the Ghost coming about? Plus 2 vehicle weapons coming through. 11 Lurkers, the couple Infestors. All coming online, getting that burrow going as well, so that burrow will finish up in these next few moments on top of everything else, so we get that sorted out. You see the little bit of bio there continuing through, and Viper's going to throw down a Blinding Cloud. A couple of those Lurkers still shooting, the bio army still going back. Try and jump on a couple of the Ghosts here when we get the chance to. Zerglings will make their way through a couple of those positions as well, so a little bit more being done there. Going to see our bio fighting. The creep team is going down. The Lurkers are still settling. Plus 2 vehicle weapons. Ghosts on the way. Starport and the siege tanks building also. Now we have the missile turret that will take a chance to run out those other units. Snipe on the Overseer. Going to grab that straight away. Bio still pressing down. These Lurkers still dropping. I mean, we get into the main base with the Niders. It's always a good play. I do feel like Percival's been very on top of clearing up these Lurkers when they've gone good positions, but this one's going to be a little bit tougher. The Lurkers getting rid of a lot of the production as well. Forward Niders networks coming down. Bio across the map will go unanswered, as we really have just thrown everything we have into this position so far. As the Zerg play, he's going to push a bit further forward. That tank on the low ground gets one shot off before it gets taken down, but most notably, it does get taken down. So that's a big factor too. These Lurkers still trying to hold up. There's Banelings on the ramp. Banelings on the ramp are going to explode on the Ghosts. What a great trap, as Yakov's Lurkers will be the perfect bait. And now the Fungal into Banelings. Oh my god, talk about the stars aligning for Yakov to pull off a sequence of defenses here. Unfortunately, those Infestors go down, but that was an amazing couple of moments. What a brilliant burrowed Baneling trap there. One of the better ones we've seen in a hot second. And Yakov is making this work. Man, I was going to say, he tried multiple times getting Lurkers into annoying positions, and it just wasn't doing that much. But at the end of the day, it's going to be plenty to see us through. A few extra drones coming about. The Hydra's still building in. Armory, factory, barracks coming up. The Ghost's going to peel away. A couple tanks still set up over there as well. 3 in production. We do have additional barracks all coming online. Those Lurkers going to go turning tail and running once more, so just going to try and get their butts out of there. But man, they have done the work to absolutely level out this game. In a game where it really felt like Percival was under full control, he did not stay on top of those pushes that Yakov was able to pull off, and that's where Yakov turns it back into his favor, and that's where Yakov is basically winning this game off of. Crazy sequence of events. Crazy sequence of events. More Lurker shots. Still poking through. You can see the SCVs on that low ground trying to repair up a tank. Not quite going to be good enough just yet. These few Hydras are going to go diving forward. They would also like to get a little more out of this. We get a couple cancels on some tech labs. Those barracks are still in some trouble. See a siege tank there getting blinding clouded as well. That will end up falling. At this point, Yakov's just pushing through to the win, and Percival going to be kicking himself a little bit for letting that one slip away, because this felt as though it was more than good enough to get himself in time. He's in a great position, just did not manage to deal with those lurkers well at all. And that was that. Not much else to add on, just watching Percival die in the final moments of this one. Yakov, like I say, pulling it back. GG's is Percival. Ooh, and this could be big, man. I mean, Percival and Yakov, I really do look at this and think that this is the kind of matchup that can absolutely have a big impact on this group. Both two players that could absolutely rise the ranks and kind of upset players to move on through, I would say. We get ourselves ready for game number 2. Our second map will be Ruby Rock in a couple of moments. So we'll be moving into that momentarily, guys. Just throw some ads up. We'll get that ready to roll. Where is Cure? Why he not play? Because it is not Cure time to play yet. That is why. So yes, Cure will be playing when it is Cure's time to play. Again, we play some of the matches live. The other matches are from replays once we get through the live matches. So the Cure games are coming up. First Cure series will be the 5th series of the day overall. Alrighty. Just in the main, very effective. Game number 2 on Ruby Rock. Let's see if Percival can get back to what was going well for him in that first game before that Nidus in the main got out of control. Let's get this one rolling on through. Ruby Rock, as I mentioned, as our map. Game number 2 of this best of 3. And down a game in the top left after, like I say, it was a pretty darn good start from him, but did not defend the way he needed to see it on through. It is Percival in the top left-hand corner. Up against the blue Zerg in the bottom right, we've got Yakov. Great persistence from him, always looking for a way to kind of draw this game out and give himself another shot or two further down the line, and that's exactly what he did in the end. Like I say, very well done. Cool to see and excited to see what shall be next for him to get this underway. Barracks moving out, STV coming through, hatching the drones in production. And a lot of that underway right now. Bringing that all into place. Extractor going down, hatchery building. Get settled here. Take a couple of moments. So sad my new job keeps me away from Wardy during the weeks. No, it doesn't, does it? Have you told him? You should ask for a Wardy time allowance. A WTA. If they don't permit that, then you gotta really look at them in the eyes and say, is this a healthy work environment? And they'll probably tell you to shut up, but you know, it's worth a shot, no? Worth a shot. Could I write you an official letter? I could sign off on something, you know, like if you send it over, I can put the signature on it. Something to that effect. Barracks is floating around for an overlord, but there is no overlord here to be killed, so Yakov actually going to get away with one, as Percival was convinced he was going to find himself something on that. Just see the command center building through, laying the speed, and the drones in production. Hatchery coming online. And that barracks gets back, going to drop the reactor down. A couple of Zerglings will step forward, the Marines are going to be right there. Get rid of one ling, going to look for 2 lings, going to look for 3 lings. And we're just going to get the 2. Okay, we just get the 2 lings. The Marines pull back a little further. Still got our command center coming up. The orbital on the way. Reactor and the SCV going through. Starport building straight on by. And that Tech Lab building as well. The link speed building up. The Zerglings on the way. Queen producing. Hatch producing. Getting a lot of this coming through for the next couple of moments. And just seeing where we're gonna go with it all. Couple of Hellions going about. Just going to be seeing the Marines getting over here. Just going to get straight onto that Overlord. So we'll be taking some damage straight away. Again, the drones coming about. Queen continuing through. Just get that all settled in, like I say. And the Hellions and company coming by as well. The Ling's just going to get that run by. And they're going to get in after a few of these SCVs. So a couple of workers going down right off the bat. Hellion trying to fight. A few Zerglings still dropping. And the Ling's actually doing a great job of wrapping around in those. Yeah, Lings continue to go down. 7 workers continue to fall thus far. Just seen the Banshee, Hellions, and the Cloaking continue to come about as well. So again, a lot of that going down at the moment. That Orbital Command still very much so on the way up as well. Just at this moment of time. Hellions playing a bit more cleanup. Banshee and the Hellions still producing through. Cloaking on the way over. Move around that bottom side. The Banshee going to get across the top. Zergling getting picked off. Drones, Lings, Queens, and Spores all on the way. The Queen's just going to be there to push the Hellions back the other direction. So a little bit of pressure on that immediately. And those Lings and the Spore Crawlers coming through. So we continue with that as well. That lair still very much still building through also. Again, those couple of Queens still building die. The Lingers and the Overlord coming about. The Banshee and the Stimpak coming over. Had those barracks on. Had the SCV on. And the Banshee is still heading across to that far right-hand side. Going to get straight in here to see what more it can do. A couple of the drones begin to go down almost immediately. And we just have ourselves, again, the Bane Nest in the lair. Also the drone. Continuing to come by at the moment. Stimpak's about halfway done. Again, the engineering bays and the barracks continue to come into position right now. Orbital Command will take a chance to get across the other side and put a little bit of work in there. As this extractor gets into place, a couple of Banshees begin to work onto the hatchery. Going down very speedily, in fact, as we just have, again, the Lings, the Overlords, and the Queen coming about. When upgrades and the Stim continue through, there's going to be those Hellions continue to put some good damage in, and they get rid of all but a couple of those Lings. Now they chase through for some drones. Felt like we maybe missed a better shot there, in fact, but still chasing the drones away and 4 workers killed is not bad. Felt like there was maybe a volley there. We could have had like 3 or 4 more worker kills. We're still poking with these Banshees. Oh, misplay. Percival thought there was no Overseer there. He must have just not seen it, and then he went back in thinking he had the chance to just play the Cloak and attack, but the Overseer was there. So we lose 1 Banshee because of that little misplay. Like I say, down 15 workers in this game, setting up on the 3rd, and the Hellions just got caught and out on the map. The Zerglings with the wraparound. Percival starting to kind of tumble apart at the moment. You're just going to be seeing the tank shot there, going to hit a few of the Zerglings. So Fueling's going to go back out the other direction a little bit. We do have ourselves 1-1 upgrades and combat shield all on the way by as well. Marine tank, medevac in production, armory, and a couple of depots to be added on alongside everything else that's currently happening. Again, 1-1 on the way through. Baneling speed coming up. The infestation pit, the hatches continue to come on by. Again, just a little bit of everything coming through at the moment. Get those upgrades going. The medevac to the bottom right side. Continue to get that all underway. Marines just going to stim into this base. What's nearby? Yeah, there's some units nearby. No baneling speed for a few more seconds. Going to be the opportunity, I think, for Percival just to get a little bit more damage done. Sticking around those few extra moments can make the difference sometimes, and just, again, give you a little bit more value to work with, and that's exactly what ends up happening there. That Banshee's still taking some shots and super low, just lingering to see if we get any more drones. The Banes, they're going to crash into that wall, but not enough to really go through for the SCVs after, so that will be the end of that. Good tank position helped to get rid of a few of those Banes before they crashed in. And so we're very good at maintaining that scenario there as well. A few more banelings coming up. Burrow, Overlord speed coming through as well, so we get that still building straight by. Just for the moment. 2-2 upgrades, still building through too, so again, getting that on the go. It's going to be an upgrade lead from Percival. There's no 2-2 yet from Yakov, and now he's starting to clear out some of the creep spread here. We got Yakov supply blocked a couple of seconds. Two things that just obviously, again, add up over the course of the game. As these Marines are going to actually take a chance to jump in after a couple of those drones. A few workers still going down. Ling's trailing forward, not going to do too much at all. Extra drones now in trouble as we're going to dive on in. Lean Bane looking to get toward these Marines. The tank's going to figure out what they want to do. Turning around after a couple of those Banelings as well, as Zergling's still playing the wrap around. The Queen's still nearby. 42 additional Zerglings on the way out. Burrow will finish very soon. Marines 2-2. The couple of Widow Mines continue to come about as well. So again, a lot of that on the way as we speak. Ling Bane Force just gathering in the center. And a couple of Vipers will continue by. The Zerglings still continuing up. And the Medivac goes around the upper right-hand side. Let's get rid of another Zergling right away there, so we grab that immediately. And now the Ling Bane wants to take a dive onto those Marines. They're going to pull back. We're going to lift into the Medivacs to play the escape game. And we do manage to get out of there pretty untouched. There's going to be some units that run across the map from Yakov. They want to try and hit this fourth base and see if we can delay this from coming online. Percival drops it down in the face of danger. To be fair, it's not like Zerglings are going to kill it very quickly, and so I think we can probably just start the Planetary Fortress morphing and start getting the defense ready on that location. 2-2 about to finish from Percival. Will be on that upgrade lead in a second, as we are going to see Medivacs target firing the Medivacs here. Sorry, Queen's target firing the Medivacs. As you know, those last Marines end up stranded. They try and step forward to chase the Queens, but the Banes show up and get an explosive finish to that little trade out. Yakov's supply starting to look very good again. I feel like Percival's been trading not badly, 6k to 7k, but yeah, Yakov 82 drones. He's just pumping units right now off this 5-base economy. Top right base probably in some trouble. That looks like a cancel. There's a few Zerglings that are going to run in. Do they get there in time to actually stop this from being cancelled? Yes, no, they do not. He thought he did because he didn't even bother to cancel the hatchery, but that is a hatchery killed, not cancelled. As now we're going to see more of those Lings running through again. Widow Mines burrowing up. Might have to lift into the Medivacs here with those units, but the Widow Mines do some of the work. We parasitic bomb. The Medivacs are healthy enough that shouldn't be too much of a problem. They will go low, but I don't think they will fall from their original HP bars on that one. Supplies even up for a second until Yakov decides what to build, and it's 54 more Lings before also we see investment into the Ultra Cavern as well. That's now finishing Start of Kindness playing. The 2-2 upgrades will finish in a second as well. No 3-3 yet from Percival. He's kind of strapped for cash, and so being a little bit broke right now is not ideal, because the ideal situation here is that you get 3-3 started ASAP. And yeah, I imagine that's something we want to try and move toward ASAP right now. So one more thing to think on as the bio comes through. A couple of these crypt tumors being picked away at. Ling Bane continues to run across. Bio going to jump back into the Medivacs currently as well. I'm just going to be seeing the rest of the Ling Bane still chasing. It's a lot of units on the ground. You can see Percival trying to stretch across into the Ghost production. The problem with the Ghost production is that Ghosts don't immediately deal super well with this army, but you do kind of need them against the Ultras. Knock down the Planetary Fortress. There goes the fourth. There's a CC bottom left that will come back across. That was trying to be a fifth base. It will become a replacement fourth base instead. So that is the new way of things there. SCV is trying to repair up the depots of extra Bane show up. That's not really going to happen. Yakov is in trouble bottom left. Percival's in trouble up over here. Both players are supply blocked at the moment as well. So getting additional units out is not exactly the easiest of things. We lose this base from Yakov. Both still supply blocked, and Percival is on a good army right now. 6 Ultras on the way. He will have some Ghosts to deal with them, but maybe not on that army that's across the map just yet. So something else for us to look at just for the moment. Ultra Pops Marines come through. The Ghost's going to get grabbed. The Lings are going to get a wrap around onto that incoming Planetary Fortress. And we're going to have to lift that off. Nope, that's a kill. So CC goes down. Not saved. I mean, we're in a chaotic game at the moment. I understand that things are going wrong. You're trying to look everywhere, so mistakes are going to happen. It's just losing a base that you could have saved feels very costly at this point, because if this game settles down at all, that's the sort of thing you're going to really be missing when it comes down to it, right? Like, that's the sort of thing you really wish you had back, as that Medivac is going to die full of Marines as well. That Parasitic Bomb was good enough for the KO, so that's another major pickoff right there. We got the +3 attack upgrade on the way from Percival. 3-3 coming up from Yakov as well. every game, every match in this tournament is so competitive because every placement in this group can make such a difference to your tournament run. Never mind, just obviously you need to make a difference to make sure you get to the playoffs in the first place. These Marines have to lift off. We're going to cancel that hatchery anyway and just rebuild it for the better HP. He's not in a rush for it. He is dominating the top right side of the map and middle of the map creep spread, so I don't think he hates having to cancel the bottom left. Like, yes, he'd like to have it, but he's not missing it if he takes another half minute to get it set up. Percival going to try and get into that 5th base is really one of the things he's missing so far. I like this, just target fires down a bunch of drones. 9 workers going down as that drop does play trade out. So we get a bunch of damage done on that, and fighting over here. These ultras are kind of annoying because we've not really had the ghosts, right, to really deal with them. Like, we had a few ghosts, but they've been here, there, and everywhere. We do finish +3 attack. That will help, especially against no +3 carapace, which is done in about 30 seconds. But if we fight ultras for the next moment or two, I actually think there's maybe a good trade in the play coming through soon from Percival. Just going to see those Widow Mines burrowing up en masse. Got to be careful what you let them fire onto, though. You don't want too much friendly fire. You don't want overkill or anything as well. So, a couple of things to wait on there. Ultra Link still gathering the Vipers overhead. I'm going to morph in a bunch of additional Banelings. +3 carapace, +1 flyer attack, flyer carapace as well. The +3 melee upgrade. All these upgrades finishing up soon. Only going to help you secure your position in this game. A couple extra Banes will come by as well. A couple Widow Mines coming up. SCVs are coming over. The bio will join together. Yeah, those extra Banes going to be finishing very, very shortly right now. More Widow Mine shots coming about. Bio still kind of running back. Baneling's going to get through to the mineral line. It's a bunch of SCVs that are going to get blown up. So a few workers going down. The Planetary Fortress bottom left goes down as well. Bio, Ghost, Mine, all coming across, looking to do something about this. Couple more snipes to get rid of some more ultras right away. Get some more damage done on that right from the get-go. Ling Ultra still producing. +1 flyer attack, +1 flyer carapace coming by as well. Lots of Ling Ultra on the way up, by the way, so a lot of units coming out in that regard. We do get a scan down to pick off a couple of Banelings, which is nice. It's always going to be a big win when we get a few Banelings cleaned up, so especially not letting the burrow catch you off guard is pretty much a necessity. You don't want this to go wrong for you. I'm just going to take the chance to jump onto this hatchery. The rest of these drones gathering together. We'll be seeing the Ling Ultra going to run around to the top side. Just going to run straight in after that Bioforce, which is going to lift into the Medivacs and escape away for the moment. It's just going to get out of there. 4 more Infestors coming about. So 4 Infestors on the way, +1 flyer attack, +1 flyer carapace, all coming through. The Corrupted Infestor coming about as well. 18 drones going down. Big economy hit for Yakov, who still sits at 80 drones, so still in a pretty darn good position. Couple goes get ready to snipe through. Marines unloading. Creep team is going down. Some good creep play out being done at the moment. And again, the rest of the Ling Corruptor coming about. +2 flyer attack, +2 flyer carapace coming online as well. The Marines will take a step forward. Creep team is continuing to drop by the second here currently. Corruptor jumps onto the Medivac momentarily. The rest of the Lings coming across as well. It's so hard for Yakov to commit to a fight in, especially when all those mines are set up. I tell you what, it's so important though for Percival to get that bottom left base. He needs a 5th base. We're 70 minutes in this game. Staying on 4 bases forever is not going to do it for you. So you gotta start figuring that out. You gotta start getting that sorted sooner rather than later right now. Another CC on the way in. The Planetary Fortress will be building. The Cloaking coming up. Neo Steel Plating coming through. A little bit of the Ling Bane Ultra wanting to step forward as well. The Bio pulling back a little. Medivacs overhead. And we've got a chunk of ghosts, 14 of them available. This game's going to look so different now we start actually making stuff like this happen. We got a couple of good snipes on there as well. Let's go. Let's just gather up. Just going to be seeing the Infestors, the +2, again, upgrades on both sides coming about. Command Center wants to get down that left as well. We are going to see Marine, Marauder, Widow Mine coming about. Command Center finishing soon. On the top side of the map, we're going to see a little bit of a fight breaking through, and those Ultras are going to dive on forward. Big push in. Ghosts are going to show up a little bit late to this fight, which is the only reason the Ultras got so far forward. The moment the Ghosts show up, those Ultras absolutely melt. It's kind of awkward because the Ultras ended up so deep before the Ghosts arrived that then the Ultras did not really have an easy way out, so they just kind of end up in permanent trouble, in fact. It's not exactly ideal for them, so a little bit of a messy situation there for sure. Ghosts get rid of a couple more Banelings. Just going to be seeing the rest of the Ghosts gathering up. Ultra Corrupt joining through. The Zerglings are going to be there as well, so those numbers continue to rise up for the moment. The Bio will get rid of the Queen. A couple of Creep Tumors going down as well. Damage being done as the Great Aspire builds. 5 more Ultras on the way. Marine Marauder Medevac building through. Mining the Reactor coming over. Bio comes to the left-hand side. There's a couple of Infestors there. What are they looking for? Probably the Ghosts. Oh no, here we go. The Fungal comes down with EMP. We are going to get most of the snipes off early, so we did not need to worry too much about that. So that's actually kind of neat, as we are going to be seeing a couple more snipes coming through. Percival's supply not looking great. Can he get away from these Ultras? One Ultra chasing those Ghosts. Oh, he goes onto the Planetary, though. He's going to give the Ghosts a chance to play Getaway. And the Ghosts do kind of get away with one there, because I feel like none of them should have survived. That Ultra was right on their tails. Saved by the Planetary Fortress and just the chaos of the situation. For the moment, at least. Great Spire still coming up. Ultra Infestor Ling coming by. The Ultras and the Lings wanting to head toward that right side. All those Ghosts moving through again. Pulling back. A few Zerglings coming over. Running straight into this natural. It's not a good sign for Percival, obviously, when Yakov is looking to basically overrun your natural. This is pretty rough, to say the least, as the Bio will continue to fight. A few more Zerglings going down. A couple of those Lings still nibbling through some of the SCVs. 18 workers killed. Percival, again, he finally got set up on that 5th base, but maybe just too late. Too late to really stand strong and to really feel good about the situation, I guess. It really feels like that's where we're at right now, where things are maybe just a little bit too far gone, and we may not be able to do much to turn this around at this point. Disruptors will get in after the command center. Widowmine goes off on the Overseer, which, funnily enough, just accidentally splashes some Banelings. Percival needs to make some big stands right now. Like, if Percival wants to see success in this game, he needs to defend really well from this point on and basically take no bad fights. The Infestor's going to make that difficult. Honestly, those were not the best Fungals, just in the sense that the split was good enough that it was limited what you were going to be able to, grab in a Fungal there. Does it matter? Yakov says no. Gonna dive on through, jumps onto that Planetary Fortress, obviously doing a lot of work straight onto it. And I think without that base, Percival's kind of doomed. Even if he cleaned this army up, which is looking unlikely. The Ghost count is okay-ish, but it doesn't have a lot of energy left on a lot of those Ghosts, so not all are going to be kind of super sniping machines, and the Ultras are chasing them down, get close in the distance already. Ling's showing up as reinforcements. Yakov going to pull off a great 2-0 here. Well, this is going to be a tough matchup for him, and it did look like in that game 1, but he turned it around in this game 2. It's been chaotic, it's been fun, and Yakov was just about to stay a step ahead as Percival. Not the start of the day he's looking for, obviously. He wanted a lot better than this. GG there, and Yakov is going to take a 2-0 to advance into a win-in position on the group so far. Well, he'll be 1-1 after losing to MaNa, but that's a good step in the right direction for him, getting rectified after a starting series which was a loss for him. So definitely puts you back on that right track. As we will get our next matchup set up in just a second. So it's going to be Yakov versus Trigger for us. We'll get that underway momentarily. Cool. Get that sorted. Get that ready to go. And then I also need to get MaNa and Percival in the lobby together for the other match happening at the same time, guys. Make sure to get that rolling. Alright, videos are starting up. Like I say, it's going to be Trigger Yakov for some PvZ. And then Kua is finally going to come to the stage and play his games after that as well. The bracket graph on Liquipedia looks crazy. How many games are there? Yeah, quite a few. 6, 10, 14, 18, 20, 26, 30, 38 series. 38 series of playoffs. Look, I thought, you know, the group stage is going to have like 40 matches. We got to have like at least a few more playoff games, or at least try to get there. You know, make it best of 5 as well. Yeah, the playoffs are going to be truly epic for this event. It's sometimes weird, right, where you sometimes have these big, you know, tournaments, or these just tournaments that happen, and we do like 4 days of 10 best of 3s a day group stages, and then the playoffs are just like bam, bam, done. But the playoffs are going to be 38 series for this 2025 championship. We've taken a little bit of inspiration from the OSC championship bracket. I think it's going to be fun, honestly. We're going to see how it goes at the very least. We're going to see how it goes, see how it ends up. Should be a lot of fun. We've got our first couple of videos down, so not too far away from Yakov and Trigger getting hosted into their opening game of their best of 3. That will be coming up soon for our 4th best of 3 of the day. And yeah, we'll get this started up in just a couple of seconds, guys. Just a couple of secondos. Beautiful. Alright, 10,000 feet starting over there. They are sorted. Let's get these guys sorted. And let's get you guys sorted. Get some more action rolling. $1,200 smackaroos for the winner. And we want to try and double it. If you guys want to support, then you can donate. Any donations go directly to the prize pool of the tournament. We are at currently... £408 donated out of 4,000, which would be the point where we completely double everything. So if you guys want to support, again, get the donations coming in. They go directly into the prize pool. All donations on the stream for the next month. All of our Christmas donations directly into the prize pool to raise up the prize money. And just try and make this feel a little bit more like that 2025 championship. Is that goal probably going to get reached? Probably not. I actually don't think we'll double it, but we can absolutely try our best. The closer we get, the more that goes to the players, and in what is truly designed to be a celebration of what has been a great year of WardiTV tournaments. So, love it. All right, guys, we are counting down, getting going as soon as they finish videoing. Not the fastest of processes, but we're getting there slowly. We'll be in game very soon. Kicking this off. Tourmaline going to be our opening map. Try and get this hosted before the players do this time. I don't think I've actually hosted a game all day. Funnily enough. No, I still didn't beat Trigger. Gosh darn it, Trigger's too speedy. Yeah. This is a group of fast lobby hosts. This is what I've just typed to them, but it's very true. I've not been able to slide in there at all with my own lobby. I've not been able to host a single time. Unbelievable. Alright, guys, we are hopefully just moments away from getting this going. We're in the lobby, and if the players are ready, we can kick off this PvZ. See if Trigger can get on track after a loss against MaNa earlier. Yakov just needs a moment, so no worries there. We'll give it a couple of moments. Get that resuming. What was that event back when there was a series of qualifiers to choose the best 4 players in Europe for a live final event? It turned out to be 4 Zergs. I can't remember, actually. I don't recall that at all. Doesn't even sound familiar in my head. Like, nothing jumps to mind. So, yeah. I can imagine it, though. There was a time where, you know, you had Sarah, Raynor, a laser. Probably very convincingly kind of top 4-ish a lot of the time. Yakov just readied up, so as long as Trigger is ready, he's in control of this lobby, and we can go into this next series. 4th of the day. We've got 10 best of 3s in total for you guys. Obviously, lots of games still coming up. We're not even at the halfway marker yet, so stay tuned, settle down. If you're enjoying the stream, do consider hitting the like and subscribe button if you're on the YouTube channel. Especially, let's get those subs in on YouTube. We've had so many new people watching lately on YouTube. If you don't already subscribe to the channel, take a second to hit that button. Scroll down, it's right there. Helps us out a whole bunch. Like the video while you're doing it. Helps us out also, because more people getting notified to watch more StarCraft 2 because of the YouTube algorithm is a good thing. Let's jump into Tourmaline for map 1. That's all the stellar time we have. Now it's time for more StarCraft 2ing. As we have on the top right-hand side, we have got the teal Protoss player. This is Trigger. Taking on the red Zerg. Down in the bottom left, we will have ourselves Yakov. Hey, what's up? Ascalon UK, how you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 70-month resub. Appreciate it. I will get your decoration ready for the tree. I'll get you on that tree after this game. Don't forget, guys, as well, if you want bonus kind of bits on the tree, 5 gifted subs will give you a little decoration on top of your decoration. Color choice available as well. And if you want to feel crazy, if you want to really support WardiTV this holiday season, 20 gifted subs, you get a decoration from the Lucky Dip Bag. We've not had one of those since the first couple of days, but the Lucky Dip Bag still exists. It's under my desk. You guys can Lucky Dip your way to, well, who knows what you might get out of the Lucky Dip Bag. But an improved decoration, while also, most importantly, while also supporting StarCraft. So there's a benefit to what seems like the lamest thing of all time. Fear not. Clash Invitational 2018. Sterile Zanster Nurture and a laser. That's was that the one in the Clash House? Did I cast that? I don't remember that being only ZVT. As soon as that probe coming about a couple seconds. It was in Italy. Yeah, no, I was that all ZVZ that tournament? The playoffs? That's so funny. I was there. Yeah, I was there with Red and Roddy. I don't remember us only casting ZVZ though. That's so funny. That must have been a very chill event. Apparently we casted like 3 series and then like a couple of show matches apparently. That was a very chill event actually. I remember them taking us for food and that was a good one. That was a good one. Damn. I remember, for some reason, I remember being at the airport for that tournament, actually. On my way there. Because I had to sit in a different terminal to usual that I usually fly from. And I don't know why, I just remember sitting there. Being on the way to Italy. kind of random. Nothing that really comes to mind, just the fact that I was sat there. And I was like... I think in my head I was like, I usually fly to America from here, but I'm going to Italy, that's so weird. Apparently that's important enough to stick in my head 7 years later. Yeah, a little strange, a little strange. A couple of depths looking through to try and get some work done, trying to put some pressure on in these early couple of moments, as we just have Ling's looking to try and get a little wrap around on the Adept if possible. Queens will fight against this big game, you know. Yakov brings it back against Percival, puts himself to 1-1 in this group. A win here, 2 wins is a very good place to move forward from, as we've been saying all day, and we will say throughout the rest of this group stage. 2 wins is oftentimes the magic number. It's not the safe position. 3 wins would be safe, but 2 wins gives you that shot of advancing. And Trigger already losing to MaNa. If Yakov beats Trigger, then it really puts the pressure on Trigger, because he would be 0-2, needing to beat the Terran players to have a shot at even advancing from this group. So, yeah, Yakov a win here would be huge for him. For Trigger a win here would be massive, because he could give himself an edge and give himself kind of that 1-1, and then Yakov's 1-2, and Yakov still has Cure to play, and then that might just be enough to eliminate Yakov overall. Like, if you think that Cure is the big favorite over Yakov, and you expect Cure to win there, then this actually almost is a must-win series for Yakov, in which case for Trigger it's almost a must-win as well, because I think any which way, this is very likely going to be... If one of these two advance to the playoffs, it's probably based on the winner of this match. Got a couple of Oracles. They've been at work, man. They are beaten up. They are hurting. They are low HP. They've been at work. They've only killed a couple drones. There's been some Adepts that went down too, so just nice from Yakov to get so much damage on those, because when those, Oracles are low HP, it does not feel good trying to bring them back into play. It does not feel good trying to, push them back forward again, so definitely not ideal. A couple of Oracles still flying about. Trying to see what we can get to. Queen's going to be there. Oracles take a couple shots of damage, get turned around. Flare coming up, get that underway still. That Blink coming through too, as the Zerglings will wrap around on these Adepts. It's a good defense from Yakov. He's really on top of everything that Trigger's kind of bringing onto the map so far. Yakov has been quick and confident in his responses, so has been doing a great job thus far, like I say. Queen there is going to push the Oracle back down around the bottom side. Melee upgrade still coming by. Stasis Ward will be building. The Hydrogen coming up. Extractor's coming through. And a few Zerglings are going to go after the Stalker. The Adept right there as well. Good stuff right away. We do have ourselves the few Zerglings still staying busy for a couple more moments. So again, a bit more damage being done. Hydrogen about to complete. Melee upgrade. Overseer on the way out. That Temple Archive is going to be a part of this. That battery coming online. Baneling Nest coming over as well. Oracle takes a little recharge of energy, so gets pumped back up. Just for the moment, a couple Queens are going to gather. Again, that Baneling Nest coming through. The Zerglings and the Hydras are still building out as well, so a lot of that on the way in. A couple of those Crypt Humors setting up as well. Robo Facility and Temple Archives will be part of this as the next step. As obviously Trigger will be getting ready to go with the Blink Sorger soon, but like I said, Yakov has been kind of on top of everything Trigger's brought onto the map so far. I'm kind of surprised if that didn't continue here. So yeah, he's been keeping himself in a very good, solid place. That Blink about to complete. Storm coming over. A couple of the Stalkers going to get in after the Overseer, so we put a bit more damage out onto that. The additional gateways still coming through. The Robotics facility will finish as well. It's going to get that completed for the moment. +1 to be done soon. Storm's about halfway done. Again, Hydra's coming up. Spine's on the way. The Zerglings are in production. A little bit of the Baneling speed and the melee upgrade building by as we speak, so bringing all of that online as well. So you get that up and running is, again, the Storm will be finished soon. The Charge and the Immortal in production. The Hydra and the Queens in position to push the Oracle back the other way, so Oracle gets turned around the top side already. Again, Storm about to finish. +2 is producing. Charge will finish very shortly as well, like I say. There's a lot more Banes morphing in. Over on the left-hand side, going to be joining up with those Hydralisks. We're going to split up and look for the dive into these bases. Yakov looking to bring the aggression off of what was a weaker start from Trigger. Didn't get a lot done with the Oracles or the Adepts. Looking to try and make something happen already with a shove right now. There are going to be the Storms available, but the first Storm doesn't do much. Honestly, gets away from the second Storm nicely as well. The attack on the right side, which complicates matters. Banes just roll in, and actually will get a few probes as well on top of having killed off a bunch of units. The High Templars need a Storm right here again. Okay, the double Storm is good. The double Storm is what gets the kills on those Banelings. We did land the second one to be able to do that. That's a pretty good defense from Trigger overall. I thought 2 Banes slipped into that mineral line on the right side. They didn't. It was just the one, so we didn't actually lose any workers either. And Yakov is going to back away and go into an infestation pit. So he's feeling like this wasn't working. He felt like this wasn't worth reinforcing and doubling down on. Instead, he's going to look to tech out of this with his missile upgrade, infestation pit, probably a step toward lurkers, but it'll obviously take us a little while to confirm exactly what's coming out. But that does seem like the general idea of what is now about to happen. So yeah, missiles in the Overlord speed coming about already. We've seen our couple of Zealots heading back down to that bottom left side. Just going to come straight over. Ling Bane gonna get a wrap around, a couple of units getting picked off as well. It's gonna be seeing the 32 additional Zerglings coming about, missiles and Overlord speed building also. Again, Lurker coming about, Hive coming through. The couple Stalkers will hit the Banelings from the high ground, so it's actually kind of nice, denying a couple of those. Ling Bane Hydra starting to make a little bit of a move on up. Just getting straight on in there. And nice little storm going down. The Ling Hydra pulling back the other way. Ling's going to go get wraparounds on the Zealots as well. Just going to get those Zealots surrounded. Going down. It's going to be seeing 6 more Zealots warping in as well. So just a counterattack from Trigger going to keep Yakov at least a little bit busy, as the defense from Trigger was good initially, and now looking to try and improve on this with the Zealots getting some damage done as well. Did the Lurkers replace Infestors? You haven't played since Wall. They didn't replace them. Infestors still exist too. They do very different things. But Lurkers... Infestors are usually like an addition nowadays, more so than like, hey, I'm going to base my army composition around Infestors. Which is what happened back in Wings of Liberty a lot of the time. Lurkers are something which is like, hey, I'm going to get a bunch of Lurkers up and we're going to play from there, you know? Ling's coming into the front, a couple of Archons down that right side, Ling Lurk coming through, Seismic Spines, Adrenal Glands plus 2 missiles, building as well. Just going to be seeing his army stepping into the center of the map. Scary when the Lurkers aren't quite in position. They're not traded yet either, so they're not full strength straight away here. Something else just to kind of keep in mind as these Lurkers do get in position over on this side. The Zealots are going to make a play to try and play cleanup on said Lurkers, and they're going to do a pretty good job of it. There's going to be a defense trigger, pushes that back. Yakov will not take too much damage. Again, the Adrenal Glands and the plus 2 missiles will come through. Hydras and a few Lurkers continuing by as well. So your Archons just gather up. Spire about halfway done. Lings and the Hydras will continue to produce. Mothership on the way. Immortal High Temple coming up. Shield's going to be done shortly. It's going to see those Lurkers stepping out over that far right-hand side. Mothership, Immortal, Archon, all still building at the moment. Lurkers going to get rid of the High Templars. Going to be able to get that kill straight away. It's going to be a nice little grab. We do have the shove up as we try and push ourselves into position over here. Storm coming down, the Archons, the Stalkers, and the Zealots getting up in front. A couple of those Lurkers already dropping, so again, the chase away pretty reasonable for the moment as Percival, Trigger, will keep Yakov at bay. Got that last series on my mind still, apparently, as just drop a couple of Storms coming through, and still the Lurkers can't really advance too much. That said, Yakov is just rebuilding a lot of units. I mean, you can see Trigger's supply is kind of struggling in comparison, but it is PvZ, where the Zerg is going to rebuild quickly, and the Protoss might want to go into a few more kind of techier units. He starts building 3 Tempests at a time. It's just a case of, if you're doing this, surviving while you do it, right? And making sure you have enough army to survive any wave of units that hits you while the rest of that happens. And a couple of Lurkers coming about. Those Zealots are going to work around the right side. A couple of Lings and Hydras here come over. That Zealot going to be in some trouble straight away. We get a cancel on this Nexus. Going to be a little grab on top of everything else as well. Again, Tempest coming up. +1 air weapons coming through. That Overseer overhead. Going to get a little bit of a peek by. See what else is happening. Tempest keeps shooting. The Overseer keeps on taking damage as well. So all of that continuing through for the moment. There's the +2 melee, the +3 missiles. The Lurkers. +1 flyer attack upgrade continuing to push into place. Those additional Spore Crawlers still coming through as well, so we get those finished. These Storms coming down, hitting a lot of the Hydra Ling Lurker army. Nidus Network finishes up, and the Zealot and the Tempest just going to work their way through onto that Nidus, and the Nidus will be going down, so the Nidus denied. The Lurkers will fall. And get cleaned up as well. Now the rest of these lurkers burrow, get a good storm down, help to force them back the other direction, stop them from doing too much just yet. Working our way around, we actually end up running out of that time warp and escaping away for the next couple moments. Things gather up. Again, Ultra Cavern, Zerglings, a good bit of everything on the way through right here. Just going to be having the 3 additional Tempests coming by as well, so all of that coming online. The air weapons coming through as part of this. The switch into those Tempests and that air army in general continues to come through for the moment. Andrew Ling just making another step forward. Just trying to step across there. Now just going to be seeing the Tempest going to fight. Another storm coming down. Just going to be seeing the Hydralisks taking a big bit of damage from that storm. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're going to kill a bunch of stuff, but they're hurt moving into this. The cannons, I think, should do enough to protect that mineral line. A handful of probes go down. 4 is very replaceable at the moment, so that part should not be too troublesome. I just continue back down to the bottom. 12 more Corruptors in production right now. All those Corruptors coming through. Again, the Lurkers as well. Yakov definitely had the bases and the money to get rebuilding here just across the board, so continue through with that pretty decently as well. Ling, Lurker, Hydra gathering up at the moment. Tempest come across, just going to be having a big move over that right side. Hatchery in the top left. Knight's coming through as well. +3 melee, +1 carapace, and that kind of playing coming through. Ling Hydra going to try and fight against a couple more of those Zealots. Tempest up in the sky. Storm's coming through. Time Warp coming down. We're going to get a dive onto a lot of these Tempests right now. The Mothership going to get picked off. The Ling's on the ground chasing after the High Templar. They run back through the storm, which is never fun. That's additional bonus damage being taken where you don't just really want to take it, so not ideal. A couple Lurkers up here being difficult to clean up apparently. A couple of units walked in over there but didn't have what they needed, so that's going to make that awkward. Looks as though the top left will actually get cleaned out now. So the top left gets cleaned out, and otherwise you got drop a couple more storms down. Looking to keep everything else at bay. Those Tempests are still firing through. Just going to have to a couple of the drones at this point. Those Tempests are something we got to make sure we got the response to, right? Make sure those Corruptors are in good numbers. They're going to make a dive forward here. We have the storm that zones them. We kill a couple Corruptors as they come in. Those Tempests are just blasting in very good numbers, making a big impact on this game thus far. A couple of the Zealots charge through. The Nidus network goes down. Now this hatchery in the top left-hand side will continue to take quite a few shots here, so that's going to fall. A Corruptor Lurker force on the bottom side wants to reposition, or at least take a couple of moments to try to. Again, Spire on the way up. The Overlords and Vipers still producing through for the moment. Push across the map. Again, that Spire coming about. Hatch coming over. A couple of Spine Crawlers will be poking away at the Zealots, so continue to do that at the moment here as the Creep Teamers will be getting cleaned up as well. Uh-oh. They dive. This is where Yakov feels though he's got enough of a surround to make this happen, so in we go. Honestly, there's not a lot of Corruptors left. Is it enough anti-air? I mean, Tricker seems to think it is, because he's going to recall out of this and just try and preserve some of those units, keeping that Tempest count up and trying to reestablish the the ground army that's going to really support you with the additional Archons coming back in. That's why the Ultras in production are very important from Yakov. The Zealots on that left side got kind of the central base, clearing that up, pushing that away as well. Doing a great job on that. The rest of those Ultras coming back through. Carapace on the upgrades. +2 on the ground. Carapace as well. Gonna see the couple Stalkers blinking in. Gonna get in after a couple of those Lurkers there already. Those Lurkers end up unburrowing, relocating, pulling back for the moment. That's gonna be seeing the Stalkers gonna shoot. The Viper will come around. Soldiers will go through. Things will just nibble. Nax is taking some damage. The Ultras come back over. It's going to be seeing the Ultras able. I mean, the Ultras on the ground, I think, are a big issue here for Trigger. It's one thing I'm not sure he has really a great response to. I think Ultra making their way through. That Assimilator going to go down. Those Lurkers still setting up nicely on that left side, getting rid of a couple of probes. Ultra here getting caught a little bit as well. Tempest just going to be shooting, but actually apparently lost detection there. The Storm's coming down. The Vipers go down there as the Storm's going to continue to hit on them. We're going to maybe lose the Tempest. There's also just an Ultra count that is not being dealt with. So the Corruptors are fighting the Tempest effectively, and at the same time you just have no response to Ultralisks. This is a big problem. The ground army I actually think would be okay against Ultras. It's just not in the right place. It's off over to the left. The attack's on the right. Looks like the Corruptors did maybe not fare as well as I thought against this Tempest. Quite a few of them going down, it seems. Ultras taking some hits, like I say. I feel like Ultras on their own are not exactly going to be the make or break that you want this to be over here, but giving it a good go at the moment. Microbial Shroud still building through. Infest is coming up. Corruptile Ultra on the way. And get that +3 Carapace coming over. +2 Flyer Carapace as well. +2 Flyer attacks as part of this. Zealots will chase in after the Zerglings. So again, we chase in over with that. A couple of Tempest shots going to go through, hitting the hatchery already. I mean, this is the nice part, is that you can counter a little bit, but you need to be able to fight the army, because if the army's still powerful, this is not enough Corruptors, no. Drop a Storm, we chase away, we blink underneath. Need more Corruptors than that. Neural Parasite on the way as well currently. Tempest just going to go in after the Zerglings. Just going to clean that up. Again, Neural Parasite just going to be coming through. +3 Carapace coming over. And we just have our Corruptor Infestor still building. Zerglings en masse. I mean, the thing is that Yakov is staying maxed out, basically, so he is staying in a very comfortable position right here, keeping up in a very good place. Tempest is going to charge through, a couple of shots coming about. Just going to be hitting that hatchery, going to be taking some damage. Storm's coming down, the Archon's continuing through, Ultras gonna get chased away. These are the kind of fights you need as Trigger at the moment. He's gonna commit through, obviously got a couple of Neural Parasites taking over the Tempest in the sky as well. This is where you can see Trigger's army still kind of holding on a little bit. What's funny is that Trigger's going to end up with a ground army, but no air army. But hey, that's me. There's like 14 Corruptors in this game. There's no Great Aspires who can't Broodlord them. Going to be seeing those Lings are going to run through. Just going to be seeing the cannon, the battery coming about. Pylon going to get jumped on. High Templar gets killed as well. Seven Ultras still coming up. Just going to be seeing Yakov, I think, has just had enough bases and money to rebuild out of this. Even when that ground army of Trigger looked scary here. So Zealot's coming up. Corruptors gather. Ultra's going to be there. A few more Lings coming through as well. Going to be seeing the Archons, the Mauls, the Storms coming through. A couple of Storms coming down. Those Infestors in the back actually doing good damage to them. But again, I think there's just too much from Yakov. Too much coming over. just going to continue to chase on by. It's just going to be seen our Ultra Corruptor continue to chase on through. A few Stalkers coming up, Archon coming in, 22 Zerglings producing. Again, we're really just on the verge of dying here as Tricker. Stalkers coming about, Queen going down. Is going to be going down, and that is Nexus is going to fall. I mean, not really much else, like I said, to do at this point. This Tricker is probably a moment away from tapping out the GG. That's a lag spike at kind of a point where things are wrapped up. Cool. Well, guys, I'll just preface, ads are about to play automatically on Twitch. I'm not going to waste a snooze on them because this game is literally about to end, so if you don't see the GG, that's all. Stalker's blinking across. Ultra's gonna be getting chased. It's gonna be getting pushed back. Just the Ling Ultra's gonna come back through. I mean, we're waiting for the GG. There it is. And that is gonna be that game wrapping up. Guys, I just got an AFK 2 seconds, so I'll be right back with you. BRB. 1 moment. Thank you for a little bit of patience. Did they just start without me? I literally said BRB. Did they legit just go in game without me? Cool. Alright, sorry guys, the players started. Amazing. The Wardyless WardiTV Championship, yeah. Alright. We'll just watch from indie stream, guys, with no game sounds. Apologies. Fear not, the players will be docked all of their pay, and I will pay myself instead. I can't believe none of the other casters told them to stop or anything. Like, I literally said in the chat channel, BRB 1 or 2 minutes before any lobby went up. But, yeah. Oh well. Not the end of the world, just a little bit annoying, guys. Alrighty, so, sorry for that. I was just organizing some stuff with Helen. Figuring out some timings of things. Just while I'm not actually in control of anything, Ascalon, thank you so much for the resub as well, mate. I'll get you on the tree. I'll put you over here where we can actually see it on the current camera setup. Appreciate it. Take TV had that break screen up as well. Yeah, Take TV didn't get in game, but I can understand if you miss a caster, but I feel like missing the guy that runs the tournament who said BRB. It's a little rough. Like, I understand sometimes I don't join lobbies quickly and I miss the game, but I really felt like saying I'll BRB a minute was gonna be okay. I really felt like I was in absolutely no danger of missing the game of my own tournament, but such is the way of things. I mean, I am letting the players host, but just because they're hosting quickly anyway. I just I just really thought I just didn't think. Yeah, I that's a new one, honestly. Oh well. Oh, good. Link's coming up. Link speed on the way by. Just going to be seeing this setting up. Lots of links coming across the map. Couple spores building there. Not sure why we were building 2 spores at the front. And let's just see ourselves the Nexus coming down onto that third base. Just going to get that into position. Those lings will continue to the upper left-hand side. Just going to get that moving as well. And yeah, Oracle just going to be hanging about. The lings get back to the center. Gateway in production. Is it a different UI from Indie, no? I kind of like this UI. I don't know if I like the production tab compared to the one that we use, but I do like the income on the minerals and the gas in numbers. I was wondering if I like the best of 3 being as big as it is in the center as well. Probably. I don't think it really is a negative. It's just, I think it's quite startling because it's just different right now, but it's kind of a nice UI. No in-game sound effects, guys. The players, the players were starting without us. Respectfully, why not join the game, then go AFK? Because I wanted to go downstairs and catch Helen before she went out and have the highest chance of that. And I did that before. I mean, it can take like a minute or 2 to host the game as well sometimes. So I really just felt like it was going to be okay, to be honest. I mean, like, if it was not my tournament, I would have done that and they would have just started and been in game. But I really felt when I say BRB, they would not start the game without me. So yeah, I don't know what to I don't know what to add to that one. Like in theory, yes, but then also like they shouldn't be starting the game unless I tell them they should start anyway, right? So the fact like if I join the lobby and they start and I'm AFK, like that's also not ideal. It's my tournament. I get to dictate the pace of the games. I do my best to keep things going quickly a lot of the time. You know, I basically never hold things up. I'm always letting them go pretty much as soon as they can. But in relation to that, like, if one time I ask for an extra minute or two, then I feel like they should wait a minute or two, you know? It's all good. It's really not a big deal. It's just, it's just a little bit baffling, but all good. Our charge is going to be done here from Trigger. It's going to be seeing that Temple Archive starting up as well, so we bring that straight into place, and that's going to be him with some splash damage opportunity. Yakov with a 1-0 lead in this series. Definitely a big factor right now. It's just going to be seeing the few Zerglings will make their way around and try and see what's up. +1 missiles, Overlord speed, Roach speed continuing. And again, the Robo and the +1 continue to come about. And we get that underway. The Zealots charge in. A few probes going down at the moment. The Zealots are going to dive on the other side of the map as well. It's going to see the Roaches going to push back. The Zealots will continue to fall. Just doing that blink continuing in as well, just for the moment, as that is a defense from Yakov's to Trigger. Not what he wanted from this, and he's the one that lost probes overall. Really not ideal. I'm confused. It's an event and you left? I mean, I didn't leave. I went BRB for a moment. That's like saying if the players go BRB, we should start the game without them. Oh, you weren't there to start your first worker? Sorry. Everyone else was ready to go, like at the end of the day, like 90% of the time, if it's not my tournament, sure, I'm not the center of attention. If I'm the guy running the tournament, I feel like if I say BRB, wait a minute, no? Like, I feel like that's pretty... It's not like I was like, hey guys, I'm going to be 10 minutes. But all good, like I say. This is, yeah, I mean, this is obviously looking pretty rough for Trigger. That commitment for the Zealots just was nowhere near what it wanted to be. Was nowhere near what it needed to be, as we get a stasis ward off. The Roach Ravager playing back and forth there. The Stalkers, that Immortal gathering together as well. Having a couple more biles coming down currently. Those Ravagers still taking some hits here. Can Trigger find a defense at the end of this? I mean, it's going to be rough. We're going to lose a lot of probes, I think, if nothing else, because that Roach Ravager count's still good. We're reinforcing. Actually, Roach is showing up on the reinforcements as well, so not just Lings that are going to just kind of act as a buffer. We've got real actual Roaches here that are going to really help to step up in front. That Immortal is frustrating, though. That Immortal has done so much damage at this point. Like, it has done so much at this stage. So that's a lot of damage being done, and in the end, Trigger is actually going to find a defense out of this. I wonder if Lings almost would have been the better reinforcement, because then actually getting in front and kind of dealing with that Immortal a little bit would have been great. Just going to be seeing the Roach is going to be there, a couple of Zealots and the Stalkers going back and forth as we just have... I mean, Trigger basically just going to play cleanup on these Overlords that are left here, and Trigger is... I mean, he's kind of in this game. He's got +2 attack, so he's got a good attack upgrade. He's on a position where I actually think this is very playable. Work account is good. That defense was good enough to bring him right back into this. And hence, here we are, right back into this right now. So, back on track, getting going, and let's see what the next stage of this brings. A couple of corrosive bars fly up into the sky already. Stalker Immortal going to hang back. Couple Zealots on that right side going to get chased around for a few moments as well. It's just going to get working onto that immediately too. See those few Stalkers setting up to try and attack here. Trying to get a little bit of something rolling right now. I mean, I'm surprised Trigger's coming across the map as aggressively as he is. I feel like maybe he could have actually continued into a longer game. Maybe he feels the need to just go ASAP, which... not completely convinced by. Storm will begin. Just going to get that on the go. As that Roach Ravager continues to come straight on over, and we will just kind of chase down the rest of this army. So again, making a little bit of action happen on that one. Just going to be seeing the Hive on the way up. See where Trigger goes from here. I mean, Storm's going to help him out a lot. Kind of looking to get into a bit more of a defensive position at the end of this. Those Zerglings still moving through. That +3 attack. Continuing up as well. He didn't commit hard to the Zealot attack. It was just 7 Zealots. But it's still charge first, right? And by going charge first, you're typically going to delay a lot of everything else that you kind of end up on, right? Where, you know, you just don't have the map control of Blink or anything. And so... if your opponent just makes the units to get rid of those zealots, it really feels like you're just not getting out of it what you want, which is a little bit more value, a little bit more quickly in the game, pretty much. And then you don't have the potential to keep on being aggressive, kind of because you're missing the Stalkers for a while. So, yeah, it's one of those things where like it doesn't feel like a heavy commitment, but truly just the fact that you built charge in the first place is more of a commitment than anything else. Yeah, actually, because he went into the blink after, I actually think it's a big reason why he's able to kind of get back on track here and kind of get a defense going on the follow-up. If he's been kind of charge lots into like tech on that, I don't know if he has enough to hold. Like if those charge lots kind of keep getting overwhelmed, the tech units are on their own. That feels pretty rough, but having +2 and having the Stalkers out really gives you a lot of, efficiency, and that does nullify some of, the attacks, kind of like the one that we just saw, basically. So, yeah, a couple Lurkers coming through, Hydras coming by, Seismic Spines, and the melee upgrade building into place also. We get all of that on the way up, just for the moment. Arch Ravager looking to make a jump on into that army. Actually going to have a little bit of a surround coming up, but now this left side force is fighting without the bottom side army. We don't have force fields, but we do have storms, and those storms were great. And it stopped that bottom right army coming in. Now Zealots are going to hit that base to the left-hand side as well. And Trigger is going to keep himself alive in this game right now with a little bit more pressure coming through. We do have the +3 attack coming up, the Oracle on the way, second Stargate as well, looking for later in this game. We're up against Lurkers. We're kind of a long way off a proper Lurker resolution. We don't really have a way to deal with those effectively right now, so that does feel and look like a little bit of a concern as well, to say the least. So that's one more thing we're kind of feeling out at this stage. Other Immortal getting back into the center just currently as we keep our eyes on things around the map at the moment and figure out where we go next. Another Storm, just going to keep that army at bay. So far, the Storms have been good from Trigger and zoning well enough thus far, so definitely doing a good job on that. More hits coming through. Seeing where else we go. Just into the back of the base. It's never fun, but hey, these Lurkers are kind of on their own now. Can we defend against everything else at the same time? We need some good Storms here. It's awkward because if you storm to defend the army on the high ground, you're going to give up your base potentially. But actually, I don't think Yakov moves well enough in that direction. So this is a really good defense from Trigger. And Yakov's supply, as you can see, has fallen down heavily there. That's a massive win on the side of Trigger. This Storm's great as well, as Yakov feels the need to fight into it, which means he's just going to take a whole bunch of bonus damage that he's probably not meant to really be taking, at least eating in the face for that long. That is going to be painful, and I think Trigger is absolutely on his way back to leveling this out to ones each, because that was a great set of fights. Definitely steps in the right direction, that much is for certain. As we get adrenal glands coming through, the +3 missiles coming up as well. Yakov still trying to improve his army comp. But yeah, he lost a lot in the last few moments. These fights were not good for him. Good warp in there is going to make sure the natural is going to be held, as the cannons will protect this base, and these Zerglings currently just running around absorbing damage because they've got nowhere better to be, basically, as their current situation of things. Couple of Tempests, couple of Archons, the Immortal coming through, the shields coming up. Zelda going to chase around on that right-hand side and just hunt down wherever possible for the moment. We need a Void Ray sound effect. Oh, I don't know which one the Void Ray sound effect is. I'm not gonna push a button in case I get the wrong one. As GC Lurkers, though, over on the left are going to get into position as well, so they're going to take their chance at showing up and, again, putting a little bit more damage out, getting a bit more value in here. These Lurkers are going to shoot a bunch of probes going down. These Zealots are going to run in with no detection, so Trigger losing out. He's maybe a bit more focused on the other side of the map currently, where he is obviously making a pretty major play to try and make a stand and try and push on through. I say make a stand, but actually just push on through and get his opponent out of here. Yakov back in the supply lead. Those Lurkers have been annoying. That base when Trigger's going down. Still Zerglings running the map as well to try and maybe get more done. I mean, Yakov is going to run drones into this Nidus, which have apparently been escaping about here, there, and everywhere. So just trying to keep themselves alive and comfortable as well. Just going to see everything else back into the center. A couple Tempests joining up. The Observer going to be there. +3 missiles is on the way. Overlord's Corruptor coming through as well currently. Trigger making a decent effort of making sure at least these lings, for example, are not getting too much done. Making sure not much is happening there as we continue to pull back around into the center at the moment. And get rid of some stalkers. These lurkers have still been annoying. These counterattacks have been very difficult. I mean, the lurkers especially have just not been something Trigger's been able to get a handle of very easily. They've definitely caused some big issues for him, and he's been struggling to stay on track against them, no doubt. Let's see, one more lurker here will go down. It's going to give Yakov time. It's going to give him potential. He's going to have a massive attack on the right side set up. We're going to run in over here straight away. Hydra Ravager taking position immediately. Lurkers are going to burrow up. Those Zealots are still going down. So just going to see ourselves all of that coming by. How is this going to end up going? We do have a couple of shots coming about straight away. Obviously, the army gets back over. And as long as the army's nearby, it seems like that is going to be more than good enough to play defense against this just yet. Army collecting that bottom right side, so we just settle down. Couple carriers on the way, the Nexus coming through, the cannons producing. 5 additional lurkers still building up. We can get that number growing here from Yakov, getting that back on track, getting that into as comfortable a place as we can find as the army continues over to the left. I mean, Trigger and Yakov are both maxed out now, so we'll see how these maxed fights go. I will say Yakov doesn't have as controlling the situation as he had in that last game, which is really why I think that Trigger is feeling a lot better about this one, because last time out, Yakov really just had bases upon bases. Trigger could not really contest with those in any sort of reasonable number, to be honest. And I really think that that is a big part of why this game now is looking a whole lot more comfortable, a whole lot more cozy on the side of our Protoss player, because Yakov isn't just a rich Zerg who can do as he wishes. He's got to be a lot more careful, and if Trigger trades like he did last game, he's going to be able to trade Yakov out to a point where he's going to be very happy and content with how these fights go. So, I think that's going to be pretty reasonable. Going to see our Tempest's going to shoot, hit that hatchery a little bit. Crypto's on the way, plus 2 melee coming up. We get the air weapons on the way as well as a shield upgrade. Those lurkers will just get rid of the Nexus. 10 drones going down. Elsewhere on the map, looks like something just found these few drones over here, apparently. Didn't see exactly what that was, but there you go. Now we're just going to pull back and deal with these lurkers. This is efficient, right? I mean, you're just going to get rid of a bunch of lurkers here. You basically lose nothing in the process. And you're controlling the game well enough that getting rid of lurkers and forcing your opponent to reset into those lurkers is just going to be an annoyance. Like, that is going to be a price that it's not that Yakov wouldn't be willing to pay, it's just he can't afford to pay it. Like, he doesn't have the money right now. His income is terrible. Despite more workers, he's mining less, because I would imagine at this stage he's got a serious base issue. He's trying to get drones saturating top right. But that top right base here on Winter Madness is a good step away from the other 4 bases he's playing with. And that's going to be a major problem as well, right? Where if that top right base is going to be something we're focusing on, the rest of that will become kind of a factor too. A few units move in, just going to be seeing the Corruptors coming about. Everything else settling down. Just for the moment, trying to get back on track. Tempest will take a few more shots at this hatchery, so moving in on that right-hand side. Queen going down quickly. There's the Corruptors. They're going to fly in. They're looking for the Mothership straight away. A couple storms coming down. Not a lot of damage being done onto these Corruptors straight away. We obviously do have the Archons underneath. Okay, now the splash is adding up on them at least a little bit. So the Corruptors start to take at least some damage towards the tail end of this fight. So we make some progress there. We step away. Yakov's supply not looking pretty. These are going to type out GG's. And Trigger is going to take game 2 of this best of 3. And that is going to be us tying this series 1-1. Alright, game 3 coming up. And get this ready to go as soon as our players host us into whatever our third map is. Yo, Ungra apparently just grinding the Star Trek Fleet Command. I'm going to be talking a lot more about that on Monday, most likely, when we come into the actual stream of it, guys. But if you do want to get ahead and support the stream for free, !star in the Twitch chat and download that Star Trek Fleet Command. Start playing, start getting some levels. And get ready to go into White Rabbit for Game 3 of this in just a couple of seconds. Only Group A is played today. Yes, the full schedule's on Liquipedia. You can see the date and time of every single group. Today is just Group A. We've got groups basically over the next week with the initial groups and also the seeding matches going to be taking place all the way through until next Sunday, and then it's playoff week. Game number 3, White Rabbit. We're back in game as well, guys, so lucky for you, we actually get back on track. And we get this up and rolling in just a few moments. And, yeah, let's kick this off. White Rabbit coming by. And into our deciding game between Trigger and Yakov. Was talking at the start of this series about how important this match probably is going to be. How, you know, this could absolutely be the deciding series between who makes a playoff run and who does not. So let's get in. Let's figure this out. As we are going to start down in the bottom left-hand corner. We're going to have ourselves the blue Protoss player. This is going to be Trigger. Taking on, in the top right side, the red Zergy is going to be Yakov. And it's 1-1. Very fun second game there, as once again felt like Trigger got into some trouble, but was able to bring it back, and I feel like that was more like what I was expecting the previous or game number 1 to go like. But this time he really controlled Yakov's economy a lot more, and that made the big difference overall. Just gonna be seeing a few drones getting to mining, getting some action rolling. Just gonna have ourselves the hatch gas and pool then, and the side corner nexus. Gonna be coming on by, assimilator coming up, probe on the way through. A little bit of everything coming out for next couple of moments here. Get that on the way. Just gonna see the drone's gonna nibble up. Probe will take some damage, getting pushed back the other side as well. Woody, there's too many sound effects and music. Yeah, we should go back to watching from the out of game screen. Huh? We should go back to watching on Indy's stream. Alrighty, we just have our probe moving through. It's just coming on a little bit of a journey. Taking a couple of seconds. Pulling, just going to chase after that probe. We do have our Nexus finishing up. The Stargate is on its way through. So a few good little bits and pieces on the way right now as we get this game 3 started. Big game, of course. Like I say, I really do think this one determines something of our playoff picture. But obviously this is the 4th series of the day. We're still yet to see how Kua does. We will see Kua Yakov as our next matchup after this one. So that is coming next. And hey, what's up, Freezy007? Thank you so much for the 15-month resub coming on through. Thank you very much indeed. We'll get you on the tree after this game. Thank you very much. Some Lings are going to get in early from Yakov. Trying to cause some trouble and absolutely trying to get in after that pylon, especially. Killing the pylon here before the Adept is out is super frustrating. There's a slowdown. There's a new pylon coming up in the wall. It's going to be a 3 or 4 second delay on the Adept, maybe. At most, but still a little bit annoying, and obviously a pylon down, and these Lings finding some value. Step shading back through. The Ling speed is about to complete. Adept, the Oracle, and the Warp Gate coming through as well. It's just going to get all of that on the way. Those 2 Adepts already making their way straight across to the other side of the map, so you're going to get moving over there to begin with. Again, a couple spores coming up, that hatchery coming by, the Nexus coming online as well. Couple of Adepts shade their way in. Again, that Nexus building up the gateway and continues in. A lot of bits and pieces coming through. The Adepts commit. We get rid of a couple of drones. Pretty reasonable there overall. Just going to be seeing that Oracle still trying to activate. A couple of Queens want to get in after said Oracle. Trying to push that back the other way as well, wherever possible. Queens will get the Oracle killed. Again, Gate Nexus, a couple of the assimilators all continue through. Drones, Lair, and the rest of this party continuing to set up as we speak. Council, the Gateway, the Nexus, the Probes, the Oracle. Again, just little bits of everything coming online initially. Got that Evo Chamber and the drones building up too, so again, little bits coming online. Getting settled just for the moment. Twilight Council Forge, the Gate and the Nexus building by as well. Just going to be seeing the Gate and a couple of Probes coming up. The Oracles will come around. Just going to see those Zerglings once again going to end up being chased away already. Push back for the moment. The Baneling Nest building up from Yakov, so a little bit of Ling Bane base opening here. Obviously, Trigger going to stick with that Blink to get into the Twilight upgrades. And that's going to be all very normal for the moment. We'll see how that continues to go. Let's just have ourselves the Dronies building up. The Baneling Nest coming through, the melee upgrade, and the Hydra Den coming online. So all of that builds into play. And again, +1 and Blink will continue to produce over the next few moments. Oracle's activating. Gonna get rid of 6 drones, but then we lose an Oracle, which... I always say it, it's never worth losing an Oracle, because you probably could have got just 4 drones and gotten away with a second Oracle alive, and that feels way better. So yeah, a little bit of an awkward one always. Losing the Oracle never is a really good scenario. It never feels justifiable. Temple Archives coming up, the Blink and the +1 coming alongside with that, as we continue to settle on down. Just going to see the Stalkers firing through. A couple more shots coming in right there, so a couple of hits coming in for the moment. Just take a few seconds. Just going to be seeing the Lings are going to take the chance to nibble at the rocks also. Just going to try and put some damage on that, so knock those down, open up some space. +1 and Blink still coming through. We got ourselves Gates, Temple Archives, and the Robo Facility coming by as we speak. Things actually going to take a run at those Stalkers, by the way. So the Stalkers going to be taking some damage. And they're getting a good position, though, with that battery up as well. We didn't have Blink yet, but we didn't even need it. Those Stalkers didn't even really start to take damage, so good position for them. Now they are going to have Blink to get back into a similar place. And a similar story here, this time even with an Oracle to play a little bit of additional defense on the front lines and just help us out with that. Again, melee, Baneling speed, and Muscular Augments coming through. The extra Hydras on the way up. Storm and the +1 upgrade coming in as well. Gateways in the Immortal building. Cannon in production. See those few gates. Going to get morphed into Warp Gates as well. It's just going to bring that straight on by. And again, a few more additional Stalkers coming up as we speak. Oracle just tracks back around. Again, the Stalkers building up. Prism is on its way. Hydra's Overlords, Hydra speed. A little bit of everything just for the moment here. Let's see everything else gathering together still. Again, that Prism's about a complete charge on the Nexus coming online at the same time. And we just have ourselves these few Stalkers going to get on top of these Hydras. Going to blink on top, believing that they are exposed. And Trigger feeling as though he can take advantage of it. A couple of more Lings that begin to go down already. As do have charge coming up. We do have the Nexus on the way. So again, building that up, getting that going. The Ling Bane production continues through from Yakov. 8 more Stalkers warping in, and the Trigger with a big push forward. Remember how decisive this series could end up being this game. It's what it will come down to. I do not love that Storm. That Storm doesn't do enough to the Banelings for me, where I feel like most of those Banes end up connecting anyway. Cancel on the 4th base. So Yakov has a benefit behind this. That Storm is beautiful. This time with the Hydra's caught in that choke point. And those chokes are really hurting Yakov right now. We're going to see a few more Banes coming in. They're going to blow up the High Templar. The Stalker's blinking away, and it's only Stalkers left. Those Hydras are hurt. But are they hurt enough that we can fight this with purely Stalkers? The Stasis Ward coming up. Trigger wants to keep the gas on the gas pedal pressed down. You do see Lings streaming into this. The Stalkers obviously can blink back defensively, expecting a lot of that to be the continuation here. Hydras do have to keep away. As those Hydras are low, you're going to take a few more shots on them, and it's going to be a problem. Baneling's going down as well. The 4th, 5th hatchery Feels like it's destined death at this stage. Trigger, about the same army supply. Charge is going to be done soon. He's got a few Zealots showing up without charge, which is always a little awkward, seeing the Zealots waddle in slower than slow Banelings. Try and get a Queen here. Another Baneling hitting the Stalker is not too big of a deal. The Hydra's in a decent concave. If there's going to be a defense, that might be where it comes from. There's a couple more Banes morphing in. They are so important because we want these Zealots to stay alive without the Banes connecting on them. Some Banes from the other side. Now they caught those Zealots. The drones are pulling. That's never a good sign for the Zerg. As we try to make the defense happen, we try and get the hold. Yakov tries to live on through. The Stalkers will keep trading. The Hydras will keep going down. We see our +1 missile. The Ling Hydra coming up. 6 more Zealots coming over. Another Storm coming down onto those Hydralisks. Another Archon morphing in. Just going to be seeing those Hydras continue to fall. I'm just going to be seeing the Stalker Archon will continue through as well. Just getting back onto those Hydras, continuing to play cleanup. And that is going to be, I think, enough from Trigger. He's not going to be done just yet, but jumping onto like this Hydra here and into this mineral line in general, these are the sort of things that are great. And at this point, Zealots are going to become so much tougher to deal with. You don't have the overwhelming number to knock them down quickly. You don't have the Banelings ready to run through them in a moment's notice and just blast your way through that Zealot front wall. No, you have none of that, and that realistically is going to be where you end up in trouble. Zealots and Stalkers turn, the Lings and the Hydras have to go running. A few Zealots just keep themselves busy here for a few more moments. Just keep the action going. Zealots and the Stalkers do what they need to do. GG, and that will be that. As we have ourselves the opening game of... the closing game of Trigger. Yakov going the way of Trigger. Big game. And like I say, I think a big result in this group overall. As up next for us, we will be going into Yakov versus Cure. So that'll be coming up in a couple of moments. And we will be continuing with all of the Cure games from there. So you guys are about to see 4 Cure games back to back. The big favorite in this group. Very likely to make a big run. By the end of his games, we might be able to say we've got a first place finisher in this group. We will see. Fabrizi007, thank you so much for the resub. You are being welcomed to the Dittoville branches over on this bottom side. Beautiful stuff. Your decoration literally just fell through. Clearly you want to be in Jigglypuff land. Your decoration has just decided for you. There you go. Beautiful stuff. And you weren't a fan of Dittoville, apparently. Unbelievable. Alrighty, ads. And another game of StarCraft 2, guys. Cure Yakov up next. And as we keep the games working on through. Cool. Cool. Alright, we'll get that sorted out, guys. And at the same time, I will get the series started over here. That's going to be Trigger Percival, and then we are going to be into the replays after that. I think I'm going to grab myself a drink, guys. I'm going to throw the break screen up for a couple moments. Thank you so much, Logo, for the raid. It is going to be Cure versus Yakov coming up. I'll see you guys in just a couple. I'm just going to grab myself a drink, and I'll be right back with you. Thanks for watching the WardiTV 2025 Championship so far today. Appreciate you guys big time, and I'll be right back. Countdown is starting up. And we get ready to rumble into some more action, guys. Give us a couple moments and get this ready to go, go, go. Want Wardy's BRB screen on a t-shirt or a mug or something. It is kind of cool, actually, but... yeah, I never got it, I never got permission to sell the, that stuff. The artist I work with, if you want to, like, sell it, or sell the designs that she makes, it's more expensive. So obviously I didn't pay for that because I just use it on my stream. It's kind of cool though. Alright, let's get into this TVZ, guys. 5th series of the day. After this, we're halfway through Group A and figuring out our first players maybe of advancing through to the WardiTV 2025 Championship bracket. In the top right-hand corner, the Red Terran player representing Team Liquid, this is Cure. In the bottom left, our blue Zerg is Yakov. So Cure, Yakov, kicking off, getting going. Let's see how we go about this TVZ. Cure going to be a big favorite here. We'll see how it turns out. We've seen our barracks in the refinery coming through already. Just going to get that straight underway and see where we go. Hatching the gas in the pool coming up on the other side. So we get that up as well. Hatch gas pool. A couple drones coming by. Get that underway. Reaper and the orbital command coming up. I'm on the indie cam. He was AFK, so he's doing his little intros now, so you can get a cool zoom in of both these bases. Just in case you're unaware of what a command center and a hatchery look like. You're just missing out on that zoom in epicness on the intro. You get a little bit of it there as well. Hatchery finishes on the natural. Everything looking normal for the moment. Like I say, definitely got a... we definitely got ourselves a big game here for Yakov, who losing against Trigger 1 and 2 in this group. 1 and 3 doesn't usually get you out of these groups unless there's a big tiebreaker scenario. And even if that's the case, I don't think Yakov is necessarily in a great place for that. I mean, 2-0 Percival's nice, 2-0 by MaNa is not so nice. Real talk, like, 1 and 3 just shouldn't get you through. Like, sometimes it gets you through with a little bit of good luck, a little bit of good fortune, things, you know, turning your way. But a lot of the time, it should not get you through, and I think that's going to be a big talking point of this one in general, so... Extractor cancels. Wing speed coming up, just going to be seeing the Reaper going to hit. Extractor taking a few shots of damage. Looking at it goes down. Queen going to take a shot. Factory going to land onto the reactor. A few Zerglings are in this main base, just causing some trouble. Cure dealing with that with a pretty overkill SCV pull. Just trying to guarantee no losses and just clearing this up ASAP. On the way through, hatch coming up. That's going to be seeing the Overlord and the Queen coming about. Zerglings continue to step by. Just going to get our SCVs, the Banshee, and Marine coming up as well. See the Hellions, the Reaper will come about. Just going to be seeing the Banshee, the Hellions, and the Cloak coming over. The lab will come through, about halfway done. The few drones coming up, the Queen and the Overlord coming online. Group Tumor will come through, the Bane Nest coming about. And again, a couple Zerglings will just move around on that left side. repositioning for the next few moments. And he's just going to jump. Percival will shoot at the queen. So a few shots going back and forth as the Zerglings will just sit tight. Nidus network on the way up from Yakov. I love it. You know, I do feel like Yakov needs to do something substantial and kind of bam, bam, kind of sort of plays right now. And the Nidus to me is the sort of thing that's exactly going to push you in the right direction there. So Nidus coming through. Lings and the queen coming up. Spores coming by. Just going to have ourselves that Banshee beginning to move out onto the maps. That's going to get moving. And cloaking finishing up soon. Stimpack building up. Barracks and engineering bays all on the way through. A couple of Marines. To the right-hand side, we'll nibble up onto the Nidus. Which honestly got responded to pretty late, so the units are going to get out into this main base. These Lings and these Queens get to start picking their way through these structures, and that's already going to be a, a tech lab lost on the factory. The Stimpack's going to go down. Uh-oh. Oh no, we saved the Stimpack. The Lings backed off of it. But now all the SCVs are clumped together. The Banes will come through. They will blow up some of those SCVs. I don't think Stim's going to be safe. And the SCVs actually get absolutely destroyed because they're still clumped trying to run away. We've got more Ling Bane coming through. These Queens kind of need to hold their own. Denying Stim is massive because playing against Stim here feels very detrimental to you. Siege tank popping now. We've got a few more Banes finishing. Can we get enough Lings into this? Oh, some Lings just run in from the other side. There's a couple Hellions left only. The Banes aim for the mineral line. The Lings are going to be good enough onto the siege tank, and Cure is falling apart. Yakov is looking for the upset victory for Game 1 opening. Liberator Siege as the Nidus pops a few more Lings out as well. And this Nidus is actually going to get off and work. I mean, this was hugely successful. At this point, Queens chase down a Banshee. These two Queens probably just want to jump in the Nidus. I don't think we save this anymore, especially with the Liberator set up above it. We're not done yet, because there's always this awkward moment in ZVT where it's like, okay, you did a bunch of damage, but mules and, the Terran efficiency. But you did a lot of beneficial things here. You denied the Stim, so your opponent does not have good upgrades, right? You killed a lot of SCVs, and you've droned yourself, so you had a substantial economic lead, and you've already gotten the lair, so your tech is not as far behind comparatively to the Terran as it might typically be. Like I say, usually the Terrans have upgrades finished by now. Like, usually right now, you're like, okay, Yakov, that was great, but 2 medevacs and 60 Marines are going to come across the map, and you're going to die to 1-1 Stim Marines. But there ain't no 1-1, and there ain't no Stim, and there ain't no medevacs. So all of the things I think would usually kill Yakov at this point from this kind of a lead are not really here. So because of that, I actually think for now, he's going to be A-okay. And again, he droned up a little bit during this as well, so his economy's already good. I will have to get the Queen in after that Liberator, which will go for a couple of drones initially. Queen needs to move to the side to shoot at this Lib, and the Spore will set up as well. A little bit of lost mining time there. Good effective play from Kua, who needs to obviously find as many options as he can to do damage at this point in the game to bring himself back into this. Queen goes down. Yakov rolled the dice on that being good enough, and it was not, unfortunately. Another Liberator Siege. The Queen's still trying to step through. Oh. Lib actually on Siege. No, we're going to walk into the Queens. A little bit of a mistake as that Liberator goes down. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield, all coming through. That Stimpack still building up as well. Hydra Bane drone coming up also. Melee upgrades coming about. The Muscular Augments coming through also as well. So again, some little bits and pieces coming through for the moment. He's just going to run across Nidus. Is going to be jumped on, so going to deny that straight away. Always a benefit. Any Nidus you get rid of is nice. I'm a little worried that Yakov's kind of thrown away supply and just stuff here, right? He lost a few Overlords and an Overseer initially. He loses a couple of Niduses that just weren't necessary at all, right? These are all money investments, which, like I say, just allow Kyo to maybe claw himself back into this a little bit. Stim now finishing 1-1 as well. Don't get me wrong, Yakov's 1-1 is not too far behind. Those upgrades will be finishing sooner rather than later, so we'll keep our eyes on that. Let's just see the couple of medevacs loading up and boosting away over to that far left-hand side at this point. Those extra Banes morphed in. Hydras and Lings coming through, drones coming over. Marines will unload over on that left-hand side. Just get ready for a push down onto the front. He's going to stim a couple of tumors and the Overlord going down. Lingbane Hydra wanted to run forward here as well, but we are going to lift up and leave from those medevacs at the moment, so they're just going to get the heck out. Marines is going to load up away from those Lings again, so just getting away, escaping out of that infestation pit, continuing through. We see ourselves the Overlord speed, 2-2 upgrades, again a little bit of everything coming about. The Bane's going to show up over here. We decided to run back there as Yakov. He's going to run in on the right side as well. Only a few Hydras that get through, but if Q is pulled apart, which he doesn't have a ton of units, maybe that's enough to get some damage done. SCVs, 9 of them killed so far. These Lings are just running into Marines. Ugly fights from Yakov. The Bane showing up over there looked like they were going to get target fights. This attack is still not going to get cleaned up. Yakov not dealing well with this at all. His attack on the other side was indecisive, like a little bit of back and forth. Do I run these units forward or do I not? And the tanks are playing cleanup. Not enough units into the natural. And then just this defense against this drop was horrible. And now Yakov is going to have a real supply issue as Kua comes across the map. Yakov is on his way to 2-2. Like, he's on his way to a lot of things that are going to help, but they're not ready yet. Like, 2-2 is not done yet, and that'll be a great investment if he finishes it. But right now, it's money that's just up in the air, not coming through. And again, what a horrible time to have a fight like what he just had. Throws a bunch of units away. Moments before Kua now sends a big ol' attack across the map. Like, this is the worst case scenario for Yakov, where, yeah, I mean, this is a horrible time. And that wall is still down, fortunately, so that run by actually has a lot of potential. That's going to keep some things busy. We're going to have to give up this hatchery, so that's just an instant give up. You are going to be able to play around the creep that's left over from this hatch, and you do have a bottom right base you can send some drones to. Like I say, waiting a little bit right now from Yakov is not a bad thing, because if you give it a little bit of time, what's going to happen is you're going to end up with those 2-2 upgrades, and that's massive. I love the Infestors as well. If you get a couple of Fungals available, that could be the difference. You're not looking for consistently kind of great fights here. You're looking for one good fight to clean up this army, and then you're still probably okay against a 45 SCV Terran player. So he's just trying to do that right now. The Ling's trying to buy some time counterattacking. They get turned around by the reinforcements, but hey, this army is back over here as well, so that's good news. This time a drop on the left side does not get as effective as the last drop we saw on the left. That basically never got cleaned up, so that's good news as well. So we've seen the Marines getting in after the Zerglings. I mean, still a nice run by. It's mineral-based units for a bunch of workers. I just don't feel like Yakov needs to be taking the big fight into the Terran, although we do land the Fungal. Oh, he's going to get the Balins connecting off that Fungal in the end. Man, the first Fungal landed on the back Marines. So I was like, I'm not sure he can actually still connect here. That kind of worked out a lot better in the end. A couple Fungals helping. We're going to get Burrow on the way. Looks like that Infestor might be abandoned, unfortunately. Looks like that might end up going down. Not going to be able to do too much about that. Marines moving back around. Queen gonna get a transfusion on the go as well. Lurkaden coming about. A couple of hatches coming through the hive. Building as well. A few more Banes building up. Infestor, Burrow. Plus more missiles coming through the Marine tank. Medevac gonna take a bit of a journey. Again, Ling's looking to counterattack. Yakov has the right concept here. This is what you see all the top Zergs doing, right? Always up in your face, always trying to throw units at you, buy time. He just needs to find a way to clean up that army again. He still has great economy. I'm not convinced he needed a Lurker Den that he's building. Like, don't get me wrong, if you can get to a bunch of Lurkers, great. But right now, I actually think we just needed as many units as possible, and I actually think what he has is more than good enough. Like I say, the Lurker Den is just another investment that it just takes a little bit of time to get into, and that you're not going to see the benefit from straight away. We land the Fungal, so once again, the Marines are going to get hit by the Banes, and then we pull back, losing a couple more units to Siege Tank Fire in that time. Army supplies even up, though, and that's closer than it's been in a long time. Q are going to get hit by the counterattack once again. Up to the top, the Zerglings get through there. They get in after a few SCVs. Marine tank still fighting. Adrenal glands coming up. +1 missiles coming over. Another scan. The army of Yakov settling in the bottom left. We see Adrenal glands +1 missiles. all of the Ling Bane coming through too. So again, we got a lot of that coming up right now as we have a couple of those units still joining together. How's this going to go? A couple of shots coming about already. Queens will take a chance to jump up this high ground. Queen's going to be there fighting. The medevac's going to come through. Ling Bane Hydra going to roll on forward. There's going to see a couple of those siege tanks already beginning to go down. So tanks will begin to drop as this is finally the push through that Yakov's been looking for. Man, did it feel like some harder work to get to this stage where he's finally crashing down on a Terran army, but he is going to get there just in the end. Man. Again, that slew of bad trades for Yakov really had him in danger, and obviously at this stage looks as though he's probably going to have enough to see the GG, and he is going to see the GG. Yakov will take game 1 off of Cure, and we enter potential upset territory. Game number 2 in a couple of moments to see if Cure can bounce back. I feel like there's a very good chance of that, because I do feel like Yakov had some bad fights in that game, and off of a very good start. Like, this was not a, like I say, I was saying that kind of at the time, but this was not the start where it's like, oh, I did a whole bunch here as the, you know, I did a bunch of work here as the, you know, as the Zerg player, but it wasn't enough because Terran's OP and they can drop mules and it never matters how much you do. Like, this was actually a scenario where Yakov did more than enough to be in a straight-up lead after the aggression, and he took some bad fights that let the game really draw on a lot longer than he probably wanted it to. And it was still kind of, it just brought it to a very close point where it wasn't under control for Yakov anymore, right? So yeah. Game number 2 coming up. Yakov, a win here. You know, I'm talking about Yakov. We've been watching all his games. He's 1 and 2 right now. But if he beats Cure, right? If you beat Cure, all of a sudden, A, you're kicking yourself for losing a trigger because, you know, that would have been 3 and 1 and you would have been through. But hey, you beat Cure right now, and all of a sudden, you are actually still in play for this group. And that's when 2 and 2 may not be good enough, because that's when a lot of people might get to 2 and 2 if Cure ends up losing a series to one of the underdogs. I mean, hey, maybe Cure has a bad day. We've not seen any of Cure's games yet, so we actually don't know how the rest of this day is going to go for Cure as well. This is all based on presumption and expectation. So yeah, a lot to think on in that regard, as we have in the top right side, the Red Terran player representing Team Liquid, but down a game right now in his opening match of the day. It is going to be Cure, and let's see how he bounces back on Tourmaline against Yakov. The blue Zerg in the bottom left-hand corner getting that dub in the end, getting the win, and going up 1-0. Barracks coming through, SCV coming over. Orbital coming about, barracks on the way by, so we settle in with some little bits and pieces there to get things on the go. Nothing too surprising. Double barracks, but no Reapers. It's going to be Marines off the front of this. It's a fun little tricksy play. We'll see what Cure does on the follow-up to it, see if he goes into extra barracks or what the plan is. As yo, Franz, thank you so much for the 83-month resub. Appreciate you. The tree here is power stancing behind Wardy. Power stancing? I love it. Thank you so much for the big resub. We'll get you on said tree after this game. Commentary on the Terran seems pretty biased against Terran. No wonder Terran only gets nerfs and Protoss and Zerg get buffs. Yes. I think what you're confusing is bias and somebody who was winning the game. Yakov was winning the game. Yakov was was doing a good job. Yakov also made mistakes, but he was still in the leading position. And also, Yakov was the underdog. So if I'm going to cheer for someone, I'm going to cheer for the upset because that's fun. I can promise you, it's not anti-Terran behavior or talk. I always love it when people say, "Oh, you're so biased," and it's like, why? And it's like, well, you just casted, you clearly wanted this guy to win, and I'm like, what, the underdog? Oh, shock, horror! For God forbid me wanting the upset for a more interesting series. And then like, well, you were talking you were only saying good things about the Terran. I'm like, oh, the Terran player that was dominating the game the whole time? Yeah, maybe because that was the only good thing in the game. The Protoss did nothing good. I'm like, yeah, you hate Protoss, Wardy. What was a classic? It's one of my favorite ones. But mules, yes, the one for the phrase I said in sarcasm. Maybe you're being sarcastic and I'm missing it, because I think you might have missed my sarcasm if you're being serious. Like, when I put on a completely different voice and in a jokingly way say, but the Terran player usually wins this because mules, that is not me being serious. Hence why it sounds completely different to the rest of this, but all good. And apparently my reaction means that I know you're right. You know what? You're right. I freaking love Zerg. I hate Terran. I could do some real bias casting if you actually want to, see some real bias, but... Ay. Stim and Combat Shield will be finishing very soon. Pretty crazy. 2 of the main upgrades for the Terran army that can finish at the exact same time this early in the game. We're pre-5 minutes, and these Marines will never see another upgrade that does anything other than, like, attack damage. And you also look at this as well. You've got 24 Marines, 4 minutes in a game. That's basically 6 Marines made per minute of this game so far. The Zerg only has 5 Lings. And this is just the insane power of Terran. The ability to make a spam of low-tier, efficient units and just send it across the map when the Zerg hasn't even had the chance to make units in response, because they have to set up economy. They have to dig, dive, and really work hard. Inject every second, spread that creep. And what's the Terran done? He's dropped a scan. He's pressed the T button! He's gonna go for the Queens! I can't believe it! The Terran pressing T, pressing A, 2 button clicks, and he's now gonna go kill the hatchery, and it's disgusting. Close your eyes if you're anything but a Terran player, because this is not the StarCraft 2 that you want to witness. 3rd base down, Zergling's still dying. Yakov has been once again trounced by the ultimate race in StarCraft 2, Terran. That was actually pretty rough. Finding the Banelings on the top side is actually going to be a pretty... That's actually going to be a pretty bad scenario, and obviously losing the 3rd's terrible. I don't think Yakov was ready for just how aggressive Kira is being. I don't think he was really ready for the fact that this was just a ton of Marine production, ton of barracks early, and just aiming to be like a pure Marine Stim Combat Shield attack, right? These Banes actually do get a catch now, and Yakov will play cleanup. Counterattack potential here is decent. It's just you're still playing against Stim and Combat Shielded Marines already. Carapace is already finished up from Yakov as well. He's going to counter bust. I don't hate it because obviously this is very Marine heavy, right? So you've not built the factory, you've not built the starport early, and because of that, you've not got a lot of splash units here, so a counter Bane Burst gives you a shot. It's going to be rough with Stim available. Let's see what we can do. Obviously going to try and play into the areas that we can. No wall on this high ground as the SCVs pull into the Banelings. I just don't think these last few Lings can do too much, but maybe they can. Carapace available on them as well is going to make them a lot tankier than you may have originally expected as Yakov comes through, counterattacking his way in. The Ling Bane continues to bleed up into this high ground. How much can we get done here as Yakov? He already blew up a ton of SCVs, let's be realistic. When he first attacked into this natural, a few more Marines going down as they're kind of spawning at this point. That tank shot is huge. Where is that tank? Back of the natural. It's a great place for it. It's very safe. I don't think we're going to do much more here as Yakov, but he just killed 26 SCVs. It's actually a pretty crazy... It's actually a pretty crazy amount of damage done. Just going to see those couple tanks setting up. Those few Zerglings will get chased and taken out as well. So they will go down. +1 attack coming through. About to finish up from Kira. The melee upgrade coming up from Yakov. All of that coming by currently. Blair, drones, queens building as well. This is a 2-base setup from Kira. So being down on 24 SCVs, real talk, not just complaining about the Terran macro mechanic, but just to clarify and be very obvious, he actually was not going to be having as much reliance on mules And even just rebuilding economy, right? Like two SCVs at a time is significantly worse for rebuilding your economy than 3 SCVs at a time. So less mules, less SCV rebuilds. The recovery from this from Kira is going to be really, really difficult in comparison. And Kira is genuinely in some trouble. Yakov, what a turnaround after losing his own 3rd hatchery, remember. To that attack, we were memeing away. I actually thought the game was kind of just done, but Yakov found a counter opportunity. Oh, a little scary right there, as you can see. A few of those Marines trading well. No bailing speed. One of the negatives from this opening from Yakov because he didn't have a fast lair. So he isn't going to be on bailing speed yet. When he gets it, he's going to be in a much better position. 30 workers up, and again, all he really has to do is probably just cut drones right now. Maybe even not build those 7 he's building. Because if he can cut drones right now and just spam units, he's got a pretty good shot of clearing up this Terran push, which Kira is committing to. Marines and tanks are already coming across the maps. They're already looking to make a big old play out to the bottom side. Hydroden going to finish up shortly. Evolution Chamber coming through. Additional lings, that melee upgrade, the bailing speed, all continuing into play currently. So we get a lot of that up and running right now. One Zergling taking some damage, getting pushed away. A couple of Marines will clean that Zergling up as well. You've seen a couple of Banes pulling back, the Queens just having to step away. You can give up this 4th hatchery. Like, as Yakov in this game, you do not need to defend this 4th when your opponent's a 3-base Terran. So you can take some time, you can set up the surround, which he's doing. He's got Lings in position to deal with, you know, reinforcements all wrap around this army. Oh, hatchery, I was going to say lived, but that would have been a little bit too crazy, perhaps. Yakov going to have more Lings still spawning out. He's going to commit to this. Here we go. Again, he's coming from both sides. He's going to split that tank damage. Banes want to find those Marines. He forced the lift off, and that means the tanks are going down. One of your footholds in this game are now going to be denied here as QS. So you're going to have a tank count reset. And Yakov pushes this away. Still has 4 bases to work with as well. I didn't realize this 4th base was up, or this forward base was up. And his 5th originally now going to be a 4th. And that's actually going to work for him to just maintain a very solid level of economy. And Yakov just absolutely booming and cruising through at the moment. Got to be loving this situation. Just going to see the couple of medevacs going to unload toward the high ground. The Zerglings are going to come try and wrap around. The Marines unloading from said medevacs. Going to get a hatchery in the bottom. The rest of the Lings will try and come through. More Lings, Banes, and Hydras going to try and step across as well. It's going to be seeing the armory and the engineering base still building up. Command Center, SCVs, tank, and Marines all coming by also. A lot of that coming online for the moment. Well, Kira has built a 3rd command center. It's going to be done shortly, and he'll try and float that down in position. Has he done enough to take a super late 3rd base in this game and still kind of justify hanging on in there? That's a great question, honestly. I feel like... I want to say I don't think he has, but maybe he has. Maybe the trades have just been good enough that Yakov can't really do too much about this quite yet. A lot more Lings coming about, the 2-2 upgrades coming over, +1 vehicle weapons is going to start as well. The Lings would try and run at the front, but the Marine tank is going to be there, so that's just going to shove things back the other direction. I like the Liberator, get a few drones, and that's protected as well. It's such a really difficult Liberator hit, but the Bailings actually get some connections here. The Marines did not find the split, they just try and lift and leave. This game number 2, by the way, is central, so this is Yakov's map. Server preference. The first game was Q's server preference, so he does have the slight ping advantage here in this game number 2. I'm not sure how much advantage it is. Russia to, you know, NA is generally a little bit rougher than the rest of Europe to NA, so... But it is one of those things where Q at the very least will be on slightly worse ping than he will be if it goes to a game 3, so this really feels like it's the opportunity for Yakov. Like, if there is a time, it feels like we are pressing on that time as we speak. I think Bane's still gathering up. Just going to see the 2-2 coming about. The +1 vehicle weapons coming over as well. We have the Marines jumping back out of those medevacs here. And Yakov is set up to go for a major attack through. +2 carapace is a couple seconds away. And I imagine that finishing is going to be part of the commitment in. And the muscular augments. They're going to finish at the same time. And in we go. The commitment is here as we dive on through. The Marines are honestly not splitting up that much. Now they're going to try and run a little bit late to the party on that plan. And that third base is going to be ravaged. So... yeah, Q got to a third base, but he's not going to be able to keep it alive. G, Yakov 2, Cure 0. The underdog, the upset, it happens, and Yakov will keep himself alive in this group, truly and properly, because I will stand by this. I do not think he was going to be in a very pretty position if this was, I do not think he was going to be in a very pretty position at all if this actually turned out to be a, a loss, because then he's pretty much eliminated. But now, he actually ends up in a position where I think we could probably argue that he's got a chance to get through, guys. 2-2 gets you out of these groups a lot of the time. This is the sort of result that possibly brings around the tiebreaker scenario. And I tell you what, 2-0 over Cure is going to do amazing things for Yakov's map score. That is a result, and Cure starts his tournament day down 0-1, -2 on maps. Not where you want to be. Not where you want to be at all. Wow. All right, guys. Drama here as we get set to resume into more StarCraft. Yes, we'll get some more games on the way. Up next is going to be... So we're going to go back to the top. And we're going to go back to the top of the Wikipedia list, and we're going to start working through the replay games. So these games were played at the same time as the previously played matches. We're going to start off by going into Percival versus Cure for some Terran versus Terran. So we're going to get that on the way. We're going to get that started off. I'm just going to need a couple of minutes to get that set up, guys. So I'll get that going. And we'll just take a quick BRB and come right back at you in just a couple of moments. I'll see you guys in just a second. BRB. Hello guys, how are we doing? Sorry, back from the BRB screen at least. Just wanted to check on Ellie who just came home. France, thank you so much for the sub, mate. Appreciate the big one. Okay, we're 6 subs away from 800 if you're feeling generous. Consider priming up, supporting, and all the rest of it. Is it sellout time? Should we do a sellout segment while we get this next series set up? It might very well be sellout time, guys. It may very well be sellout time. Which of these is correct? Oh god, I've got no idea where I need to be. Nope, not on that count. Is that it? It's the 6th of December today, right, guys? So just trying to locate the replays. It's a little bit more awkward because my other account is still in game with the other guys, so I think this is what we need. Let me just drop those over. Just going to take a second, guys, to, like I say, get this set up and make sure we're doing this properly. Just give me a couple of moments. Real talk, is Star Trek Fleet Commander a fun game? Is it worth downloading onto your phone? My real talk response would be that it is very much so still a mobile game. So if you're familiar with how mobile games work, it's still like that. But in my opinion, it is one of the better mobile games we play when we do the sponsors on the stream. It is nowhere near as in your face with the monetization and stuff. And I think for what it is, like, it's a fun game to click around on when you've got 5 or 10 minutes to waste on your phone. And out of all the mobile games, I don't say this every time we do a mobile sponsorship. I really don't. But this one I genuinely believe is one of the least egregious in terms of monetization from what I've seen when I've played it. And so if you're looking for something to click around on for 5 or 10 minutes here and there on your phone, it could be worth checking out. And if nothing else, check it out, get a couple levels, you'll be directly monetizing the stream while doing that. And that obviously helps us out as well. So you can check it out, support the stream if you don't like it. Worst case, you gave some money to the channel. Where am I at? Sorry guys, just trying to get this sorted. Appreciate the patience while I figure this out. What game are we talking about? Star Trek Fleet Command. Asking a streamer if the game he's advertising is fun. It is, but I think I've actually probably talked about Star Trek Fleet Command when we don't have the sponsorship even going on. Someone who's very reliably here in the stream could probably tell you that. We've probably said very similar things in the past as well, to be honest. So, yeah, it's... I know, like, when the streamer says... when the streamer says this, it probably, you know, you probably think, like, oh, yeah, of course, sure, but, like, this genuinely is my opinion. Like, when we do other mobile games, I frequently say be careful of the monetization and stuff. Like, the monetization's in your face. It just really isn't in this game, and a lot of the time that's a big bonus on a mobile game anyway, right? So, yeah. I mean, at the end of the game, it's still a mobile... At the end of the day, it's still a mobile game. It's still going to feel like a mobile game. But I actually think it puts a little bit more effort into being something genuinely good than everything else, so... I got the wrong replays. Amazing. I sent the wrong replays to myself. Alright, hang on, guys. Give me a second. Is this the right ones? Am I on the right server now? Yes. Sorry, guys. I managed to send the wrong... I was on the wrong server for the replays that I sent over, so that's my bad. Alright, give me a second. I'll get it sorted out. Apologies. This is my bad. Ruby Rock is map 1 as well. That's important to know, so that's sorted. Oh, no, that's still the wrong one. Brain, work please. Work for a second. Work with me here. Hey, we got there. Alright, it's Kira Percival coming up, guys. As Kira's down a game. And definitely want to try and step back in the right direction with this. Let's do some hosting. And try and get this ready to go. Sweet. So we're going to go into Kira Percival here, guys. Going to be a little bit of TVT, obviously. So we're going to get that on the go and ready to roll. I think we're good to begin. Let's get this going. Thank you for a little bit of patience. While we kick into this, all right, let's do a little bit of selling out just as we get into this, guys. If you're enjoying the stream, a couple ways you can support. On the YouTube, like and subscribe. If you are on the Twitch, hit that follow button. We are 6 subs away from 800, so if you're feeling generous, gift a sub, use your Prime sub if you just sub regularly. All of that helps us out and allows us to keep on running tournaments such as the WardiTV 2025 Championship. If you want to support specifically the Wardi 2025 Championship, we also just have 100% of donations going directly into the prize pool. So we are 100%. Any donation you make on the stream for the rest of this month is going directly into this 2025 championship prize pool. So if you want to help support that and support the players we have playing, you can check that out as well. And of course, as usual, one last thing to mention, the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV, where 100% of your Patreon pledges go directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools throughout the year. We've just hit an all-time high on Patreon, so let's keep growing that. I'd love to keep growing that into something bigger and better and just keep on doing bigger and better things with the Patreon support. So thank you so much for taking a moment to listen to me selling out. And with that done, I can invite you guys to watch some Terran versus Terran in the bottom right-hand side of the map. So again, where are we at this point? Halfway through the group, Percival and Cure both lost to young Yakov. And so these two Terrans are in a very important game right now, where the winner of this will go 1-1 and the loser will be 0-2. And that obviously is a really, really important distinction. So, big game already. Obviously, for these guys, this was the first game they played today, but obviously, for our perspective, they've both played one, so we'll see where it goes. Another matchup where I actually think Percival, is an underdog, but I really think he's shown so much promise this year. To me, Percival has been one of the most fun players to follow this year that you might not have originally thought of at the start of the year. He's really grown. He's really, progressed a lot. It's been super fun watching him play and just improve, and it's really amazing kind of the path he's been on, I feel like, to improvement and success, if I'm going to be honest. It's been really, really fun to witness. So, excited to see him here taking on Cure and get this underway. Thank you so much, Alex Solo, for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Okay, fine. Nice. The sellout worked. Love it. And also, Human Bean on the fresh new sub as well. Appreciate you. And we'll get you on the tree after this game. You don't know much about the guy. Percival's a younger Korean player. I mean, younger, I think he's still in his early 20s, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, he's one of these Koreans who he got into a GSL once or twice. But is also taking time away from StarCraft to go and play Stormgate, for example. Has returned to StarCraft recently. And he's actually looking really good right now. And there's always those times where you're like, well, is the StarCraft 2 scene getting weaker? Honestly, no. I don't think the StarCraft 2 scene is getting much weaker. Are there less players? Yes. But the top of the top are still really good. And Percival has frequently shown his ability to play with the top of the top as of late. And I think that has been a really big factor this year, that he is constantly up at the top, constantly fighting these best players and looking good while doing so. Here we'll get in there for the second SCV kill, but we'll give up the Reaper on that low ground to be able to do that as well. So just going to go for that at the moment. There's a couple Hellions in that Reaper join up. The Hellion here from Q going to turn away back up the right-hand side. The Reaper of Q moving across to the other side as well. It's just going to bring that straight over. Orbital Command, Starport, all coming into play. Reaper Hellion setting up. And we just pull back over the left-hand side here. A couple Hellions in the Reaper will be in position very shortly to try and make a bit of a push forward into the natural. Raven, Hellions, Orbital, and company all coming through as we get this settled just for the moment. A little bit of damage being done already. Again, that Raven and the Hellions continuing up, and for the most part, just going to be seeing the rest of this getting pushed away. It's a little bit of cleanup, a little bit of a pushback. We do have Cyclone, Marine, Viking coming through as well, so all of that continuing by at the same time. And yeah, just going to get those units pushing into the front. Just going to try and dive through there. Hellion going to take some damage. A couple of Marines going to get grenaded backwards, so they take some shots. How much can Percival achieve? Not enough just yet. Those Hellions have to continue to step away. We do have a Viking, the Marines coming through, the Raven and the Interference Matrix coming up as well. Factory lands into the tech lab. Let's dive for the left side. Again, just going to see a couple more shots coming through from the Cyclone there, so a bit more being done. Matrix on the way. Raven's coming up. Tanks the Marine on the way through. Just see that Raven heading down the bottom right side, so it's going to escape out of there. Cure with Hellions and a Cyclone getting toward the center as well. Raven's still building. We do have the command center from Percival building as well, so that CC will come straight on in. Bringing that straight up right now. Again, the Raven is finishing up very shortly. Interested to see where exactly we're going to take things over the next few moments. The Hellions, the Cyclone gather up. Viking going to be there. Marines and a Siege Tank coming over as well. ready to push down to that bottom right-hand side. Good, definitely wanting to get a little bit aggro right now. Even he's on the map, but he's obviously a bit unsure. He sieges the tank preemptively, just in case it feels like Percival is maybe about to attack into him, so he tries to steer himself out of trouble, keep himself in a safe place where possible right now. Units will just gather up, and we just have the tanks gathering right there as well. Marines and the Cyclone joining up. Cure not going to progress forward. This is going to be 2 Ravens of Cure versus the 3 of Percival. So Percival with the triple Raven available right now. Just going to see Marine, Tank, Raven pressing through. Stimpack and Siege Tank coming about. A couple of barracks coming over. The army of Cure goes around that left-hand side. Just going to get ready over here with this potential push. We do see more units of Percival right up to the top, getting towards that natural in just a couple of seconds. It's going to get awkward because obviously Cure has a bunch of units right here as well. This is kind of base trade kind of territory that we're entering right now as he runs in here. Percival will try and run in on the other side. A lot of his supply on that other side of the map is going to be Raven base, where I feel like Cure is a little bit less kind of based on the Ravens purely, so that's probably going to get interesting as well. 14, 15 SCVs going down thus far. For Percival, Cure losing about 6. Like I said, I just don't feel like Percival has the damage output. There's just more stuff that deals damage here. These SCVs aren't even trying to fight. They're just trying to make an escape. Ooh, one of them gets away. 2 of them get away. That's something at least as the production gets camped. Stimpack obviously something you don't really want to let finish, so we're going to try and ensure that that doesn't happen. And the structures just have to live. Meanwhile, in this main base of Cure, he's actually going to get a tank out and siege, and anything you can do to just slowly pick your way through, anything that runs up here is nice. I mean, we probably have a Matrix available. We're going to drop auto turrets instead. Going to land the Vikings as that siege tank is going to go down. Raven's just gathering back up against Starport Barracks Factory coming over. Marine tank, Cyclone regathering on the bottom right side. Going to pull out the natural as well. Up that right side is going to be the orbital over here. A couple of structures, Barracks Factory, Starport again, bit of everything joining together for the moment. That Starport completed. Tank's going to shoot. Ravens and the Viking gathering up. SCVs will begin to go down. Marine falls. Other SCVs in trouble. I mean, Percival's, again, what he's doing is fine. It's just he hasn't had anywhere near as much as what his opponent had. Cure really showed up with just more army to fight with, and that's going to kind of be a pretty simple resolution to this opening game. Auto turret still in position. Again, Marine tank. We'll try to figure out. I mean, it looks like Cure's going to try and break up here and close this down. He's got the matrices, so he shuts the tanks down. That's most of the damage output. And Percival recognizes that he is just not in the same position Cure is. GG is called, and it is going to be Cure to take the opening game of this best of 3. Alright, so that goes that way as we get ready for Game 2. Going to head to Winter Madness for this second map, guys. Get this ready to rumble. Let's throw some invites out. Thank you so much, Human Being and Alex Solo coming in. Appreciate you guys. And thank you so much whoever just installed Star Trek as well. Appreciate you checking out the game. Thank you very much indeed. We're a couple subs off 800. Keep them coming. Let's get you guys on the tree and we'll get into this game too. Thank you for the love, thank you for the subs, thank you for the support. Thanks for supporting StarCraft 2 and the tournaments we put on. To do that, as we have ourselves a Game 2 here. In the top left corner, down a game will be the blue Terran player. This is Percival. He takes on the bottom right, red Terran player representing Team Liquid. We've got ourselves Cure. Game 2 of the best of 3 here on Winter Madness, and Cure up to a 1-0 start. Looking to resume with some more action very soon. That was another Star Trek sound. Whoever that was, I appreciate you. It was Rudolph Skin. Thank you so much for the install. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so very much for checking out the sponsored content. We'll be playing that on stream if you want to check it out before you do download it. We'll be playing it on stream on Monday after the WardiTV Monday Cup, unless it goes super long. So that's the plan for Monday. So, yeah, like I say, appreciate you guys, though. Thank you so very much. Let's just have ourselves barracks going down, refinery setting up. This barracks settling over here, gases in the racks. Gonna be double gas each, which is not too super uncommon for the TVT, to be fair. It's pretty regular. Now we just have our racks and the gas coming by. Get that up and running just for the moment as well. So all of that coming through. We've seen the SCV, gonna nibble out another SCV. Taking a second. Just join up. Depots on the way. Orbital commands in production. A lot of building will be done for these next few moments. Just going to get settled there for a little bit. As, yeah, factories coming through. Reapers coming online. SCV is building on up. Take a couple of moments for all of this to settle. SCV's kissing the middle of the map as they return home from their scouts at the same time as well, both kind of aware of when a Reaper would pop here typically on this build order, and so both making sure that their SCV will not be caught by the opponent's Reaper. Hey Wardy, I saw the tournaments and at 21st December, didn't you... Oh, sorry, the tournament, I presume I mean the tournament ends the 21st December. Didn't I say there are games at Christmas Eve too? Are those show matches? Yes, so what we do is we do the Christmas Eve games, which are 4 best of 5s. So on the 24th, we'll have 4 best of 5 $100 show matches for you guys. And then on Christmas Day, we have the $1,500 WardiTV Christmas Day games. You know what, guys? You've been so good. I will announce the player lineup. Right now, on the 25th of December this year, you will watch games from Clem, Raynor, Hero, Classic, Pure, Bjorn, Solar, and Max Packs. I was thinking, who's the 8th player that I've not that I've not thought of? The 8th player is Max Packs. I believe it didn't say. So those are the players you can watch on the Christmas Day games on the 25th of December. Those are pre-recorded, so it's the only time I ever do this. But I will get those games played next week, basically, and then I will slowly cast them, and we'll put it together as a typical show. So if you don't know any other, it will just look like a normal show, but it is pre-recorded. But it will be like straight up 7-8 hours of just straight up games. We even upgraded it this year. Usually we do best of 5 semifinals. This year will be best of 7 semifinals. So you'll have 4 best of 5s and 3 best of 7s to watch on Christmas Day. We just jump in here from Percival. That's not going to go well for you. And you try to escape. They have to run around a little bit. And we lose 2 of those Reapers. Hellions getting some shots off to help as well. It's going to be a good defense made from Kua. And we go from there. But yeah, I've been enjoying the Christmas Day games, and it really is a tradition at this point. So definitely looking to kind of keep it going every year, and it's really cool that we can do it. It's obviously it's a big event. $1,500 for a one-day cup is not a good monetary investment, but I think it's something nice. It gives back to some of the players that have played in our tournaments all year long as well, right? It's nice to do something special, and I think you guys genuinely really enjoy it every year too. It's one of our most watched events of the year in terms of a singular stream. Like, the viewership is amazing every time. So yeah, I always like doing it. We had to pull the cost down a little bit this year. We put the prize pool down a little bit, but we still got a great lineup of players. So should be a great day of games. I like it as well because it means I get to watch some StarCraft with you guys. Like, I get to like sit in the chat and just chat with you guys and meme along and hate on the caster as well. Like, it's brilliant. I get to be one of you guys for the day. So it's always really fun. Raven coming up. Stim on the way from both. It wasn't the prettiest of starts from Percival, but at the end of the day, it's 2 Reapers to the 1. And he is equal in Raven count. Both players are going to make their way to a 3rd Raven. As you can see, obviously, as well, mentioned that both of them are on the way to the Stim pack. So I'll continue too. Sorry, this Raven just got in and got 3 kills right off the bat. That auto turret was very effective. So Percival actually going to open up a couple workers lead for himself at this point here on Winter Madness. Going to see the units pulling back over to that left-hand side. A few Marines, Hellions, Ravens, and the Siege tank setting up as well. The Ravens gather. Hellions and the Reaper coming about. Just going to have ourselves the couple of shots coming through. Going to be moving around as well. Couple of SCVs going down. Siege tank shoots. Hellions and the Sea Cyclones taking some damage. Couple of shots coming by. Orbital is going to be moving back. Just going to be seeing our 1-1 upgrades and that stim pack coming up as well. Cyclones, the Hellions continue to come around. Orbital on that right side. Obviously, that's where Percival would like to try and jump onto, and that's where his main army will start to head to. Feels like there's something missing here. I don't know if you guys noticed it, but there's a distinct lack of siege tanks. So we've got no tanks from Percival, and I don't know about you guys, but most TVTs are usually got tanks in them, and that just means, like, how do you push into a position with tanks? Like, if you have tanks right now, siege, this base is under some pressure, right? Instead, this is super marine heavy. I just don't know if it's heavy enough that we can just commit into this. We scan ahead with the, we scan ahead. We see those ravens gathering about. Marine Cyclone ready to come through. We are going to hit that first tank. Again, this would feel so much better if we just had a sneaky little thing called a siege tank of our own. He was going to get convincing defense on this as well. Pushes this back as though you already had the 1-1 upgrades, which was not the case. So, yeah, he actually just completely shuts this down. And this goes nowhere from Percival. Complete shutdown on that frontal attack. And that's massive for Kira, who is obviously already up a game in this series. And looking to rebound from a 1-0 loss to start off the day from what we've seen on the stream. The units secure back around that right side. We're going to regather here from Percival. Finally, a siege tank here from him. I wonder what happened. I know he built a 4th Raven. Is that the reason his tanks were so late in comparison? I didn't really see anything else to be the case. It's not like he randomly lost a tank. I don't think he was like majorly supply blocked missing the tank either. I think he just didn't start to build the tanks anywhere near as soon, and as such is in kind of a bit of a weird position now. We do see Kua moving out onto the map, so is going to make a little bit of a move across to the upper left-hand side. There are going to be Marines and Medivacs coming down the right at the same time, looking to get in position, looking to get in toward that orbital right there as well. So just going to try and get that underway straight away. So orbital actually lifts off and just tries to escape out of here. 2-2 upgrades coming up. Marine tank Viking on the way through. SCV still producing up as well. We are going to see those Marines going to get rid of a few SCVs on the ground. We load back into the Medivacs. We escape away. An orbital command will come down in the next few moments. On the other side of the map, the Marine tank will take a step forward as well. A couple more shots coming through. We are going to see a lot of units here from Kua able to get pushing forward already. Again, Ravens up in the sky, dropping those matrixes, and that's just going to open the door for Kua to push on through. And I think very fair to say right now that this is looking like a very good starting point for Kua in this game number 2. I say starting point, but I feel like it started a while back. He's continuing to look good and looking to get himself to 1-1 in this group and put Percival down to 0-2 with the Protoss players to play against. Tanks firing, Marines going down. The Vikings are going to be shooting at those Medivacs as well. A couple of them continue to drop. Those upgrades all coming by. That +1 vehicle weapon is going to be a part of this as well. Still see the rest of these Marines stepping forward for the moment. The 2-2 will finish up very shortly. Tanks will sit tight, and we just have ourselves the Vikings overhead. Another tank will siege. Again, 2-2 upgrades coming up on the side of Kua. Finish very shortly. The 2-2 will come in from Percival, but that's just not going to matter. It's just going to be the fact that Kua is up 2-2 upgrades to 1-1 and significantly ahead in army, already in a great position. Super ahead in workers, no pressure on his side of the map. This game is looking to be as good as done. Kua will, like I say, put himself to 1-1 right now. A couple tank shots going to fire through, clearing up a little bit off to the sides. And we're going to stim in. And if I had to make a guess, it's probably going to be enough for a GG. 3 siege tanks seems scary, but there's not a lot of buffer for those tanks, and you can just see that the Marines are not going down fast enough, so that's going to be GG. Kua, the convincing TVT win, bouncing back, like I say, against that young Yakov series, and that's going to put Kua at 1-1. And so this group is super interesting after 6 series played. We're going to have MaNa 2-0. Yakov finished his games now 2-2. Trigger 1-1. He's about to play Kua. That's going to be a huge match as Kua and Trigger are both 1-1. Percival currently trailing 0-2. He has the Protoss players left to play against. What's funny is I feel like Percival was not loving PvT a while back, but is maybe much more into PvT right now, so that could be pretty interesting as well. Thank you so much for another Star Trek install, and I think we're going to get a level 2 up here as well in a second. I just saw on my thingy. There it is. Rudolph skin. Thank you so much for the level 2 on the Star Trek Fleet Command. Everything you guys do that shows up on this side screen here directly gives us money. This is like straight up, we get paid more cash into my PayPal, which goes to more players and more StarCraft tournaments if you guys complete those things on the screen in the Star Trek Fleet Command. So do check it out. Play a few minutes every day for the next week or so. Would help us out massively. We're going to take some ads. So we're going to throw those up. And as we throw those ads up, we are going to get ourselves ready for next matchup, which is going to be Cure versus Trigger. So we're going to get that on the go and get that started off. And I should just be able to send all of these over now without issue. So I will just get that going. Don't mind me for a second, guys. Just going to do some multitasking. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Got these ones. So that is... yeah. And I need to take... same thing again. Oh no, I don't need to be over here, do I? I still need to be over here? No, I sent them all. Perfect. Alright, I need to be over here. We click this one, we click this one. Perfect. Alright guys, now I'm going to put them in this folder over here. And that'll be us set for a little bit without having to mess around with the replays. I think. I think. Cool. Beautiful. Alright, we'll give it about a minute on the ads, guys. And we will take that as a chance to host up into our next game, which is going to be Cure Trigger. Get this hosted and ready to roll outward. Cool, cool, cool. Awesome. What's up, Rissy9? How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Hello, hello, hello. Alright guys, 30 seconds or so, we're missing one caster or so. We'll get them in here, and we'll be able to go into Cure versus Trigger. So the next match is up, Cure Trigger, and then Cure MaNa. And then after Cure MaNa, we've got MaNa Percival and Percival Trigger. MaNa currently 2-0. So the game's against... I mean, these next couple of games are going to be interesting. Like, Cure's now 1-1. If he can beat out the Protoss players, then he puts himself in a great spot. If he loses one of these, then the 2-2 tie situation becomes even more complicated. Man, what if he loses... What is the scenario? Okay, there is a world where... Okay, think about this. If Cure beats Trigger, but loses... If Cure beats Trigger... Oh, if he loses to MaNa, okay. I'm thinking there is, though, a world where, say, Cure beats Trigger, MaNa loses to Percival and Cure. He would be 2-2. Percival wins against Trigger as well. He would be 2-2. Trigger would be 2-2. There is a world we have a 4-way 2-2 tie, which then would come down a map score and the other tiebreakers that we have established. But it is... I can't think of the last time we saw a 2-2 tie. I don't know if we've ever had like a 4-way 2-2 tie in a 5-player group. That would be really kind of crazy. Is there a clan in Star Trek Fleet Command to join for Wardy? No, not yet, because I've not played it on stream yet. So on Monday, we'll probably be making a clan. But I've not done it yet because I just haven't done my on-stream sponsored 1 hour yet, you know? So, yeah. Sounds like such a nice scenario. That'd be a brutal scenario. That means we're going to lose someone who went 2-2 on the day. Like, that feels horrible. I mean, that's fun for us in a way, but like, oh, I feel horrible losing someone who's 2-2. Alright, let's see what happens, guys. We're going to go Cure versus Trigger, Cure versus MaNa. That'll give us a much better view on where this group is at. The expectation, right? I mean, Kira got upset against by Yakov. I mean, you know what? Honestly, like, first place in this group really is up for grabs still as well. And first place is so big, because obviously first place pushes you so far into the bracket in comparison. You skip 2 rounds of the upper bracket if you get first place instead of second or third. So that is a major deal breaker. As we are going to start in the bottom right-hand corner of this best of 3 with the red Protoss player, Trigger. He's been playing so great lately. Would love to see him pick it up a little and look good here against Kira. I do think when I came into this group, if I had to pick favorites, I would have said probably Kira and Trigger, actually. But Trigger, obviously, his loss so far today coming to MaNa in the PvP. That was super early on. Obviously, we saw MaNa games like 3-4 hours ago. We'll get back to some MaNa games soon, but yeah, that was how his day started. That's why he's 1-1. He did pull it back against Yakov. And then Kira obviously did not pull it back against Yakov, and he's here now 1-1 himself in this matchup. All right, into this game, number 1 of this best of 3. Get this a-rolling. Kira we'll have to nibble at a probe that comes across the map, so we'll just have to try and fend that off for a couple of moments here. Push that back for a little bit. Turn that away, just for now. Away we go. A couple of SCVs. I'm just going to nibble up about. Good damage being done. 2 shots coming in. Command center coming around. Get that into position already, so again, just gonna get that going. Setting up a little bit. Nexus coming through, the Adept in the Warp Gate, the Assimilator coming about as well. On the bottom side, we do have that probe pulling back into the natural. Nexus coming up on Command Center on the other side. Got all of that on the go, the probe into the main. Let's cheer for the 2-2 group. Yeah. It'd be kind of fun, though. Kind of fun. Yeah, I just realized if Kira loses to Trigger but beats MaNa, there absolutely still would be a 2. You could have all 2-2, actually, I think. I love it, though. I mean, hey, if nothing else, I love seeing, you know, it's our championship event. It's our end-of-year championship, right? We get to this point, it's like, hey, look how close these games are. Look how close everyone is. You know what it is? Today, we've actually had a lot of 2-0s, but we have not had 2-0s in, like, boring, matter-of-fact kind of like, oh, I'm just the better player kind of ways. Like, we've had a lot of competitive games, even if the overall result has ended 2-0. We've had a lot of series which I think have been very deserving of a potential Game 3. It just hasn't quite ended up in such a way, right? So it's been a cool one in terms of that. Definitely been a great opening day so far. And hey, I say so far, we've this series and then 3 more best of 3 still, guys. Like, we're not even close to being done yet. Like, 3 more best of 3s after this. We have got some StarCraft 2 still to show you guys. So fear not, don't go anywhere. We got plenty still to come. And then we're doing it all again tomorrow for Group B. And then Group B is a banger of a group. Scarlet, Rogue, Nightmare, Shameless, and Ryung. I have no idea who's going to come out of this one. Scarlet's actually playing super well based on what we've seen recently. Rogue is fun but chaotic. Shameless always feels like he has upside potential. Nightmare was rocking it in the Korean Royale. Ryung, actually, I think good enough to get out of that group as well. I think he's an underdog but has that chance to kind of make his way. Like, tomorrow's group is awesome. Tomorrow's group could go 2-2 with everyone and I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I feel like it's actually got that sort of potential to it. It's hard to even really pick like a distinct favorite in that Group B. So tomorrow's game's looking great as well. That's going to be what we're up to tomorrow. And then obviously we have more content, more groups of this on Tuesday and Thursday coming up as well. So that will also be happening in the near future as well. A couple of Marines in the Cyclone settling down. Cyclone the Marines. We'll move about. A couple other gates, the Prism coming over. I'm just going to see the Marines going in after a few probes. We're just going to have ourselves the Marines up to the top left. Cyclone moving through too. Stalker going to get a cleanup. Marine falling. And again, that blink is very much so on the way as well. Stalkerinios just going to step across. Stalkers will take a step forward. SCV will be going down. It's going to get a little pick off there initially. Now 4 more Stalkers warping in. Very committed play from Trigger. Like the actual 4-gate blink here. Something you don't see all that often nowadays, right? You don't see this kind of commitment to aggression all that much now. So fun to see a little bit of that coming through. As I just have the tanks gathering together, the bunker coming up, again the marine tank coming through, probes and SCVs going down. On the other side, Stalker's going to get there, medevac will fall, the marines will continue to take some shots, the extra couple of Stalkers coming back into play currently, and they will play cleanup there. But that was 8 probes that went down, so that little drop actually goes a long way of succeeding. That's a good bit of damage done. Fantastic little starting point as, again, marine, tank, Viking stim all coming through for the moment. A couple of Stalkers getting turned away by the siege tank fire there. These siege tanks going off on those Stalkers as well. Prism will load back up and fall back down that left-hand side. Again, a few extra Marines coming through. Stimpack coming around. Stalkers will get back over to the left here currently. Again, Charge, Nexus, plus and a Pylon being added on into play as well. As Marine, Viking, Stimpack will come through as well. There's the Stalkers just going to get in after this depot. Going to take that down. That's a supply block here for Cure. Viking will shoot. Prism will take a few shots of damage. So again, a few more hits coming by already. A little bit more coming into play already just now. Get that set up again. And see what our next step of this is going to be as our Stalkers. I would not say have been super successful just yet. I don't think this is what we wanted. I think we would have wanted more than this by now out of if you Trigger. See a few more Stalkers chilling out on the left side. Stim +1 coming up. CC on the way. Again, just the Nexus, the gates, and the Forge continue to come on by. Immortal and the Sentry coming up. The Charge on the way through. The Stalkers and the Prism pull back over to that left-hand side again. Prism will settle. I mean, I think at this point your best shot is probably to go and get the Stalkers inside that Prism and then jump into the main base. Just get a few, like not below, just the 4 Stalker drop, and then maybe you open some doors. I actually don't think it's really going to happen, though. I think the defense right now is looking very solid from QS. So I just don't think Trigger sees much of a possibility in these next few moments. And I think Trigger's realizing it as well. Combat shield on the +1. Going to come about. It's going to be seeing the barracks going to get hit. Just going to be seeing the Marines gathering. I mean, at this point, yeah, there's not much more those Stalkers can do. Trigger takes third base, +1 attack is coming up. Pylon as well, +1 in the combat shield coming through. A couple of Stalkers will blink away from the Bio Army there. Back toward the center of the map. Third command center dropping over to the left. Stalkers blinking around. It's going to be seeing the Medevacs Marauders coming up. +1 attack upgrade coming through. Withermine still in position. Now the Zealots and the Stalkers back over that right-hand side into the center. We load a few Zealots up. They're going to get brought around here as well as we figure this out and decide where we're going to go. Back into that natural expansion with those few Zealots. Let's see how successful it can be. The rest of that army still sat there waiting for the opportunity to show itself. Prism kind of low, taking a lot of damage as well. Trigger, though, going to pull the trigger. He's going to do as his name suggests, and yeah, he's going to go and hit this base. Zealots get in the front. Tanks on those Zealots are not great, but the tank fire is actually targeting sentries and Stalkers. That's a lot more impactful. I like that a lot. Pull back a little bit further. A few more of those Zealots going down. 9 SCVs dead. Stalkers on the left side just going to go blinking back out of here. You have concussive shells and the armor upgrade coming up. The Marine Marauder still very much so producing through as well. Bio will stim in after those Stalkers. You have a Nexus over on the right-hand side. Just going to get into position also. So that Nexus gets into place. We get that on the go. Concussive shells, armor upgrade continuing up. Prism denied. Not going to do anything at all there. Well, that's an easy shutdown, and we love a bit of that. You're going to continue across the map, and this is bad for Trigger, I feel like. He just lost a lot in quick succession. Down 30 army supply. Can he get a defense going against this army will be the big question mark for us right now. As he steps on through, the couple pylons will start to take damage initially. It doesn't look like he should be able to, but let's see. This is +1 to +1 in case you're wondering about the upgrades. Those are pretty even in this scenario. Bio stepping back a little further. A couple Zealots still taking damage. A few more shots coming through. We will continue to go and try and fight here as the Bio goes up. Force field's coming down. We're going to break through. The sentries fall. The Stalkers are dropping. I mean, this Nexus looks like it's in a ton of trouble as Kua. Only thing I will say is his army is hurting, and he doesn't have a lot of medevac energy, so he stims one more time. He will finish off this Nexus. A Colossus shows up. I think Trigger will probably scare Kua away, but not before taking serious damage, and that may even include this 4th base going down. We're going to run out of stim. Do we stim one more time? We do, but he's not going to stick around for the Nexus. Again, those units are kind of low HP, and like I say, it's a different story if those medevacs have any energy left on them, but without energy, this is just not the sort of situation you mess around and find out with. You just back off. You just come back again later. You've already done good damage. The worst thing you can do right now is give your opponent an opportunity based off nothing at all, basically, right? My opponent back over. Again, a couple of Vikings coming up. Ship weapons coming through. 2 upgrades on the way about as well. The Viking, Marine, Marauder all coming into place. +2 attack about to finish. Nexus coming down from Trigger on the 3rd base. Stalker's going to go around that left-hand side. Going to get the SCV. Going to put some damage on the command center. The Bio will stim on through. The Stalkers get pushed back. A bit more being done once again as we go to chase just for the moment. Vikings coming through, ship weapons coming up, 2 upgrades still very much so on the way in right now. Stalker still coming back about. Ghost Academy coming from Kua, so he's just going to be very safe about this game. Make sure he has absolutely all the correct tech. He's already building Vikings because he saw Colossus. You got the Ghost because it's going to make life easier. If you end up playing against the Disruptors here, EMPs are going to help against Disruptors because you're going to knock them away and down more quickly if the shields are gone before you start fighting them. So, in general, Q are just playing a very safe little follow-up right now, which I appreciate. He's in a good position, and it's good to see a guy who doesn't want to throw away his good position based off nothing at all. Factory will float back over to the left-hand side. The few Zealots going to go up the left. A few Stalkers get pushed away. Bio going to be there to chase the Stalkers down a little bit. Ghosts, Vikings, +1 ship weapons, 2 upgrades. A lot of that continuing by just for the moment right now. So again, we get a lot of that put into place right here. Waiting to see where exactly we're going to go. I mean, it's kind of down to Trigger. Can he find a way to be aggressive? Can he find a way to get himself set up in this game and to truly find some damage and just claw his way back into that? I mean, Q is maxed, so if Trigger does find a way, it's based on the fact that Q just doesn't attack him. And he just sits back and gives him a lot of room and space, which so far is turning out to be the case. Like, Q is sat back and doesn't seem too bothered at all. He's very happy letting this game play on a little bit. Which is funny, because that seems to have been a trend in QS TVP lately. You remember that series we casted against Hero, was it, the other day? And it was like, oh, Kua, why don't we just end the game? And he's like, well, Wardy, because I would rather let this game be ridiculously closer than it should ever be. And that was a very weird scenario that we were kind of playing through at the time. I kind of feel like this is a little bit of a similar scenario as well, so... You see the Disruptor shot firing through. Just going to have ourselves the Ghost coming about, Missile Turret coming over, Bio Ghost Medevac coming back through as well. Stalkers into the middle of the map will get themselves in position. 3 upgrades building up from QA, +2 ship weapons are part of that. The Starport coming through. A little bit of Bio going to be there, and those Stalkers get turned around already. Zealot Stalker, Disruptor Colossus, all gathering together. As Q pulls back around the left side. Command Center going to drop into place as well. Just going to get that going immediately. It's a good few Zealots up the top. Going to come moving through for a couple of moments. And Trigger's army's not bad, and we're maxed out, so you're going to give yourself a chance here. Don't get me wrong, I still like where Kira is at. I still think Kira's army is obviously very good. He's been able to invest into all the tech. But hey, this is a straight up fight right now, and if there's ever a game you can win as Trigger in this game, it's one where you end up getting a straight up fight compared to what you originally had. Unfortunately for Trigger, man, those Vikings just decimate his Colossus. The Disruptors have done nothing, and I fear that with Ghost still having plenty of EMPs available, this entire engagement is basically on the verge of being a disaster. Fire pushing through, Disruptor shot lands on a couple of units as well. The Zealots on the other side are going to charge on up. That Zealots, of course, will get rid of the Marauder there as well. Continue to chase by. First Disruptor's already going down. Another Disruptor shot firing, but not landing. Medevac's peeling through 2. 3 upgrades about halfway done. The +2 ship weapons coming over. Marine Marauder Liberator, very much so still on the way in. Careful there, Bio on the right side. Just going to go around, chasing after that Zealot for a few moments again, seeing what else we can do. Stalker Zealot gathers. The army back over the right. Command center morphing into the planetary fortress. Stalkers get underneath the factory since taking some damage. Bio coming through. Liberator's coming about. Couple of shots coming in. Ghost taking damage. Those ghosts getting clipped. I mean, hey, the Disruptor's going to buy you a bit of time. I love the Bio from the right side. It's going to be hard to get rid of. Now we're out of Disruptor shots, surely. Nope, one more. We actually get a good few Marines off of it as well. As Kyo continues to play the chasing game right down to the bottom side of that. So it does get a good chase, does get a lot done. The rest of that Zealot Stalker army still gathering together just momentarily. As we are going to get back onto that Nexus on that right-hand side, so a little bit more damage being done right there. Yeah, I mean, again, anytime you're going to knock down that Nexus, it's going to put you into a much better position. Nexus falls, Disruptor shot landing, just a few Marauders. Turn back and forth, just going to see that Liberator going down. These Disruptors in trouble. Can we target fire the correct ones? Yes. The ones that are firing are not getting their shots off. They're dying way too soon, and that is going to be more than a success story. That's going to be, I think, Kyo just putting himself into GG spot where Trigger has no other real option at this stage, although Trigger is going to refuse to believe that just yet. He's not going to tap out of this game for the moment. Back into the center. Bio going to push. The Stalkers here going to end up taking some damage. A couple of them going down very quickly. The Viking gets shut down on top of everything else as well. Another Disruptor trying to connect right there, but not quite going to find the value in it just yet. One more Disruptor shot, and I feel like that should be about it, right? Cannon, battery here, both going down. Just going to be seeing the Disruptors held back. The Liberator is going to get sieged. It's going to see a few more hits coming through. A few more units getting into position at the moment. The probes are going down as well. I mean, the Liberators are going to get targeted by the Stalkers, but there's just so much Bio. We don't even need the Liberators at this point. And whenever you're in a position where you're being told you don't need the Liberators as a Terran in TVP, it's probably a pretty good situation. And Trigger's going to say that is very true. GG's out, and that's going to be the series. So, game number one, not still going to be the series, that's going to be the start of our series. Game number one going the way of Kyo, and getting a bit back on track after, like I say, a little bit of a shaky start of this group from what we saw, but back on track here against Trigger, at least for the moment. The game two will come up on Tourmaline in a couple of mementos, guys, here in the WardiTV. Guess what? The 2025 Championship. What, you haven't heard me say it already? No way. Alright, get some invites out, and we will be in just a few moments, guys. Thank you for your patience as we resume on through. Alright, guys, take a couple moments here, just get hosted up. I feel like we've lost a caster, but maybe I'm just imagining things. But either way, we'll give it about 40 seconds for some ads to play, and once they're out the way, we will resume on through into our next game. Am I real or AI? I mean, is there any real way to kind of tell you guys that? Like, I can wiggle my fingers and they don't merge into each other. Does that prove I'm not AI? Tough to say, isn't it? In this day and age. Like, what is the test to make sure someone's not an AI, actually? Like... Good. Trying to prove I'm not AI proves I'm AI? Yeah. Well, is that the natural thing for the AI to defend itself? Surely the natural thing for me is to interact with things my chat says, though. It's tough, isn't it? Wait, okay. Maybe the way to prove it is anytime someone subscribes, we can put the little floppy reindeer ears on our head and, you know, is this something an AI could do? I don't think so. Liquid Living, thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime. Let's get ourselves into this next game. Get this ready to roll and kick off into game number 2. 2 more subs to 800. 1 more sub to 800. Thank you so much, Liquid Living. I will get you on the tree after this game. AI's evolving quickly. This is what, you know, they could have made millions, and instead, what did they do? they made moving reindeer ears. Yeah, actually, that sounds like something that would happen. Freshscape, let's go. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for priming us up. That should take us to the 800 sub count. Incredible. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it. Liquid Living. $800 subs. Crazy stuff, guys. All right. Whoever was sitting there waiting for the 100 sub bomb to get us to 900 so we can do the countdown to 1,000, now's your time. We hired someone out there in the wings, right? They're waiting. Yeah? Right? Okay, maybe not. Alright, thank you so much, guys. I'll get you both on the tree after this game. Thank you for the support and the subs. We appreciate it. 800 is crazy. Obviously, we're carried a little bit by gifted subs right now. But hey, you know, a sub is a sub, and being on some gifted subs is better than not being on gifted subs, so appreciate you guys. Let me just I'm just doing the decorations. I'll get to observing, because once the decorations are done, I don't have to be distracted by anything anymore. It's so much easier this year that I've gone away from the freaking tying the knots on that. Honestly, tying the knots would suck. It was so bad. Going back to these little bauble hooks is 100% a big positive. Paper Factory Orbital coming through, Cybercore and Nexus building by the Probe Scout from Trigger to try and see a bit of what's up on a map where I feel like aggression is very potent. Straight from natural to natural, no ramps, no high ground, low ground to think about. Kind of a cricket rush distance as well. As we get that on the roll. We still have the 50 sub discrepancy. What's the 50 sub discrepancy? Does it say we're like 50 behind on the thing below the stream? Honestly, we did just randomly gain a bunch of subs at some point. I have no idea where they came from, but like, they've been there for like multiple weeks, like at least a week now, so I'm gonna believe they exist, but at the same time, I also don't really know. Reaper gets poked back by the Stalker in the first couple of moments. Just getting turned around there. The description thing still says 750. Yeah, I actually have no idea, man. I have no idea myself. Honestly, we could be getting scammed by Twitch, but what could we do? We'll just run with the number that shows up elsewhere. Reapers, hop into the high ground. Gonna go up and down. Stalker and the Adept come moving through a little bit as well. Just gonna see that gateway going down onto the natural expansion, so you can get that put straight into place. Couple barracks coming through, Tech Lab and the Reactor coming up, the Twilight Council about to finish in the main, as we are going to see both those Reapers and that Hellion coming over to the other side there, so just going to get a move along. Again, extra barracks on the way, and we'll see how Cure handles this game with a very bio-heavy opening. That's three racks before starports. So you still have the factory, but you don't have the starports. They're still going to be pretty like bio-centric. Reapers are going to hop in here, and they're going to run past that first Adept. The Adept going to fire a couple of shots, the Reapers take some hits. Going to come chasing through, getting a couple of probes already. The Stalkers are going to be there. Adepts are going to deliver some damage output to those Reapers. As now we see on the other side, a couple of Hellions are going to be there as well. Probes still taking some more damage. Stalkers are going to be pinging away. Hellions taking some of the shots. And Cure trying to turn back around with those Hellions and just find what he can, but there really wasn't a lot going on there. Again, that Blink's halfway done, the robotics facility about to finish. Adept and the Stalker will kill the Reaper already, so the Reaper already going down for a couple of seconds. Bit of damage done just for the moment. Again, that Blink is about halfway through here. We do have the other couple of Hellions making their way across as well. And yeah, Stimpack and Combat Shield are both in production at the moment as well, so we continue to bring that straight through. And again, Blink is about halfway done. The Prism on the way, Stalker on the way, adding on a Gateway as well. Still just have Stim and Combat Shield building up. The Blink about to finish. Prism's going to be done. We do have the Gateway off to the side. This Hellion will poke around, and the Stalker will just poke it back. I mean, if nothing else, Cure's doing a good job of keeping track of what it's about on the map. He's going to be up against 3-gate Blink pressure here and Trigger will take a third base behind it, so sets that up right up to the 12 o'clock, intercepting that Hellion from coming home. Not that the Hellion has too big of a role to play, it really is just a map control factor now, so losing it's a little bit less vision on the map as Kua. He still has this one, which is going to spot the third base coming down. Could actually kill the probe there, as the bunker plus siege tank defense is looking pretty good initially. He goes to the natural to probably shoot through some probes and force some battery healing to be done, but like I say, he could have killed this probe. It was nowhere near a battery. That would have been probably a guarantee. Nothing really guaranteed over in the natural as now Prism into the main base. Tank is well placed. Actually going to unsiege the tank, though. He believes he has to pull it back. I feel like that unsiege was a mistake. I feel like if he left himself sieged, he would have done okay, but maybe he finds himself a bit more damage. I think unsieging both the tanks was a mistake. Maybe if he unsieges this one, it does more damage output, but this tank probably should have stayed sieged, unless he felt like it was going to splash. Alright, a little bit of a weird moment or two. I'm just going to be seeing the Prism, a few Stalkers out the front. We'll be seeing our Marines and the tanks gathered together. Compressor Shells and the +1 coming up as well. Charge and that +1 coming through too. Immortal on the way. Gateways in production. We will see our Stalkers going to poke about onto the bunker here. So damage being done. A couple of Marines taking shots. SCVs will jump themselves onto that bunker as well. Put some more pressure into place. Get some more repairing being done. Get this back on track. Conquest of Shells, attack upgrade. Again, attack on that charge coming by at the same time right now, so just going to get that on the go already. And do you have Marine Marauder Medevac all building on the bottom side? There's Vikings sitting chilling. They want us to try and catch this Prism if it makes a move in toward the main base. That's going to be the next step of this pretty much. It's going to be our next part of the plan, which is that Trigger wants to get in, and Kira is very well set to just say, no, you do not. He can fly past the Viking, but that's going to be nigh on guaranteed a dead Prism, and the Prism being on the map is a much better threat than the Prism being back in the Robo facility. So, yeah, just going to be respecting it, backing away. You see the +1 attack upgrade finishing up in a few moments on the engineering bay. Double depot going to come down. A little bit of bio going to be there. Keep the Stalkers at bay as well. Medevacs load up. They're going to go boosting up that left-hand side, so they're going to take a journey. And unload on the upper left as well. The next couple of moments. Again, +1 coming through, couple pylons coming up, extended thermal lens continues into place. Those Widow Mines still continue through as well, so again, looking pretty good there. Just for the next couple of seconds, actually going to see pretty big commitment from Trigger. He ends up surrounded, those units coming back from Kira, and those Stalkers take some heavy losses, so a lot going down as Kira plays cleanup, and now is going to rush across the map. He's up 80 to 55 army supply, so good supply advantage there initially. As we get toward this upper right side, a few Zealots, a couple of them all still in there, a couple of Stalkers and the Sentries. The Marauders will fire, the Zealots already taking damage, and we are going to have good push through. A couple of Sentries are going to morph into the Guardian Shields. A couple of the Zealots begin to go down. We pull back a little bit. Colossus stepping forward as well. Marines already taking a few more shots too. How well can we do here? A couple of the probes starting to drop. The bio going to pull away. Those Zealots are still diving in. Going to get after those siege tanks. Absolutely looking for a little bit more damage through all of this. As we are going to clean up a decent amount of it as Kua. I mean, he's going to get himself onto the Colossus in a second. There's no real buffer units left. A couple of Zealots only. Colossus is very close to going down. We're just a couple shots away from it. Although the Prism can micro, it's not going to be good enough either way. And it looks as though that will do it. Kua going to get the 2-0 over Trigger, and that's going to put Trigger in a whole world of hurt right now. And that's going to really push him into a very difficult position. That Widow Mine lands onto the probe. It's going to be seeing the thermal lance and the +2 attack coming up. Trigger is busy saying GG's, tapping out of this one and moving on through. And that is going to be all they wrote for this matchup. So, Kua back on track. Suddenly he's 2-1 in this group, and he is on the verge of advancing into this next part of the tournament, the playoffs. Another win pretty much does it for him. Apparently with this loss, Trigger is already eliminated. What we're probably going to do then, let's do Kua versus MaNa. We'll see where that result goes. I think just because Trigger's map score is too bad that he can't catch up no matter what. Because Trigger is -3, the best he can do is 2-0ing. Percival would give him -1. But he would still be behind Yakov, who is +1 at 2 and 2. And the worst map score MaNa can end up with is 0. Or map difference is 0 for MaNa. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go Cure versus MaNa, and then we'll do Percival Trigger before we do Percival MaNa, because it's much more likely Percival MaNa is the deciding scenario there rather than Percival Trigger, because Trigger is eliminated. Now, Trigger's games are still important because Trigger can fight for 4th place in this group, which is a prize money increase over 5th place, but there is probably very likely going to be a scenario where Trigger is, like I say, just knocked out of this. Awesome. I'm just going to run the ads, guys. We're going to get into this next series. So we are going to go MaNa versus Cure. Let's do that. That's going to start off on Ruby Rock. By the way, you guys remember when someone was like, "Wardy's so anti-Terran bias" earlier? I literally have a Terran t-shirt on today. I've just had my hoodie on all day because it's been kind of cold. I haven't worn this t-shirt in so long. I was like, it'd be a cool t-shirt to wear today. My freaking Terran Heart t-shirt. Yeah? And everyone's like, early on, people are attacking me for being anti-Terran. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I was looking through my shirts today. I was like, what haven't I worn in a while? I've been wearing like the same like 5 to 10 t-shirts on repeat for like a good period of time at this stage. I was like, what could I wear that would be different? I'm like, I haven't worn this one in so long. I really like this t-shirt. Still anti-Terran bias. Oh, yeah. Yo, thank you so much, Freshscape and Liquid Living. Have a Merry Christmas, they say. Let's get you guys onto the tree. I'm going to stand up for this one while we have ads playing. Alrighty, guys. Waiting on the French stream to join us, if they are going to join us. And it is going to be Cure versus MaNa. After Cure MaNa, I probably have to take a couple minutes after this series, guys, to go feed Ellie. Believe it or not, Ellie needs feeding at points in time. But we'll do Cure MaNa, break, and then probably we're going to do... I'm still pretty sure that it's best if we do Percival Trigger and then Percival MaNa. So probably a little switch around on the final 2 series of the day. Is probably what we're going to do. Cool. All right, Ruby Rock, where are we at? Minute 30. Let's give it 30 seconds and we'll go. The shirt is deception. Yeah, I actually put it on during the break to try and prove I'm not anti-Terran. I wash the shirts? Yeah, that's why I keep wearing the same 5 to 10, because I wear them, they go in the wash, they come out the wash, then the washed pile, and I'm like, oh, what's easier, hanging all of these up and wearing different shirts, or just wearing these shirts? And then there's no washing to put away, and I'm just like, that sounds brilliant to me. Helen's happy, because she thinks I'm putting the washing away. In reality, I'm just wearing it day by day. Like, it's a win-win, for sure. Let's jump into Cure MaNa then, guys. Big game, because Cure is 2-1. A win here from MaNa would guarantee him first place in this group. If he wins this series, Cure cannot overtake MaNa, and MaNa cannot be overtaken in return. So this is actually a huge game. MaNa could get first place in this group, and first place guarantees that you will advance at least through a couple rounds of the playoffs. That's absolutely huge. So let's see if that's what happens. In the top left corner of the map, a red Protoss player representing Team Liquid in this Liquid Showdown. It is going to be MaNa here on Ruby Rock. And in the bottom right-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Terran player. This is going to be, again, another Team Liquid player. This time it's Cure. As we get this one up and ready to go. Okay, Ruby Rock coming through. Let's see what we get. Let's see what happens. Simulators coming up. Getting ready to roll. Taking a few moments as the refineries come in, the barracks and the SCV set up. This probe down the left-hand side initially is just going to go for a little bit of scouting around, a little bit of information gathering. the first few moments. QO1. QO1 against Trigger, yes. So this is Q's last game of the day. Like I say, we did all 4 QM's matchups back-to-back here, and he's now 2-1. Again, a win for Q puts him in a great spot to take the first place in this group, but it doesn't guarantee it. A win for MaNa guarantees him first place in this group with a series left to play against Percival still. So yeah, a lot on the line here. MaNa has had definitely flourishes of greatness this year. There's been moments where he really looks like the player to beat, the guy that's going to be tough to take down. Stalking that warp gate coming about. Here's the Stalker, the warp gate coming about, Reaper and the Hellion coming through. Sorry, as the Reaper just takes a little poke in. Gets settled down over there for a couple seconds, put some pressure on. Figure out what the next step of this is going to start looking like in the next couple of moments. So yeah, we get this underway. Just going to see the Twilight Council coming through, that warp gate coming up. A couple of Reapers going to be joined by another soon, so Kyo will keep the pressure up at the front door. We'll try and see if we can poke forward or anything just yet. Is Percival out or does he have a chance? Percival should still have a chance to advance. If he wins both of his next matches, he could absolutely get to 2-2 and have a better map score than some of the opposition. He's -4 right now, so he could get to 0 map score. That's not going to be better than Yakov, though. I think Yakov is always safe. I think Yakov is guaranteed to advance. That's crazy. When he went in 1-2 against Q and he had to beat Q to win, and then the 2-0 might just guarantee it for him as well. I think Yakov advances every single time right now. So yeah, that's kind of crazy because he's +1 map score. So I think Trigger's out. Yakov, I think, is guaranteed through. So yeah, if Percival advances, it's based on MaNa falling down and burning. Basically, I guess if MaNa gets 2-0 twice and Percival 2-0s Trigger and 2-0s MaNa, then he gets through based on map score and head-to-head probably. But we're a little bit away. Let's see how Q MaNa goes first, then we can see how Percival Trigger goes, then we can have an idea of whether MaNa versus Percival is going to be impactful or not. Cycling a couple of Marines will come by. Did Yakov have a different name ever? Nope. He's always been young Yakov or just Yakov, so he's always maintained that identity. A couple of Stalkers spoke out from MaNa. There are going to be the Reapers diving to the main. They're not going to go in just yet, putting themselves in position. The Hellion will try and find the probe transferring between bases right now. The Reapers are still stationary, not making a move just yet. As the Hellion goes down, the Reapers don't want to go into the main, so I'm just going to pull back over here. Sit between the bases. I wonder if there's a chance he can... He did kill this probe, right? So I wonder if he's looking for the next probe coming across. Try and get a denial on that, but this is actually 4 gate from MaNa, so the third base was actually a little bit of trickery, because I actually think he just wants to focus on warp-ins. In which case, now that QS sees that there's no 4th base, is a pretty good indicator for him. A 4th base is definitely later than it would typically be, so you're getting into a position right now as QO where you're starting to figure that out. So those Reapers actually staying alive and coming across toward that 3rd base with the scout gave him really good info and a really good idea of where this game is sitting at right now. Temple Archives halfway done, by the way. The Assimilator's coming up as well. The Prism into the main, so that's going to be MaNa's harassment. Has a sentry, so he's going to Guardian Shield up with the Zealots trying to come through, but the Prism just goes down. These Zealots on the natural will get rid of a siege tank, but they have some work to do for the fact that this main base attack's already done for. You're going to get a couple of SCVs, not really too many overall, honestly. This feels as though it could have been a whole lot better. Just going to see our Stim MaNa +1 still building through. The Reaper over there wants to try and get the probe, and it will go down. The probe will be killed just for the moment. Stalkers gather up, storming the Prism on the way in, probes in the Nexus coming through. And just going to have ourselves the few Zealots and the Stalkers coming back over to that left side now. Again, Stim Combat Shield and +1 coming through. We get all of that coming by. And more Gateway units gathering up. Still Storm about halfway. Blink starting on the Twilight Council. The Reaper draws back over to the right. See that throw with the 2 gateways down. Now the High Templars going to get blasted by a grenade. They're going to get forced to split a bit. Not really a big deal. Let's just see again, combat +1, concussive, all coming through. Again, the Ghost Academy going to be coming up as a part of this as well. And a lot of that on the go right now. That Storm is about to finish up. That Blink's halfway. Just going to be seeing the bio units still gathering. The Medivacs will be there as well as we continue to set into this. And yeah, refineries will come down. Bio still joined up. Again, combat shield +1, concussive shells having the chance to come through. The Archon finishing, Blink on the way, Immortal producing. This army of MaNa would like to take a chance to maybe go diving in toward that third base the next few moments. See if that opportunity is going to be utilized or not. Again, Marine Marauder Medevac coming through. The armor upgrade coming by. Big move forward. Just going to see those Zealots leading the charge. Going to dive in toward the siege tank initially. Bio units will fight back. A couple of Zealots going down. Good Storms are going to zone a little bit as well. Pushing a lot of those units back the other way. The High Templar goes down. The rest of the Zealots still coming through. Archon getting blasted. The Widowmine playing cleanup there. Another Storm just coming by. The extra units coming about. A few Zealots coming over as well. Just seeing those Zealots going to get warped in. We're going to step forward again. 16 SCVs already killed as MaNa continues to push into this base of Cure. Coming through onto the natural in the next couple of moments. One more Storm. A couple of Marines are going to get cleaned up. High Templar just getting brought back. A couple of Stalkers are still being killed. In the end, Cure gets a defense. It's an expensive bit of economy loss for him, for sure. As he goes down, what? I mean, 104 to 94 supply at this stage. So, pretty big difference there across the board. We will have ourselves the Medivacs, Marines, and Marauders still coming up. The armor upgrade coming in as part of this as well, currently. Armor going to give Cure the opening toward the 2-2 upgrades. Let's just join up. The rest of the units gathering together. Just going to see the Prism going down to the Widowmine. That goes, I mean, he just flung that forward anyway. Even without the mine, I would have been surprised if the Prism lived through that. It's a nice Storm toward the SCVs. Can we follow up on any of those SCVs that are now low? No, a lot of them are going to live through. One more Storm would have been amazing. Let's see, the Immortal just going to go down. The High Templar as well. So MaNa loses everything. Every tech unit went down. Didn't preserve a single thing there, unfortunately. So that becomes a very expensive trade-out. Secure comes back around to the right. Bio setting up. A couple of Vikings leading the charge. Medevac, Bio units all stepping forward. Again, that +1 attack. The Immortal and the Sentry coming through as well. See a couple of these units already going down. We are going to have the rest of our Bio Force going to step up. Zealots will go in after the Ghost. Trying to come through there just for a moment or two. We will see this Bio Force chasing back the other way. Bio still fighting. Stalkers going down. A bit of cleanup being done. Another nice Storm onto the Medivacs already. Storm still coming about. Another EMP goes down. The High Templars get hit. Bio will try and chase forward again. We just see the Immortal, the Sentry going down. The Vikings landed and the Zealots will fall. Looks like Cure maybe has enough here on Ruby Rock to push through. Man, MaNa had a couple of good fights on the other side, but his army was not good enough overall, I think, is what it comes down to. He took a couple of losses on the army at the end of the day. And again, having his tech unit count reset completely a couple of times definitely isn't stepping in the right direction for kind of winning a longer game here. GG's, and we're going to go to Old Republic for a second game of this matchup in just a couple moments, guys. We'll get that on the way. And ready to roll out for you all. Thanks for joining us here for the WardiTV 2025 Championship Group A. Again, we've got 6 groups across the course of the next week or so, and then we've got the championship bracket that will take place 6 days in a row, non-stop. Going to be a ton of fun. All right, we'll take a couple of seconds. A G to a teammate. MaNa's not a G kind of guy. I'm pretty sure he just didn't type the second one, guys. It happens. Don't think that's really a talking point or anything. As we'll jump into game 2 of this. Alright, Old Republic coming up here for our next game. Let's get this started up and rolling through. In the bottom left-hand corner, we're going to start with the Red Protoss, who will be down a game. Looking at Brandsit back in this game too. A win in this series would guarantee him first place in the group and bypassing some of the rounds of this competition. As we have got MaNa in that bottom left side. Can Cure, though, win this? He would go into 3-1. That would be a great place to end on. It doesn't guarantee him first place because MaNa's result could still kind of affect that against Percival. But obviously it's pretty much guaranteed to go through the group rather than potentially ending up in the 2-2 tiebreaker scenario, which is looking potential to happen or possible to happen in this group as well currently. So let's see what Cure can do. Up 1. Definitely the favorite. Going into game 2 now. We all heard it, 6 days in a row, non-stop STT. I didn't say that Nobino stops. It's just 6 days back-to-back of StarCraft, man. Like, playoff day after playoff day after playoff day. It's going to be big. It's going to be lots of SC2. It's going to be exhausting, but I think it's going to be worth it. I think we're going to have so many good games. I'm super looking forward to it, honestly. Really looking forward to it. A couple SCVs jumping onto refineries over here. It's just moving around a little bit. For the moment, moving about for now. Probe stepping about, just going to move up towards that ramp, hanging about over there for a couple of moments, so settling down, taking a few moments, seeing what will be happening next as we get ourselves underway. Factory halfway done. Reactor and the SCV coming up. Cybercore and the Nexus coming through as well. Wardy could put up a restream like the ESL channel. Get 24/7 StarCraft for 6 days. I did think about doing this at some point for like certain things, but I mean, you guys might remember, but for my 10-year anniversary, I was going to do a streamathon and do basically like 10 to 12 hour days live, and then like while we weren't live, we'd do like put the stream live, like kind of rebroadcast watches and stuff. That would be fun, but yeah, I don't know. We have so much, like if you think about it, we have so much StarCraft history like on our channel. We could do like, we could just do full-on rewatches of like tournament series and tournament events and stuff, like just going through the years. And at this point, like even the WardiTV Mondays YouTube playlist is like hundreds of videos long, you know. So there's like so many hours of content we could put back out for people just to chill with, but I don't know if there's a good way to really do it. I don't think I'd ever do it on my main channel more than anything else, I think, is the issue. Because if you do it on the main channel, I don't know, I think it takes away from when the main channel is actually live. So yeah, I've thought about it. I don't really have a good way to execute it either, but are all of my casts preserved or are many lost? No, I delete everything that I don't put on YouTube. So the stuff that's on YouTube is preserved. So actually, since we started streaming on YouTube, everything is preserved because I cast everything on YouTube, right? Because there's now nothing that's only streamed in terms of like there's all the live streams are there, unless there was like a tech issue with YouTube that day. All the live streams are fully available, whereas before it was just the highlights. But there's years and years of stuff we did not stream on YouTube, so. Call it Wardy rerun. Like I said, I just don't know how to do it though. I need like a bot or something to rename the title and the playlist and stuff and play it through. I don't know how to make it work. I'm not clever enough. Reapers and the Hellions going to get into the natural for some damage. Widowmine's going to go off. A bunch of probes begin to go down. So this getting messy because obviously MaNa got to the other side and ended up doing a bunch of damage, but now he's going to end up taking a whole bunch of damage as well. So, like I say, this gets a little bit messy. It's just a little bit clunky, and we're still losing probes. At the same time, we're still losing SCVs. Those Stalkers are going huge, having a very good time. Banshee showing up to play a bit of defense, but that means you're also going to need defense against the Banshee on the other side of the map eventually, so that's one more thing to think on. Bittermine blows up a Stalker. Reaper Hellion just going for as many probes as possible. 24 workers for Kua, 29 for MaNa. He's going to clean this up with a worker lead. And now Kua sends the Banshee out onto the map to try and see if it can find anything else. The Stalkers are going to be just shy of intercepting the medevac. He is expecting to go around the sides. He's going to see it. He misses it. He actually saw it, but he didn't see it. Yeah, he saw it too late. And now I think he just reactively blinked, realizing where it is, but it's too far gone. So the medevac gets home after all of that. Stalkers blink back to the center. We do see the Banshee, the Marine still coming up. A couple more SCVs coming through. And Marine tank Banshee coming around. A couple SCVs coming up. The Charger's on the way. A couple of probes being built as well. You know, just on the topic of what we're talking about, I was looking recently, just be like, I wonder how many hours of content we actually had on the YouTube, because I was actually thinking about this idea a little bit, and I was like, don't you dare, Wardy, don't think, because I'm doing, he's going to kill the tank, he's going to go after the Banshee. Banshee will go down, the few Marines going to try and hold out there, Stalker's going to get turned away. On the other side, the Banshees continue to hit, a few more probes going down, it's going to be 9 more workers killed. I don't think MaNa was that successful on the other side of the map, unfortunately, so I do think this is going the wrong direction for MaNa, as these Banshees are not being caught up quickly at all. Going to blink underneath. We are going to get the cleanup on one, but 13 dead workers is obviously huge. Man, messy game. Yeah, just to finish the thought, I was looking at how much like content we have on YouTube, and I was like, man, it's actually crazy when you stop and think about it. Like, there are like 400, there are like 4,000, 5,000 YouTube videos uploaded. Because we used to do, like, a lot of, like, individual uploads, and, like, a lot of, like, we used to upload everything. So, like, back in the day, we uploaded everything. Then, you know, I did a few years of uploading just once a day. And now, obviously, we stream everything on YouTube as well. But, like, there are, like, literal thousands and thousands of hours of content. It's pretty crazy to kind of look back on and look at it all archived and stuff. What is archived? It's really wild. MaNa not in too hot of a spot, as we just see the few Stalkers gathering together. Charge, the gateways continue to build about right here. Take a couple of moments. Extra gates coming up. MaNa trying to play the recovery game, playing from down in the work account right now. Just trying to get back on track in that regard. Again, that CC coming up, Marines and SCVs coming over. Let's have that Robo Bay building from MaNa too, so he's looking for some way to get into some kind of splash damage. Two Stalkers gathering. Again, the Robo Bay coming about. Gates coming up. Probes on the way through. Stalkers will just join up together. A couple of probes going to transfer over to the other side. Stim combat and +1 all on the way over. I'm just going to get going as well. Sorry, guys. I'm fighting off a puppy right now who is demanding her food. Ellie, you will be fed after this series. It's not actually your tea time yet either. You need to learn to tell the time better. You're actually early by 5 minutes, so you can't actually complain yet. Thank you. Sorry, guys. My observer might be a bit bad because she keeps nudging my arm out the way to try and get attention. Kill Banshee's cloak. They're going to move over. It's going to be seeing that heading down that bottom left-hand side. Maybe seeing a couple more probes falling. It's always getting underneath. So we actually went up to an extra Banshee. Allows you to come in to get some of this damage. You're still able to one-shot workers there. Stim combat shield and that +1 coming through with this. The extra barracks are going to finish up. Orbital command, Widow Mines, Medivacs, and Marauders on the way. Stim pack combat and +1 coming by with that as well. So all that's still coming through. He made 3 Banshees, yeah. He's actually made 4. He's lost 4 Banshees this game, actually. So he actually went overboard on the Banshee production. Didn't realize he made 4. I thought he just lost the 1, and then he made another one. But he actually has lost 4 now in total as they got completely cleaned up, so... I was going to be seeing a couple of Stalkers continue to move about. I see our Stalkers chilling on the left-hand side. About 10 minutes in on an Old Republic, we get +1 Thermal Lance on the way. MaNa's going to stabilize to some extent. I still like Q's position a lot. Third base down from both. MaNa getting onto a fourth base. Yeah, I think MaNa's in a playable position, but I like where Q is at a lot more. Is the reality of the situation right now. Again, Prism coming through, Thermal Lance still building, that +1 attack upgrade coming by as well. So a lot of little bits and pieces coming through there. The Colossus steps back over that right side, going to get ourselves a Nexus into the center, so 5 base setup coming through in the next few moments. I really feel like here is a big push away though from putting MaNa in trouble. Like this Colossus count is going to be... Okay, I guess the Colossus count is actually going to be fairly respectable because we're pumping out 2 at a time now, so maybe we will have something to play with here. It's just one of those moments where it's like, cool, you're going to have 3 Colossus, and then you look at the state of the game, you're like, are you not meant to have Colossus and something else at this point as the Protoss? And the answer is yes, you kind of are. Like, that is kind of the situation you're meant to be in right now, so... yeah. That is kind of the situation you're meant to be in right now. Just going to have the bio and the tanks continue to gather up together. It's going to be seeing... Colossus coming through, stimming the +2 and the +1. And just MaNa. I like that he's just expanding and defending. I like it a lot. And just get the +1 ship weapons, +2 and +1 coming back over. I have the Nexus in that bottom right side. I'm going to get back in place. There's a few Vikings on the way up. Very passive for the next few moments. A couple of Widow Mines going to spread out. Siege Shank going to take position. Orbital going to float down to the low ground, going to get in position as well. Tank will set up. Just going to get Siege, Dark Shrine, Robo Facility, continue to come through. That tank will relocate a little bit as well. And again, just got that ship weapons coming up from Q, the +2 attack upgrade coming by. Vikings and the Ghost still building through, and that's a lag spike. Who's lagging on the NA server during the replay? Fruit Bunker. Tick TV, come back one day, bam, lag again. Alright, take a second or two. Not much to say. We're just waiting for this to drop. And back to it. Secure, just securing his 4th base out in the frontier. Scans for the Observer instantly, and we do see the Stalkers will just settle down for a couple seconds. Zealots and Colossus will knock rocks down into the bottom side. Ghost coming up, those upgrades still coming through. +2 attack upgrade going to be a part of this as we step forward. Stalkers will take a chance, nibbling their way through this set of rocks over here. It's just going to knock that down and open up that space. Bit of bio still stepping forward as well. It's coming straight through with this right now. 3-2 upgrades on the way out, +2 attack as a part of this as well. I just have this army coming around. Pushing into the center for a couple seconds. A couple of EMPs come down. Stalkers will get hit. With those Stalkers getting hit, you got the 3-2 upgrades coming about as well here on the side of QS. So, upgrades coming straight through. Again, air weapons coming up, +3 attack, the Prism, speed, and that +2 armor also coming by. We look for a chance to get forward there. Stalker will go down, a couple of Zealots taking hits. Colossus will be falling, big EMPs across those Stalkers. Colossus continue to go down here. So Colossus taking a bunch of damage already. A bunch of shots coming about. We'll see how Bio Army going to get chased down. Stalker's getting underneath a couple of those Vikings. Widowmine hits a few of those Stalkers taking damage. EMP's coming down again. Cure supply is good though, and you can just see that MaNa has not been able to do enough. This army has just not been able to trade well enough. And that will be kind of that. Delta will chase through again. Medivacs. Bio goes continue through. Stalker's going in after the Vikings. Just going to see the rest of this army from MaNa turning back around. And seeing what we can do next as we resettle ourselves. This is going to be this group of ghosts heading forward. The Immortal in some trouble. Going to throw some snipes down onto the Zealots. The Zealots are going to take some damage. They're going to take a few shots. I mean, Q just coming straight across the map and keep this going. Going to get rid of the cannons. Going to get rid of the Nexus here. So that's going to go down. And the chance to push into the other side. That's going to be our next moment of this. A few more Stalkers warping in, a couple of the Zealots and the Colossus coming by. I'm just going to be seeing the Bio and the Ghost Force back up into the center. You can see the Bio on that top side just going to get through toward the Planetary Fortress. Again, just going to settle down for a little bit of work. Try and get that in position. Figure out what is next for us here. Just going to have ourselves the extra units coming back up from MaNa. He's trying to fight into the center. Don't know if I really love it too much. We'll see how this continues to go. A little bit of army coming back around this left-hand side. And realistically, Kira just... He's up against the maxed out Protoss again. I just still feel like his army was good enough last time. Those ghosts kind of get caught on their own. Kind of an awkward fight because we're going to see Kira from two sides. It's probably kind of nice as well for him. So this is kind of all over the place. Not sure who to really love this for the most. I think Kira probably... Okay, it kind of felt like catching those ghosts was huge, but then, again, the surround from two sides was just kind of damning to MaNa's army. That's going to be pretty heckin' costly. GG is called, and that is going to be Kua taking the 2-0 in this best of 3. So with that, guys, we are going to be wrapped up on that, and that is going to be Kua taking himself into a great position. So that should be him guaranteed through the group. Obviously, first place still up for grabs, perhaps, depending on some other results, because... yeah, we'll see what the situation is on that when it gets updated on Wikipedia. What we are going to do is we're going to go Percival versus Trigger next, because Trigger's definitely eliminated. So if we do Percival Trigger next, the Percival MaNa matchup has a chance to be very meaningful, and so we go from there. Cool. Cool. Alright, guys, I'll throw the break up. I'll see you guys in a couple moments. I've got to go feed Ellie, so I'll be a couple minutes or so. I'll come right back at you guys in just a few. Trigger Percival. Coming up, my friends. Thank you for joining us, and let's get into a best of 3 TVPs. We're going to do Trigger Percival first because, as I mentioned before the break, this has a much higher chance of just, well, this is potentially a pointless matchup depending on the Percival versus MaNa result. Whereas a certain result here, I mean, this could also make the Percival MaNa matchup pointless, but there's also a chance. There is never a time where Percival Trigger is going to be as meaningful as what MaNa versus Percival could be. So we're playing for the hope that the MaNa Percival matchup is very important based on the result of this, which is basically, I think, a Percival 2-0 is the necessity to make that interesting. So we're going to go with the Trigger Percival match first, and we will go into the MaNa versus Percival match after. A couple Percival games to end the day in what's been a very competitive group thus far, 5 hours deep. Hopefully you guys are all having fun and enjoying the games. Appreciate you guys being here and hanging out with us. Thank you so much. Alright, probe nibbling. Gonna go in after the SCV. Barracks is gonna produce on through. Gonna kill that probe after the SCV. Reaper will start up. Bringing that by. I'm just going to be seeing the Reaper in the orbital coming about. Cybercore and the Nexus coming through as well. So all of that coming into play. We hope for Percival 2-0. It's the most interesting outcome. Yeah, that's what I think as well. Because I think that leaves MaNa Percival as a head-to-head matchup that has importance to it, I believe. So yeah, I'm kind of thinking the same from my calculations. From all my years of expertise of doing this tournament format, I think Percival 2-0 because it wasn't updated on Wikipedia before, but Percival is -4 right now. So the situation that comes around is, first of all, by the way, Yakov beating Cure guaranteed him through this group. So this is kind of MaNa or Percival in terms of who advances. MaNa's +2, Percival's -4. If Percival goes 2-0-2-0, he advances. If Percival goes 2-0, if Percival drops a map at any point, he can't advance. So Percival is at the point where he can't lose a map, or he is out. And Cure is apparently guaranteed first place, because of course he has the head-to-head over MaNa, and MaNa can only tie him on map score. So yeah, Cure is actually guaranteed first place already, and will be guaranteeing himself one of those better starts into the playoff bracket as well. So another nice little bit of info there as we get this on the go. Reaper, I'm going to be coming across, so looking for a little bit of pressure in the early stages, seeing what we can do. A couple of SCVs going down. The Adept will fire some shots. Reaper and the Marines gathering together will go in and try to fight against the Adept right there. So Adept taking a little bit of damage. Blink still coming up as well, so just bringing that through. Getting that well underway for now. And Adept going to try and go over the left-hand side. A couple of barracks coming up. The CC still coming into place. Again, Blink and the Warp Gate coming online, the barracks all building. Just going to have ourselves a couple of Adepts gathering. Not too much happening just in the very early stages of this just yet. Just going to see that Adept trying to go up the ramp, trying to see a bit of what's going on. Again, Blink coming through, a couple of gates in the Robo facility coming about as well. Onto that natural, that Robo gets going, a couple of Adepts will sit there, and the Marines and the Reaper thinking about moving forward as well. Not quite going to go for it just yet, though. Again, Blink about halfway done, Robo facility's about to finish here from Trigger, got that Prism. Corona boosting through. A couple of probes coming across the sides. Reaper will come by. The Stalker going to be there. Reaper just continuing about for a couple extra moments, and that's going to go right over this side as well. Man, sad that Trigger gets eliminated already, because I really felt like Trigger is the kind of player who really, to me, he was one of the favorites to come out of this group. I love that Yakov advances, though. I think that's a really cool result as well. Again, especially because he had to beat Cure to do it. Now, this Group A has already had some great stories. It's already had some great beginnings. Absolutely love what we've been able to see so far today, guys. It's been an absolute bundle of fun thus far. It has been very, very awesome. So yeah, some fun stuff thus far, and more StarCraft obviously still on its way. More StarCraft coming. We've got this series and one more, and then tomorrow we've got Group B, and I think Group B is a banger. I am just in a good mood because our 2025 championship is in full swing, and it is looking awesome thus far. It's going to be seeing the Stalker's going to poke. We're going to see the bunker is going to get repaired. It's going to be having the Stimpack, the Combat Shield, the +1 coming through as well. Taking a couple of seconds here, get that underway. As you see that defense being made, so that is going to be a hold off for the moment as we continue through. And Prism just pulling back. 8 SCVs killed. Trigger gets some damage done, but Percival for the most part making a hold thus far. Again, Concussor Shells +1 attack upgrade coming by. The Stalker sits on the left. We are going to see Stalkers trying to make a play into the main. Bio units will be there to push that back. Again, charge coming through. Immortal and the +1 coming online. The gateways will produce. Just going to get all of those down over toward the main right now. Third base being up, and Trigger currently sitting 10 workers ahead. Again, Percival. I didn't actually think about the fact that Percival needs a 2-0. That really does, that does kind of take the wind out of the sails the moment that he loses a map here, doesn't it? It does make these last couple of games not quite as thrilling. I mean, it's still important because Trigger, Percival could absolutely be a difference between 4th and 5th place. There's still a prize money difference there, so 100% still something to still look at as we do see that Stalker poking at the orbital. It's taking a bit more damage and will be falling. In a moment or two, we see the few zealots warping in on the left side, Robobay and Forge coming up, Gate on the way through. Bio going to push the Stalkers back on the right side as well. And a couple of those Stalkers already beginning to go down. We've grabbed 3 of those, and we're looking for more as we do get a 4th Stalker just about shoved away for the moment. Again, getting that 4th base up to the upper left-hand side. The rest of the Bio coming across the map. Continue to move across just for the second and making its way in. See a couple of units out the front. Going to keep an eye on that. The Stalkers going to get cleaned up already, so see those being denied. The rest of the Bio pulling back. Single Marine is going to go stimming forward over there, up on that left side. A couple Stalkers blinking through and trying to chase that Marine. Not quite going to get it just yet as that Stalker has fallen. Getting a little scan off. Observer will drop. Just going to take that down as we have Mechanic Extended Thermal Lance, the armor upgrade coming by. Ghost on the way, Marine Viking on the way up. A couple of the Widow Mines in the armory building as well. The Bio will get rid of the probe. A couple of Zealots being grabbed. The Immortal getting jumped on. A couple of those Zealots being picked off as well. And to push forward that little bit. A few of the Zealots going down. The Bio still shooting. We just see a few Zealots coming back the other direction. We are going to have this army of Cure. Sat cozy at the moment. Just trading out, sorry, not Yakov, Percival, just sat cozy, trading out, looking pretty decent. I mean, absolutely getting some better trades on this. He is going to get pushed away, but Resources lost 2.8 to 4.8k, so yeah, it's been good trades now. Some Go showing up, EMP's coming down, the Vikings will chase the Colossus, and here on Right Rabbit, already we have Trigger on the run and in some trouble. Gonna lose that Colossus, losing this Immortal, and Percival is looking really good. Great in this opening game. Obviously, Trigger, we know, is already eliminated here, but not loving the fact that he's on his way to being down in this one as well. I mean, like I said, I really had a belief in Trigger coming into today. He's played great lately as well in some of the other events he's played in, just not finding it here in the WardiTV Championship, and that's going to continue in this game one against Percival as he's hitting a bit of a brick wall right now. The Vikings will get the Colossus. They'll keep pushing through. The Zealot goes down. A few more Zealots coming over. They're going to warp in and shove on forwards as well. Plus one ship weapon still coming by. The Bio still jumping in. Percival takes game one of this best of three, and he is going to be up a map in this best of three series. So Percival taking the first game, the opening game of this one, and leads against Trigger heading into game number 2. Alright, we're going to host this up onto Old Republic for our second map. Fired the wrong caster, my bad. Cool, cool, cool. Get that started up and we'll resume very shortly. It's back on track once again, guys. Actually, hope chilling. One, two, three, four, five, six casters. Perfect. Let's jump into game number 2. Let's get it going. Thanks for joining us today. Again, appreciate you all. YouTube viewership is good as well. Hope you guys are great on the YouTube channel. Again, if you've not already hit the like and subscribe on the YouTube, please consider doing so. It helps us out a whole bunch. Don't know why I clapped so hard there, but I did. Love it. So yeah, check out the YouTube buttons to click. Our YouTube sub count's gone up a little bit quickly the last couple of days. Great to see. Appreciate y'all. Keep it going. Keep it growing. We appreciate you. Gonna keep up pumping out the content. Let's get into game number 2 of this best of 3 in the bottom left-hand side with the 1-0 lead. It is going to be Percival up against the red Protoss top right. This is Trigger. Anti-these, thank you so much for the 500 bits. We'll be counting bits towards the donations, by the way, for the WardiTV 2025 Championship. So we'll be putting those towards the WardiTV 2025 Championship prize pool. So thank you so much for 500 bits and helping support the content and the players that we have playing here. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We will get you onto the donation star after this game. Cool, cool, cool. Alrighty, guys. Sorry, I'm just writing on a star. Don't mind me. Let's just have our engineering bay block coming up on that natural. Let's see if he's going to get chased around. Probes will hunt. Just going to be seeing the Cybercore and company coming up for the moment. So getting a lot of that on the way. Just for the moment. SCV coming by. So SCV just going to work its way down to the bottom left-hand side. Going to get into order the main base in the next couple of moments. Reaper is building. Command Center on the way with a second barracks as well. It's going to get double racks coming up here. CC coming through. Nexus, Adept, and the Warp Gate all building by as well. To see the SCV. And go throw down at the front there. The Reaper is going to be moving out. The barracks is on its way. The Nexus coming through. We just have ourselves the... a couple of barracks coming by, Stalker and the Warp Gate, the Nexus coming up. See that Adept going to go shading about a little bit here. Going to see the Reaper taking a few shots already. So a couple hits coming straight through on that as well. Just for the moment, as we pull back around over to the other side and keep it moving for the moment. Alright, Reaper heading to the bottom left-hand side. We do see our Nexus coming up, the Twilight Council coming through, the Warp Gate is about halfway done. We will see the Adept continue to shade down to that bottom left-hand side. So Adept going to get in here in the next few moments. Command Center lifts off, going to move over to the natural expansion. We still have the Adept looking to try and push through. A couple of Marines already going to put some pressure onto said Adept, and now Adept actually going to get rid of one Marine. The Reaper going to take a chance, and we are going to see that Adept is very low, is very close to going down, and probably will be going down sooner rather than later. Hence the death. Reaper will just chase. Yeah, Adept dies. One Marine went down. Adept going down very quickly is not ideal. Again, Blink coming about. Combat Shield and Stim coming in. The extra Marines coming through. Gonna see the Stalker coming about. Just gonna be shooting away at the Reaper there for a couple moments. So a few hits coming by. Marine Marauder, Stimming Combat Shield coming up. Blink's about halfway done. Probe Facility halfway done as well. Nexus halfway by. A couple more probies coming through. And hey, thank you so much, Antivies, for, I believe, the £8 donation. Thanks for organizing this event. It's a lot of fun to watch. No worries, mate. Thank you so much for the generous donation. Again, that's going to the prize pool. Appreciate you, and thank you for supporting it. We're going to keep on pushing that, guys. Raise it up as best we can. It's going to be seeing the bio. Just going to be pushing through. It's going to be seeing the bio. It's going to be going through. Just going to be seeing a couple Stalkers getting chased. Probes are going to get chased down as well. Triggering some trouble early here. This Bioforce is just going to show up quickly and get a few more workers. What I don't love is just the Stalkers in general that are in trouble too. We're going to get maybe only 6 workers here in total. What's funny is that I think that this is not a lot of damage for Percival, but then he probably gets away with a lot of these bio units as well. Turns back into the Stalkers. I think he should be trying to make an attempt to get away now. Maybe he doesn't get away. Maybe a couple too many Stalkers right here. Gonna stim, we turn, we force the blink, although we missed the blink on that one. More blinks and we back away, trying to preserve as much as possible. And then Percival taking the chance to reinforce this. If these Stalkers are not careful, they'll end up in trouble. The Immortal trailing behind. Uh-oh. Play the runaround game, and we are just going to miss this army coming back through. So we're going to stim, actually going to find the Immortal. It's a free grab. And then we can turn toward the mineral line and get some more probes. He's going to see them running. So it's obviously what you're going to try and jump on there. I don't think we should hit the Zealots. I think we should have just ran in and targeted some probes down personally, but any which way, going to be reasonable here. Bio still sticking around. These Stalkers trying to come in from the left side are getting cleaned up as well. Marauders continue to trade nicely, as this is a messy start for Trigger. He's going to be saved by the Colossus showing up, so that is going to pretty much put a stop to this for now. We do have the +1 attack coming through. Marine Marauder still coming up. A couple of Marines, the Marauder hitting the mineral line there, onto the probes. Marauder is going to get cleaned up. Just seen, again, Thermal Lance, Immortal, all coming by. Just going to continue to come through for the moment then. As you can see, extra barracks coming about. Ghost Academy building in. Marine Marauder Medevac building as well. Stalkers get back to the right side. Again, Thermal Lance coming about. Immortal production. Forges and gateways coming online here. You see these few Stalkers going to go walking down to the bottom for a couple of moments. You're going to see the Bayouns jumping onto those pretty quickly. It's just going to get a bit of cleanup right from the get-go. Just going to push that back the other way for the moment. Stalker's taking some big hits. Stalker back up. Just going to see the couple medevacs around that right-hand side. Medevac's going to come on through then, so we just take a couple seconds. Again, 1-1 upgrades, charge. Colossus on the way. Gateway and the Nexus coming by as well. Trigger continues to set that up as the Bio units will unload. A couple of probes already beginning to go down. It's going to be 5-6 workers falling off the bat. The rest of these Bio units are going to be pulling back there, and we're just going to load up, pull up their way a little bit further for the moment and up into that main base. The Bio units here are still going to try and press through. That pylon is going to get taken out immediately, so that's going to be a cleanup. You see the Bio over here going to go in after the pylon as well. A couple of those pylons continue to drop just for the moment, as we are going to have ourselves... Holy! Okay, well, hold a second, because we've got a fight going on. We see the Immortal and the Stalkers going back the other way. And then the Bio going to come back around. A couple of those Zelts going down as well. Stalkers going to come about. Trigger and Percival flashing horns at the moment, but it does look as though right now that is enough at the moment for a little bit of a cleanup coming through. We are going to see the Stalkers coming back over. A little bit of damage being done. Alright, I stop and I say holy, because that's 100 gifted subs from OMG a Walrus. The 100 sub bomb. That is, we have not seen a 100 sub bomb in the channel in like, I want to say maybe last Christmas. I don't know if we've had one this year. We might have had one. That slipped my mind, but we have not had a hundo gifted subs in a long time. Holy, thank you so much for the generous boom gifted sub bomb. That's crazy business. Some love in the chat. Some hype in the chat. Will I read all 100 subs? Absolutely. But not during the game. I will read all 100 subs after the game. And we will do even better. OMG Walrus will get the lucky dip bag for the decoration. Isn't that exciting? Yes, the lucky dip bag to see what goes on the tree. Amazing. True Cat Mysteries, how you doing, matey? Thank you so much for the 64-month resub as well. I'll get you on the tree after this. Appreciate the resub. Thank you so very much indeed. Damn. It is not every day you see 100 gifted. That really is wild in this day and age. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Cannot say that enough. Happy holidays to you as well. All right, let's focus up on this game. Let's get this game wrapped up, and we'll get the rest of that going. Let's just have ourselves the couple units on the right-hand side. Fight breaking out. Actually, as the Vikings get through, the Colossus is going to go down. I mean, I don't know if I love this fight so much for Percival. It feels like he's just not getting rid of the Colossus quickly enough. A lot of that splash is adding up. Trigger's still down on supply heavily right now. But, yeah, I thought that was going to be a little bit... I thought it was going to be a little bit more convincing on the side of Percival, actually. But he was attacking up a ramp into a defensive Protoss, clearly feeling like he just has the advantage right now and trying to take advantage of that as best we can. The Bio and the Ghost continue to gather together. Storkazell Colossus pushing through, looking to head down toward that bottom left-hand side. So looking for a little bit of a shove here. For the moment, the Bio still gathering. Settle it down for the moment. Little EMP coming down. Stalker's going to take some shots. 2G upgrades coming about. Ship weapons, Vikings all coming over as well. So we get a lot of that on the go at the same time right here. We are going to see the Bio chasing back toward the top. And again, Percival still holding a pretty hefty supply lead. Big army around that left-hand side. Looking to see how this next little bit of a shove goes. As we do have our Bio Ghost Force in toward the upper side base. We do have a few Marines actually going to get a drop into the main as well. So that's going to be a few probes going down in that main base mineral line. The probes here. Well, the Nexus here goes down. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers, the Colossus pushing through. The Vikings going to get in after the Colossus for the moment. It's just going to see a little bit more there. Stalkers blinking through. A little bit of the Bio and the Ghost continuing to drop down. 3-3 upgrades coming through. Marine Marauder, Ghost Viking on the way. Medivacs building as well. Just going to have ourselves a little bit more of this Bio Force continuing to drop here. We are going to see the Vikings getting through for the Colossus. Trigger still losing just all of his tech units, right? So basically getting reset every single time. Really not ideal. Again, a little bit more Marine Marauder and Ghost all coming up as well. So just going to bring up what we can. The Bio still chasing forward for the moment. Again, 3-3 building on both sides. It's going to be very far along from Trigger. That might be one of his ways back in this, right? Possibly just a chance to kind of get 3-3 finished and boom. You just send it with an upgrade lead and maybe you can take a better fight. I just don't know if he's going to have the numbers for upgrades to be that much of a factor. We'll find out over the next couple of moments as we just see the Bio coming up, a couple libs coming through, plus 2 ship weapons, all those upgrades still coming by. So continue to bring a lot of this into play over the next couple of moments. We do have our upgrades still just trickling on through. And again, the 3-3 upgrades, the couple libs and the Ghosts coming about. We are going to be seeing the pylon going down. So the pylon will fall. Again, Marine Marauder, Liberator, Ghost. Very much so in production right now. Army up to the top, looking to try and get in position. Coming in from 2 different sides of this. The Colossus, something the Vikings were a little bit far away from initially. There's a lot of Immortals down here. This top side army is going to get destroyed, but the bottom army looks very good for Trigger, because that's where all the Immortals and the Colossus and basically just all of the tech units are. So that part did look actually pretty darn decent right away. So you actually do turn this around. Again, Percival getting cleaned up. doesn't actually have too much else on the map just yet. I thought maybe there'd be like a double drop somewhere, but not quite the case. He does have some Liberators. He's going to fall back. He's quite medevac heavy, which is fine. It just means he doesn't have to replace those. And as you head into more Liberators here, you're going to have that Advanced Ballistics coming up as well. A couple of Immortals going down. The Stalker's getting jumped on still. The Colossus, the Stalker's gathering together. The medevacs load. And they're going to go take a bit of a journey across. The Liberator's taking some shots as well. And again, 3-3 coming about. Plus 2 ship weapons coming up. Sentry, Stalker, Colossus, and the Immortal coming on by there. Trigger sets a little in the center. Stalker's coming through. It's going to make it a little bit of a push in. Liberator's going to take a turn around. And with Libs up, I don't think there's a way you can really fight this right now as Trigger. His Stalker count's not exactly ideal, right? Like, it's there, but it's not ideal. Let's just be straight up and honest about it, right? So it could be a whole lot better. 4 extra Libs on the way through. Those Ghosts still producing by. Adding on a Marauder as well. So again, some extra bits and pieces coming about as we are going to be seeing a couple shots coming through. Let's see if he's taking some damage. Going to get the recall back on those Stalkers bottom right. The Bio tries to chase them, doesn't get there. Percival, I mean, Percival's up against 3 Colossus and Stalkers and Immortal. Like, he should not lose, especially once this game comes down to these Liberators. So remember that this is intense because Percival needs a 2-0 to stay competitive in this group. A 2-0 over Trigger gives him a chance to still advance over MaNa, and he will play MaNa in the final series of the day. But he needs a 2-0 here to make that be realistic in the first place, is what it's going to come down to. So that's what we're kind of clinging on hope to at the moment. Is the Bio going to stem forward again? Immortal, Stalkers in some trouble. There's going to be getting jumped on. This entire army getting cleaned up a little bit. Colossus still trying to fight back. The Liberators are not part of this fight. And I'm afraid now the Liberators are going to get jumped on because they didn't use them in the fight. And there's a lot of Stalkers left in the end. Maybe a little bit too aggro from Percival. Stepping a bit too far forward, a bit too quickly. Liberators again getting jumped on their own because they're not well enough protected. The Colossus have not gone down during this either. And that feels like a disastrous couple of moments here for the Terran player as a bunch of his tech units get wiped out. And a lot of what he's been spending his money on recently just doesn't exist now. And on top of that, you're actually just in a bit of a weak position. I mean, you lose all those Libs. Just not ideal at all. Stalker's coming back over. Colossus will be there. Bio, Vikings taking some more shots. We'll see the Ghosts going down. A couple of EMPs coming down on the Stalkers. Colossus hitting the Marines, the Marauders as well. Those Vikings still taking a little bit more damage. Still just having the Planetary Fortress returning fire. Stalkers taking a few more shots. The SCVs are going to wrap around. Going to go in after the Planetary Fortress again. And that Bio army still trying to go through. Stalkers, the Immortal and the Colossus gathering together right now. Step down to the bottom side. The Orbital Command is going to be taking a bit more damage. SCVs falling at the moment. A few SCVs dropping. The Bio coming back in from the left. SCVs trying to get in front. Trigger going to take a supply lead in this game. And a map win for Trigger will ruin Percival's tournament at this point. But he's so close to it all of a sudden after a game where he was absolutely not meant to be winning. The Zealots are coming from across the map because there's no nearby prism for reinforcements. So if they get in front of this Colossus, it's going to become untouchable again. Now, there's a couple of Widow Mines. The Stalker just blinked into one of them. The Widow Mines is going to hit nicely on the Zealots after that. We're going to recall the Colossus, but the Vikings are here. Colossus gets away. The recall is good enough to save it for the moment. And that Colossus will not fall here on Old Republic. The Colossus gets away for the moment. An escape we shall make. Trigger up 20-ish supply after this. 30 supply, actually, if I do my math correctly. 25 now by the time I finish the math. But pretty good supply lead as we have this game too taking a big turn. Man, Percival lost so many fights. I mean, look at the army graph over the course of this game. You can see Percival ahead. They both lost a lot. Ahead, both lost a lot. Ahead, both lost a lot. Ahead, and then he lost way too much. Some bad fights for him. Again, just losing Liberators kind of out in the open space, not protected by the rest of the army. Just disjointed attacks, not helping him at all in that scenario. A couple of those Zealots going to end up getting jumped on here, so they're going to be taking a few more shots as well. A couple of Immortals, a few Stalkers coming through. The Zealots and the Stalker back up to the left-hand side for the moment. 4 Liberators on the way. A couple of Marauders and the Ghosts coming through too. Come back over to this right-hand side. Let's resettle ourselves for the moment. Again, Immortal and the Stalkers continue to come about here. just going to have the Liberators, the Marauders, and the Ghosts continuing to come through. Just getting a lot of that set up. Again, settling here momentarily. Extra Vikings on the way. Army in the center moving back over. A couple of SCVs just went down somewhere. Looks like a Zealot just finding a corner base. Trying to get established. 100 army supply apiece. I honestly, when I look at the product or the unit tab here, I still really prefer Percival's army. He's got some libs, he's got a good amount of bio, he's got the ghosts. He's got enough Vikings as he gets a few more up here, I think, as well. Like, I think his army's absolutely fine to take a good trade. The problem is Percival is now down heavily in workers. He's down 17 workers in this game. And so it's going to be Trigger's army that grows more. What's funny, though, is it's going to be a weird game state, so I think Trigger's going to feel like the need to be super aggressive, where actually maybe he doesn't even need to attack right now. Maybe he could just spend some time being a little bit defensive here and just setting up some of his extra bases. Recalls home to try and chase after this medevac drop, opening even more Stalkers, which is not a bad thing, because you are going to have Liberators to deal with, so Stalkers are not a bad thing to have at all. Stalker's not super ideal, kind of the deeper in this game that we really go to, though, so that's also kind of an interesting point of this as well. Let's just have that CC having to lift up. Now we are going to commit forward here from Trigger, moving down into the center. This reminds me a little bit of the turnaround that Trigger had against Yakov in one of those games earlier on today. It was a very similar kind of situation where it felt like, man, just Yakov was in such a controlling spot, and then Trigger just pulled it back, just taking some good fights after good fights. I feel like that's so much more typical of a PvZ than it is in PvT, though, as Trigger is walking towards the natural. And now the main base. Pull down supply depots to try and buy some time on this wall off. Liberators are going to start sieging up. Vikings from the other side. Hey, the Vikings are going to get rid of the Colossus pretty quickly. There's a good EMP or two. These Immortals going down. And remember, recall's on cooldown, so you've got to walk out of this as Trigger. So you're going to have to walk through liberation zones. The Colossus are gone. The Bio units are just going to kind of fight from afar. The Liberators are going to enclose on this army, and Trigger actually might be in a little bit of trouble. He's actually getting trapped in over here. He's lost a ton of probes to a drop in the top left. Bases over there are going down, and those Liberators are feasting at the moment. The Stalkers on the other side trying to play cleanup. A couple units left in the corner, and, well, Percival's actually going to close this out a little bit. He's going to run away. He's actually going to still trade with those couple of Zealots over here. 3-3 upgrades apiece, and they're both taking that trade. A couple more Stalkers going down as well. More Stalkers moving about. Medevac's just loaded up. They're going to unload once again. Get back in over here. Stalker's still taking some damage. The Disruptor gets taken out on top of everything else. Now we blink over. We see a couple of Marauders going down. The Medevac falls as well. Trigger's on 54 supply. Percival knocking down a bunch of the economy in the last few moments is massive, because it means that Trigger is not really rebuilding quickly. And it might just be that Trigger actually doesn't have enough in the end here, as Percival, again, the attack, he's losing his main base, wall off. But the libs show up, and there's not enough of an answer. The Colossus get jumped on too. That's the main thing. The Colossus were not behind the army. They were at the back, and the back became the front because of where Percival attacked from, and Percival is going to win this 2-0. But oh my god, he nearly just got eliminated from the tournament with a crazy turnaround. It just doesn't happen in the end. Still a little bit bonkers of a game. GG's. Alright, first of all, True Cat Mysteries. This one's easy. Bam. Welcome to the tree. And then we have 100 gifted subs from OMG Aurorus. And you guys know the dealio. You guys know the dealio is that we do have to read every sub out. We read every gifted sub out. We always do it, even when it's 100. So we will do exactly that. Are you guys ready for the gifted sub list? Also, OMG Aurorus will get a decoration for the tree from the Lucky Dip Bag. Let me show you guys. So the Lucky Dip Bag is a very cool supermarket bag, but I will put my hand in, spin it around, and then whenever someone in the chat says stop, whatever my hand's on will be what OMG Aurorus gets on the tree. Should we do the Lucky Dip Bag first, or should we do the Lucky Dip Bag after the subs? Let's do the Lucky Dip Bag first. So Twitch chat, you can help me. If OMG Aurorus is still here, you can help me. Say stop, and whatever my hand is on when stop is said will be the decoration on the tree. Waiting for anyone to say stop. Stop! I've got literally a tag. That's not good. Okay, guys, I'm going to need another stop. I'm gonna need another stop. There was an empty. There was a tag not connected to anything, and that's what I was holding. I was holding an empty bit of paper. Right. Hang on. Let's get my hand back in here. All right. Say stop again, someone. I'm touching all the things now, and not the paper. I promise. Stop. But this feels fun. OMG Walrus. You aren't gonna have a sheep on the tree. A Christmas sheep. What if he wanted the tag? I mean, I didn't account for that. I'm not gonna lie. I did not account for wanting the tag. If you wanted the tag, you don't donate the 100 gifted subs, okay? Huge. Give him both. I don't even know where I write your name on this thing. I don't know if this is writable on. I'm gonna write it on the bottom. O-M-G-A Walrus. This is the worst effort I've ever done, but it's there. It's kind of there. I don't know if it's gonna focus. There you go. OMG Walrus. Take a prized position on the tree as a sheep. Man, there's a really big reward in the Lucky Dip bag, and like I keep touching it so much, and then no one ever says stop when I'm holding on to it. You guys are gonna find it out at some point. All right, guys, we're gonna do the 100 gifted sub reel. Are you guys ready for me to trip over some Twitch names? I'm sure you all are. Let me get this all set. I'm just letting everyone know that we're gonna be a moment or two before we resume. Are you guys ready to hear Wardy say 100 Twitch names? That's not happened in a long ass time. Vuba123, Strider11111, Map K1, Vegeta launched Final Flash, Wooman12. By the way, these are all gifted subs from OMG Walrus, so some love in the chat while I read these out. Wolfslayer SE2, Pleomorphic, Carcinoma, Smither, Public, Ratsakal, Smib7, Snekox, Sipem SE2, Shrieking, Banyag, Gudron, Toropigarprianikov, Pinalini, Pinalinen, Alex Ukta, oh my god, I'm murdering these, Sleepy Hahas, Duckman Parky, Soapy Yellow, Cram TV, Lamb, Lost Lucidity 5, where am I at? Over here, The Green Matchy, Dictus, You Heard About Pluto, Born to Believe 59, Maran, Odell Mal, Serpenso1, Ryfry, Noob Krieg, Rotheris, Barnacle Bob, Mr. Prescott, Ratosh, Leonard216, Pabveron, Dead Cell XII, Tuna Consumer, Eicht, Killzor 9000, Eldazar, Raphael WL, New Wonjo, Gilladari, Fetzel, Medcrank, Stradiator, Sir Patty Cakes, Duca Delivery, Sergey, Such Skill, Much Impressed, Jan Schutz, Stately Fall, Friggin' Cornflakes, Radulix, Panetti, Hatterwog, Ariank JTTV, Blue Ann, Stephen Gar, Mr. McPippins, B-Noodle with some X's on, ESP6918, Judicative, Crux Rainmaker, Boozia, Cameluta, Kukamong, Tiztonitz, Mesmerized 009, Verithia, Tofadol, Complete Noob, Flip Flapjack, Mr. Perfect, Iron Tides, Wildflowers 92, Jamer Yan Live, Johnny Be Good, Sunny Daily Count, I'm Nameless, Schizophrenia, where are we at? Pfig314, It Stinks, I Tell You, Sky High Dude, Bian Rian, Markius, Sky Makiak123, Samalan, Mr. Mick Jims, Sus Af MC, Bahamas TBC, Vic Team 13, Cosumigo, Mr. Billy Bilo, A391700014, and Stim Packer 1. Bam, on the 100 gifted subs. Crazy! OMG Awards, thank you so much. It is, like I say, a very rare occurrence that we get 100 gifted subs, so I super appreciate the generosity. Thank you so very much for supporting. We've got one best of 3 left here today, guys. It's going to be MaNa versus Percival. We're going to dive on into it. And now, you know what happens now? We're officially on the countdown to 1,000 subs. Oh my god. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? You think I missed one? Prove it. Who did I miss? Can you read my name again? I like the way you say wolf. Wolf Slayer SC2. First time I won something, didn't expect it to be a sub in Wardy's chat. Well, if you're a big Wardy fan, if you hear a lot, there's a pretty good chance you get gifted a sub at some point in life, you know? It's not the craziest of things to ever happen. Alrighty, guys. Into our final series of the day in just a second. And we'll kick this off. Thank you for a little bit of patience. And thank you again, OMGO Walrus, for becoming a sheep on the tree. A sheep who is apparently tilting very far forward, but so be it. True Cat Mysteries, I feel like, do you not have like something that isn't just a tag, by the way? I was looking at like the old thing. I feel like I saw your name the other day on something in here, but I don't know what it was. And now I'm almost afraid to like go in the bag for too long and find out. Like, this is a bag of all the previous big gifty things, but I swear I saw your name like the other day, but I can't find it. And maybe I'm just imagining things, to be honest. Also very plausible, to be honest. Yeah, maybe I'm just going crazy. Maybe I'm just going crazy. I've got you on my mind. The truest cat mystery of them all. I'm gonna have to go through the decorations and make like an actual like list of like bigger proper decorations that we bring back each year. So next year I know everyone who's actually got one. Instead of just rummaging through the bag and being like, do you have a new one of these? Alright, 3, 6, 7 casters. Let's do it. MaNa versus Percival. So MaNa needs a map. That's all it comes down to. If MaNa gets a map, Percival cannot catch up on map score. So MaNa just needs one map. If Percival 2 zeros, that's it. He is going to be able to go through. Otherwise, MaNa will advance. Young Yakov in that guaranteed to advance position. Q guaranteed first place. As we dive in and we hit the next game. Thank you so much for the generosity, OMG Walrus. Once again, I super appreciate the support. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to put the star back on the tree. Hang on, webcam a second. I have anti-these. I added your name to the donation star. Congratulations, right at the top there. Welcome to the donation star. Thank you so much for the donations and the bits towards the WardiTV 2025 Championship. Your name's on the donation star, which is now back atop the tree. We couldn't leave the star off the top of the tree. That would have been a disaster, truly. Alright, so back to actually casting StarCraft 2. In the form of this matchup, we're going to have ourselves, in the bottom right side, MaNa needs a map to advance. In the top left, Percival needs a 2-0 to advance. Exciting conclusion of this group. 10 best of 3s coming down to this final series. Let's see what happens. If we get to 1,000 subs, are we officially like a legitimate streamer again? Like, is that the part where we become cool? It's actually wild. Like, we used to be 1,000 subs like fairly regularly, but I actually don't think we've been at 1,000 subs since last Christmas period. So amazing that we actually have a chance to push towards it. So we will be. You guys know I love a good sellout, so you know I'm going to be mentioning that the next few days. So. Shout out to OMGO Walrus for truly unleashing sellout mode on the WardiCasts. Amazing. Is the donation star the trophy of the tournament? You know what? That's a fantastic question. I never thought about it, but that might be kind of cool. That we just give the star to the champion. They're probably going to look at me like, why are you giving me a star? But, you know, I low-key kind of love it. I actually kind of love it. We could make it the trophy. Like, there's nothing stopping us. I mean, maybe I should write on WardiTV 2025 Championship or something, or get like a bottom thing made with like a placard on for it to stand on. Oh, that'd be cool if we got something for it to like instead of like a tree for it to be put on top of, if we got something for it to like stand in, and on the bottom it says WardiTV 2025 Championship. Oh, that could be really cool. Oh, I wonder if maybe my dad could like 3D print something. And then we get like a little plaque on it that says 2025 Championship. That'd be really cool. Oh my god, we're just turning this tournament into something better. A real life trophy, which is probably going to be very difficult to get to the person because there's not as many events anymore. But it could happen. I love it. I'm so into it. I think we should do it. I'm into it. Yeah, I'm into it. We might make that happen. Alright, sorry, let's actually observe the game. A couple of adepts get in, and SCVs begin to go down. As we do see a couple of Reapers and a Hellion showing up to try and play the response here. We are going to be seeing there's a couple of adepts taking a few more shots, and they will kind of start getting cleaned up towards the end of this. That adept will fall. A little bit of a cleanup there. Like I say, a little bit of a mess being tidied. Just for the moment, we do see the Reaper and the Hellion out the front. Going to chase that Stalker down for a few moments as well, so just going to bring that straight by. That Stalker still getting chased for the moment. 6 SCVs going down. Very good start from MaNa, and a series where he only needs 1 map win. It's going to give him the right kind of direction for this. What do you guys think in the chat? Do you guys like the idea of the star becoming the trophy of the tournament? I do think it's very cool. And then, you know, that's such a great donation goal. If your name, if you support the tournament, your name actually goes on the trophy. Oh my god, this is brilliant in so many ways that I just never... I wish I had these cool ideas of my own sometimes, you know? Incredible. Reaper, Hellion, coming through. You know, if I thought about it like that, though, I probably would have picked a better star as well. 3 probes going down as the drop comes over. We're not done yet because this is going to unload elsewhere, so we are going to move through and try and make a little bit more of that in the next couple of moments. That medevac coming boosting by. Again, 3 probes going down, Stalker going back and forth a little bit. You hope the names don't rub off? No, these names do not rub off. I actually have a donation star from like years ago. You guys remember when I used to cast in a little office? I have a star from back then with all the names on still, actually. And, well, apart from the fact I just ripped a sticker off of it and it just pulled some of the gold layer off, which took the names off. But apart from that... Should we see if there's any names we recognize on here? Gen FX, Montian. I recognize those. Papa Mitch. Von Schleyer. Yeah, he pops in every now and again. Whoosh is on here. Yeah, we got some recognizable names on this star. This star from years gone by. Very cool. Yeah, no, the names stay on if you don't destroy the star in itself. Couple of Banshees coming about. We will move over. We're just going to be seeing those Banshees going to get down to that bottom side. Nexus taking some damage. We are going to see the Stalkers lifting up from the Prism for a couple of moments. Just going to be seeing the Prism getting over to that right-hand side. The Widowmines come back in from the medevac. Are we paying attention here, MaNa? Yep. We are, and that's going to be pretty minimal damage. The Stalker's actually pretty nice for a Widowmine. Actually going to see the Marines and the Hellion on the low ground, though, going to get some damage done. No battery nearby, so this Hellion not being dealt with is going to be able to do a lot of damage. 6 workers killed, going to make it 7. They're stacked up. 8. How are we not getting more with each shot? We're going to get to 10, and the Hellion's still alive. I love the attempt to go to the high ground. It's not going to be good enough, but it nearly was. And what a way for Percival to bounce back in a game where he took a bunch of damage early. He is bouncing back big time to get in after his opponent and to help level the playing field in this game. And now it's actually equal work account following this, so that's actually going to put you in a much better position than what we had going on before. The Stalkers move over. That Prism is in position. We're just going to be moving up that left-hand side. Charge about to complete. Stimpak and Combat Shield all on the way up. And we just have ourselves the army heading right to the top left-hand side of the map. Should have gone a cheaper star for it to be a joke price. Look, I mean, I don't think the star gets us any cheaper than what it already is, man. Like, if you look at this star, it's very much so, like, probably, if I paid more than $5 for that, I'm going to be upset I passed Wardy, you know? Yeah. A couple of Zels get warped in, they're going to jump onto the Prism. Stimpak, Combat Shield, and +1 coming through. We actually got the scan for the Observer, but we actually need to kill the Observer to make that worthwhile. That's a feels bad for Percival, who just loses the Observer into the base, and that is, like I say, going to be a little bit unfortunate. Now we're going to see the Stalkers jumping through. They get rid of a siege tank here. That's going to be very expensive, though. Stalkers getting absolutely blasted. The other tank putting work on those, and MaNa did not really respond as though he was getting blasted for a while, so actually ends up a little bit awkwardly as the upgrades continue through. Again, Marine Marauder, Medevac all on the way up. That command center is going to lift off and relocate to the front, landing into the front area there for the next few moments. A bit of Bio Army coming across, siege tank as well. And we are going to throw a couple of depots down behind the rest of this. The SCVs gather, the command center makes a move, and we step forward into the front right here. So a little bit of motion. Relocating ourselves for a couple of moments as well. Drop this down, get that going. Settling ourselves for the next few moments as, again, the tanks gather up. We take a little bit of time to just figure out what exactly is going to keep happening next. I'm just going to see the Zealots, the Immortal, and the +1 upgrade coming through. The Bio going to come moving about a little bit as well, so a little bit of motion moving by at the moment. Just going to see that Bio Medevac force gathering up. A little scan to the bottom left-hand side as well to see what else is going on. Obviously wants to see what this army is that he's potentially attacking into as Percival comes running across. Bio heading into that bottom left-hand corner. As we are going to see the Medevacs getting jumped on as well. So we get rid of one. Good defense from MaNa so far. I like those force fields as well, stopping this army from escaping as easily and giving yourself a chance to play cleanup on it. It's actually a pretty wonderful defense. I like that a lot from MaNa. Gave himself a real good opportunity, I feel like, considering how everything else was going. The Marine Marauder and the Viking production continues from Percival. He does have a +1 lead for about 10 more seconds, and then it will be equal upgrades at this point in time. Medevacs boost through. Just going to be seeing the unload on this high ground the next couple of moments. Get that underway. It's going to be having the armory coming up, the engineering bays coming by, and a couple of Widow Mines, Vikings, Marines, and Marauders all being added right here. The Medevac is going to load up. 7 probes just went down on the other side of the map. So, again, Percival dealing some damage. This drop continues and should be able to load up a few more units and take them to the high ground, or at least run over here and just sit in the dead airspace for a while. We went to the high ground. Stalker showed up. Turns into a little bit more of a cleanup in the end, but sometimes you just can't predict those things happening, right? So, can't do much more on that. We'll see a bit more Bio heading to the bottom left-hand side here. Wants to hit this Nexus. A couple of Widow Mines will be getting burrowed up. They jump onto this cannon. It's going to fall straight away. Another Widow Mine for the Zealots. And pull back over to the sides. Just seeing the few Zealots pulling back across for now. Ghost Academy. A couple of Widow Mines. Medevac, Marine Marauder coming over. They are going to be seeing a couple of those Bio units getting pushed the other way. So again, getting chased around for a little bit. Just initially. Now going to get back up into the middle of the map. We do see the Vikings, the Marines, the Marauders, the tanks playing defense here as MaNa gets going. MaNa's army supply looking pretty good. He's going to run up this ramp right here. A couple of Widow Mine shots going off. The Zealots are going down. Widow Mines will burrow up. Are going to try and fight this. Prism is going to take some shots. It's going down. This is a messy fight for MaNa. He came into this with a lot of supply lead, and he's going to leave with a lot of supply deficit because, yeah, this at the very end is going to just be all these Zealots going down. Everything dies by 2 Immortals. But funnily enough, despite all of that, we actually have a... we killed 10 SCVs. Yeah, it was just bad for MaNa. He didn't get anywhere near enough done with this. So a disaster for the Protoss player. And Percival steps back into this opening game. Again, Percival with a 2-0 necessary to advance from this group. And right now, he's keeping his hopes and his chances alive. Bio will unload over to the right. Zealots and the Immortals gather up. These Zealots and Stalkers coming over as well. Medevacs will take the boost in toward this base over here. So just going to take that chance, unload through. Someone getting jumped on. Just actually going to depower a few of the gates in the forge there. The couple of Zealots going down as well. On the other side of the map, the Zealots are going to keep on running by. The Zealots and the Immortals push forward. A couple of siege tanks are being picked off. This army continues to chase through at the moment. Just going to be seeing 5 SCVs going down. I mean, the drop across the map is going to kill the Immortal. Denying the gateways might be more important than anything else, because then you can't warp in any reinforcements from here. The production is going to probably be a factor, because I don't think this push is going to end the game on either side. But being slowed on your production is a pretty big deal. Being slowed on production when you haven't cleaned up this army is very bad, because then you actually need to get some units out that can clean this up as well. MaNa's at 14 army supply. no warpins really available right now, at least not a good size of warpins available. And now Percival might just come back across the map and say, well, what are you going to do about it? 24 probes in this bottom corner feel very exposed all of a sudden. I would not be surprised if they became a big target in the next few moments as this bio army gets going over here. Just going to be seeing the pylon getting picked up. Just going to be seeing the Nexus in some trouble. The medevac's on the right side lift up and leave. The EMP the Nexus to make sure that we can't recall down over here. And that's just going to be the probes that are actually going to recall out. Sure, you let that happen, that's whatever. I mean, you're going to kill as many as you can, obviously, but that's recall on cooldown for such a small cost, really. Is actually pretty darn decent. Just going to see the Zealots and the Stalker still gathering back. Robobay, Zealot Stalker +2, all coming through. Prism actually took a mine shot there, unfortunately. And this MaNa at least does have this space to mine from, but suddenly, and not suddenly, I mean, it's off the back of that previous drop, denying the gateways and the warpins for a while. Still some of these gates depowered, by the way. MaNa is just down 50 army supply and is not getting back into this in the way that I imagine he wants to, not rebounding with the sort of energy he was probably hoping for. As CC lifts off, going to pull it over to that left-hand side. Marauder, Viking, Ghost all coming up. Just going to see the rest of this bio army coming through. Take a little stim in. That Stalker going down already. That's going to be a kill. Rest of that army moving about. A few Marines nearby. Medevac going to go across. That's going to be what? 8 Marines in the Medevac. Just a little single Medevac drop of Marines. Trying to see if they can do anything here. Marine Marauder Ghost still producing the Colossus, the Cannon, and the Probes. Building by as well. Medevac will just get pushed back by the Stalkers. On the bottom left side, it's going to be Widow Mines, Ghosts, and Bio units heading around over there as well. It's going to be a Prism that we're just going to kill if we had any more Marines. MaNa also realized it pretty quickly, so even with more Marines, that probably wouldn't have done much. It means he's not getting across the map with the Prism in a game where it feels like he needs to try and play the recovery situation. It's not ideal, is it? Mine's just looking to get up, and they will blow up onto a couple of those Zealots. Again, +3, +2 coming about. Marauders and the Ghost coming online. Starport, Planetary Fortress coming by. The Marauders and the Ghost pull back. Medevac's going to be a part of this. Again, Forge and the Colossus still building through as well. Continue to get that underway. Zealots gather on the right. Colossus and the Storks coming through. A couple of Ghosts getting jumped on. Bye-bye. So they get dismantled nigh on immediately. However, the EMPs are off and the Zealots are a little bit hurt. We are going to see MaNa trying to go in with the Prism around the back, but that's a missile turret and the Prism is low from before. That Widow Mine connection actually going to be quite meaningful because, again, means the zoning of the Prism is very easily done. Going to get an army over here. There is a recall available, but it would have to be a recall back home or a recall in the probes. Take your pick. This army comes in. We're not going to be able to recall onto the base, so maybe we have to recall the probes away here once again. MaNa's backing away. Base goes down. This time he's just going to lose all the probes, so this is becoming a disaster in the making, because I don't think MaNa's going to have much hanging around left to be done on this one. A little bit of liberated production. Marauder Ghost coming through. MaNa's actually going to say GG. Doesn't even give us a final fight. How rude. But probably quite fitting as Percival gets the first game, and he's a map away from the playoffs. This next map decides everything, guys. This next map will decide pretty much everything. All right, then. So it's going to be Game 2, MaNa versus Percival. We're going to be going to Tourmaline. MaNa wins this map, he advances to the playoffs. Percival wins this map, he advances to the playoffs. If we get a Game 3, unfortunately, it's going to be kind of pointless. I don't know if it impacts... Oh, well, maybe not. Because if MaNa wins... Okay, if MaNa wins, he can still be ahead of Yakov for second place, whereas if MaNa loses... He has the head-to-head over Yakov as well. I think Yakov is third place no matter what, to be honest. So I don't think it really matters. Yeah, I don't think it really matters at all. Oh well. Do 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 boom 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 bada boom. Do 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 boom bada boom. Alrighty, we had ads playing, but I think we can probably just start up and get rolling. Get this underway. Is MaxPax playing? MaxPax will be in the seeding matches, which take place next weekend. So he'll be playing, but not until next weekend. All right, let's click start on this game. Let's get into game number 2. Let's get this on the way in and see what happens. In the top right-hand side, down a game. Again, this map decides who advances. In the top right, our red Pros player MaNa will be taking on the blue Terran player Percival. Alright, Percival, can we get the 2-0 here? Can he make up for some of the other results that have happened through the day? You might be thinking, well, it's not ideal, right? You know, you got this situation where, you know, it's just coming down a map score. Having to get 2-0 feels rough, but that's just based on the other results that have happened throughout the course of this group. So that's what it comes down to. That's how it goes. Hetfield's Downstroke, thank you so much for the 30-month resub on the Prime. You know, what's kind of funny is that, so Trigger and young Yakov went to 3 games. But, yeah, MaNa got the 2-0 over Trigger. He got 2-0'd by Kua. And he 2-0'd Yakov. Percival got 2-0'd by Kua. He got 2-0'd by Yakov. And he beat... The difference would basically be is that MaNa's 2 wins would come from 2 2-0s because he 2-0'd Trigger and Yakov. Whereas if Percival won this, his 2 wins would have a map loss. Because of the fact that MaNa would take a map during the defeat. So... That's why it comes down to this in this sort of way. Obviously, both of that, you know, MaNa and, well, basically also the other way to look at it is that Percival lost both of his matches 0-2. If MaNa wins a map, then he didn't lose both of his matches 0-2. He would have taken a map in one of his losses. So that's the difference of playoffs and not here today. Now, these groups sometimes get close, and this is as close as it gets, really. As we see the Zealot coming by, the SCV will take some shots for the moment. Just trying to get this engineering bay block well underway. SCV pulls back. I'm going to get out of there for a couple seconds. Engineering bay is still right there blocking, but the Zealot and the Stalker will force to cancel. We've still forced the Zealot and the Stalker before an expansion, now a second Stalker as well, so a lot of units coming out from MaNa early is... pretty much, you know, you got to see that as a win as Percival, pretty much. So that is what he shall go for at the moment. And that all coming by. And that Reaper going to move up toward the top. Just moving about for a little bit. Again, the Sentry and the Warp Gate coming through. Robo Facility and Nexus coming about as well. All of that continuing by. Let me get this going. Wardy must already know the result of this group. Why? The existence of the Game 3 file? I don't know how many games there are. Beautiful thing. Uh-oh. Bunker on the high ground to protect from these units, but we still lose 4 SCVs. Ooh, we're gonna lose a Stalker here. Gets the Stalker. Zealot is gonna be protected from, but we've lost 4 SCVs. Okay, we didn't lose another from the Zealot swiping in there. Still not bad. We get rid of the bunker. Bit of a shame to lose the Stalker because that always feels savable. You know, pull it back a moment or two sooner, you probably get the bunker anyway. But still not bad to get a few workers killed off right there. Reaper intercepting the Stalker on the way home. I guess that Reaper would have intercepted the low HP Stalker, may have been more impactful. Stalker going to be there. Reaper taking a couple shots. You see the gates and the probes continuing by. Reaper just hops up to the high ground there. Going to get into the main base. Medevac and the Marines will continue through. So we keep that on the go for the moment. The Stalkers coming back around. Again, the gates, the probes, and the orbs coming up. Marines, the tank coming over. Grenade going down. A couple of workers getting shot at. One probe falling already. We are going to be seeing a little pick off there. And now the army of MaNa going across the map. We already have units here from Percival, though, right up at the front, as he looks to get a bit of pressure going into the front door, looking to get this into position. A couple of Adepts will shade, just going to be seeing the Cyclone going to fire up. First Adept going to go down quickly, stays locked onto it despite the shade. So we're not going to get aggressive with those units, we're going to play defense already. Push them into the main. Couple of SCVs going down, a couple of shots coming through. Marines on the Cyclone going to keep firing. Stalker's going to take some damage. I mean, it's going to get interesting. We're going to have to pull the probe. Cyclone saved by the pickoff. Now we lose the Cyclone, but we got only a couple of probes. 6 SCVs down. The Stalker's and the Sentry on the other side, putting some damage in. Prism gets pulled out. Medevac getting a boost back down the bottom. Marines going in after the Prism. Four SCVs going down. Just going to be seeing. He's going to get out, push that Prism to the side. I'm just going to be seeing the Viking Marines coming up. Lots on the way through. And that Prism coming back over that side for the moment. Prism is going to be coming straight by, actually taking a few more shots. Going to try and unload on the high ground. There's some wall being here as well, provides some aggression. Oh, the Viking goes down a moment before the Prism does. That's huge. The Prism gets to live. So much micro potential still available. Got to keep that Prism super safe. We retreat down to the bottom. We don't quite get that siege tank. Very close. Ooh, tank on the low ground. Going to get the next Immortal. That Prism just has to back away. Let that Immortal go down. Probes going down at the same time. Chaos across the map here. MaNa only just on his way to a third base right now. I'm just going to be chilling the tank coming over. Going to be seeing the Banshee coming back across. Just going to be having ourselves the SCVs and the Marauder coming up. And you see our Colossus just walking across the map. Is actually going to get recalled home to safety. That means the Prism can't recall, but it can obviously still fly about. Man, I was going to say we need another Viking. The Viking would just shut this Prism down completely. Instead, it's going to absolutely just get a little bit more value still. These units have their shields back on them, and so they just pick off Marines for free. Percival getting bullied a little bit. It's been a chaotic game. The MaNa is coming out better for it. Percival about 1,000 resources, lost more. He's lost more SCVs in the game as well. MaNa, like I say, late third base, but putting some good pressure in so far. Another little scan coming down. Command Center coming about. I'm just going to be having the Stimpak and the +1 armor coming through. Marine Marauder tank continuing by. The rest of the units get into that bottom left-hand side. Big push in. MaNa going to go for a run onto this bunker. Tank is going to go down quickly. I actually thought the Zelds were going to get faster surrounded than they did. SCVs are going to start dropping. That's going to be seeing the Prism. Is going to be chased away. Colossus gets lifted up and saved for a moment or two. A lot of SCVs dead. They are killing probes across the map. The Liberator putting some impact in, but these Colossus can maybe start making a play onto the army as well. So we'll see what will happen. A couple more units going down. SCV still falling. Again, the Stalkers coming back through. Get a few more of those warped in. The Colossus still settling down. Again, Viking Marauder +1 armor coming up. That armor is going to be denied as MaNa sits here on this natural expansion, up in workers, up in army, and maybe about to tie up this series, which is very damning for Percival. It's not a series loss, but it's tournament elimination because this map win for MaNa would guarantee him, no matter the result, to advance ahead of Percival. And that will be GG's. MaNa going to take game number 2 of this best of 3. And that eliminates Percival from the competition, which I'm a little sad for. I'm a little sad. Damn. I don't know why, because I feel like we wouldn't have a game 3 if we, you know... I'm like, oh, game 3 doesn't matter, but then actually we wouldn't have had a game 3 anyway. I just feel Percival's played greatly, but I'm actually happy to see MaNa advance too. Great to see it. I think Yakov advancing is also an awesome result. Obviously, we are going to go into game 3 here, guys, in just a sec. Get that sorted out. Thank you so much. Headfield's Downstroke coming in with the resub. Appreciate you. Let's get you on the tree, and we'll get into one final map today, guys. We'll get that going in just a second. Alrighty, guys, we are going to go into a final map here. I would imagine that it doesn't matter for Percival actually even winning this. He can't. It's not going to make a difference 4th or 5th. At the time this was played, he didn't know the other results, obviously, so it's one of the benefits of the format that we do, that the players aren't aware of the results while they're playing. So for them, it's absolutely of utmost importance that they get through and win. I do believe MaNa is 2nd place no matter what, because even if he wins, he won't be ahead of Kira map score. If he loses, he will be equal with Yakov, but he has the head-to-head victory over Yakov with that 2-0 earlier on as well. Man, that opening match or 2 for MaNa today, the first 2 series obviously turned out to be super important in the end, so that's fascinating to see just how important it became as we get ready for some action here. I think we're good to go. Where are we at on ads? Maybe another 15-20 seconds or so. Alright, we'll see what happens. See what happens. Do you guys think we're at the point where we update the sub goal, by the way? Do we update the sub goal for the holiday period? Do we put it at 1,000? I think we might. I think it might be one of the few times we actually update the sub goal throughout the year, because I think there's a very good chance we can push 1K. I'm gonna do it. You know what people like to do? They like to make the numbers work. They like to make it work. How do I do this? How's it going? Streaming tools. Found it. I found it. Let's go. Save. Alright. Let's do it. Alright, guys, we're going to jump into this final game of the day. I hope you've enjoyed 6.5 hours of 2025 Championship action a day. Again, we're back tomorrow with more of the same. Very exciting. Very fun. Let's get into this and see what will take place. One final map. Like I say, unfortunately for us, there's not a lot of fun story to tell. There's not a lot of cool stuff to say. This one is just going to come down to a final game of just enjoy it for the sake of the StarCraft 2. We know MaNa is 2nd place in this group. We know Percival is eliminated. Everything is already set without this final map being played. But again, we didn't know that earlier on. So away we go. Nexus in the bottom right belongs to the red Protoss player, MaNa. He is up against the blue Terran in the top left, Percival. Super early probe on the map. I'll see if he does anything fun. It might just be a scout up the high ground and just check to see what's going on. And just trying to be a little bit of an annoyance on his opponent. And just making sure that there's no proxy or anything coming down, right? That's one of the benefits of this probe showing up so early. Is you can basically track whether your opponent sends anything on the map or doesn't build something at home, but should be built at home. pulls back over. It's going to be nibbling at the SCV. Again, Rex and the gas coming up, the gate and the assimilator coming about. SCV will chase the probe for a couple of seconds. Just going to get that straight across there. Some work in. SCV going to chase the probe about. Again, gateway coming through. Nice depot raise. Just going to be blocking that probe for a little bit. The barracks will complete. The probe will chase down. Again, a couple of SCVs going to come across. And again, Reaper and the Orbital both coming through for a couple of moments. Get that on the way. Nexus building, Cybercore halfway done. Command Center builds in the natural. Orbital and Reaper both in production as well. So just get all of that on the way up here currently. Yeah, Cybercore Nexus building through. Get that going on the low ground. CC building into the natural as well. Just going to have that probe of MaNa still heading down to the bottom side of the map here for the next couple of moments. Again, Nexus, Warp Gate, Probe, Assimilator. Give it a bit of everything. All coming up. Looking pretty reasonable. He has the SCV. Gets back out to the upper left-hand side. Command Center, Marine. Factory coming up, the refinery will come down. Just going to be seeing the SCV pulling all the way back to the top. Again, the Nexus coming through. Twilight Council building. The Marine will be there as well. It's just going to be having the reactor coming into place. Straight onto that barracks. Again, the factory coming over as well. And that SCV getting back into the main to try and see what else is going on. Refinery will build just for the next couple of moments, so we get that going by. So far, so good. Reaper will come over. Again, the Twilight Council comes up. Just going to get that on the go. Robotics facility will build up on the natural. Reaper will go in after the probes here. Going to be seeing the Stalkers, going to turn around, and that Reaper will get hit. So Reaper already taking some damage. Again, charge coming up, the Warp Gate on the way, robotics facility building through as well. So all of that already on the way by. Right off the bat here. Putting some damage out and seeing where we go. This Reaper on the right side just going to be hanging for a couple of moments. Just going to be chilling out over there. Yeah, Medevac. Hellion. Marines. Some bits and pieces in general coming through. We see the Marines and the Hellions gathering back into the center. Robo facility will finish in a couple moments. Prism on the way. Still getting that sentry warped in alongside the battery nearby. Yeah, the Reaper just going to move around. Still looking to see if it can poke forward a little bit for the moment. So that charge coming about, Prism coming up on the Robo facility. You can see the Medevac is loaded and Hallucination gets a good scout through from MaNa. Man, I feel like we've not talked about hallucinations all day. I really feel like we've seen a distinct lack of hallucinations. Maybe that's just me, but I don't know, I just saw that one, I'm like, huh, those things, huh? I remember hallucinations, I've seen those before. Charging the gate still coming about, we are going to be seeing the couple of Hellions going to poke at the front. That's a wall off. I don't imagine, well, I mean, I guess if the drop comes in and we maybe target it, maybe we can break through, but it doesn't seem very likely. I don't think that's something we're going to double down on. I do see the Hellions pushed away already. A couple of gates coming up. Battery on the way. Zealot and the probe coming about. Just going to see the rest of these Hellions still back toward the top of the map currently. Just pulling on out of that for the next few moments. Again, reset a little bit. Going to be seeing the Zealots in the main base, going to get through. A couple of shots going in. Apparently we got rid of a siege tank there, so a tank going down. The Prism dies though, sorry, a bit of bad observing on my part, missing that, but so the Prism goes down. We otherwise have the siege tank being killed. The Zealots obviously get cleaned up in the end with no escape from the Prism or further reinforcements. It's still not bad though for MaNa, I feel like. Just going to see those few Stalkers out to that right side. I do have the again, Marine Marauder Stim all continue to build up. Engineering Bay coming by, the Command Center building in the main base. Again, Marauder and the Stim Pack coming about right now. Templar Archives is halfway done. And we've got that Blinkers coming up to being about halfway as well. Still just seeing a few Stalkers gathering up and sitting on the right, joining up with that Nexus. Templar Archives Forge Again, just a little bit of everything coming through for the moment as we get that underways. Stalkers will be there. See the aliens push back. Stim Storm coming up, Blink on the way. Again, Immortal in production with the Forge and the Nexus coming by. It's going to be that medevac looking for a little bit of a drop by in toward the main base here. For the chance to get into that main mineral line, see what we can do. Have the unload happening. The Nexus going to drop a recall down. Storm is about halfway done. That Blink finishing up shortly. The Stalkers will be shooting away at the medevac. So again, a little bit more damage being dealt. Medevac indeed does go down. So that is a cleanup already. 3 workers are going to be fallen. And again, that Storm coming up. That Blink still on the way in. +1 attack going to be a part of this as well. Viking back to the upper left side currently. Figuring out what we can do. Going to get back to the natural. Bunker going to get cancelled. The Marines had a 1 shot on that observer, by the way, because of the missile turret, but then having to now chase. But we are not going to have the scan just yet. We want to guarantee that we can kill it if we scan it. We're very close, and we're going to get it now. So Viking will help. That will come to the aid of Kira on that cleanup. It's going to get that cleaned out, and there we go. Command Center drops down to the 3rd base. Now some Stalker Zealots and the Prism will make their way toward the upper left-hand side as well for the moment. MaNa looking to just attack in kind of aggressively here. Winter Madness our map. And maybe some madness about to ensue in this next couple moments. Get rid of the Zealots, the Bio and the Widow Mine still coming by. Let's take a couple seconds on that one still. Just going to be seeing the Immortal and the Stalkers coming through again, so a bit more damage being done. Just going to be seeing a nice Storm on the right side. Going to hit a lot of stuff. Widow Mines get burrowed up. We're going to try and storm those to death, and we actually can get rid of one of them pretty quickly. The Archon going down, some Widow Mine shots connecting. Bio still trying to dance on forward here. There's a couple of units from the bottom side that came through. 12 SCVs already dead. Percival taking some big hits off of MaNa. We'll say MaNa's only a 3-base Protoss player, so Percival can kind of afford to give up the 3rd for a little bit as long as he doesn't lose too much in the process and get straight back to it. Right, if you just re-land that and you get back on track, then it's still kind of fine. You're down a lot of workers here, 15. Some of that's allowable against a Protoss player, right? You are a Terran, you do have mules, so that part typically does help you out as well. Fire will chase, Stalkers pull back. A few Zealots want to go up to the high ground. And they're going to try and move straight in over there. A little bit of the Bio's going to be in position, though, and the Zealots get cleaned up immediately. Vikings coming over for that as well. Still got some more Ghosts on the way out. Marines and Widow Mines coming through, too. The army back around to the left-hand side here. Widow Mine is going to go off onto a Zealot. Doesn't really do much of anything. Just going to be seen now. The rest of that army still sitting on the front door. The Storm coming down. Some of the Marines taking damage. Just going to be seeing Stalkers trying to fight still. Actually going to run out of splash here, and that means that these units are going to be in trouble. There's no retreating from this as MaNa. That Archon's going to go down too. Maybe could have unburrowed the mine. That was a necessary shot. MaNa's reinforcements are just a step too far away from really being involved here. There's 2 Prisms dead. If you don't lose these Prisms, if you're warping into this fight, this potentially looks different. But right now, it's a problem. So MaNa left in a bit of a uncomfortable position for the moment. Just going to see the Bio coming through. This Immortal is going to get jumped on as well. A couple shots coming by right there as we just have this army repositioning for a couple seconds, and again, 2 Stalkers, the +2, the Immortal, the Forge, all coming about for the next couple of moments as... Let's get back to the top side again, the +2 attack on the way from MaNa. Percival's supply still good. MaNa lost a lot at the end of that fight, and again, he was only 3 bases, so he's not a 4-base Protoss behind this. Going to catch a few of these Zealots already, which is a nice catch from Percival as well. Prism will take the chance to roll up to the top of the map and maybe get into the main shortly. We'll keep our eyes on that and see if that comes about as anything as well. +2, +1, both coming over. Chrono boosts on those Forges. I'm just going to be seeing the High Templars pulling back across as well. The Probes going to get back on that right side. And this Bio Ghost Army still stepping through as well. There goes the Zealots. Again, we scan to the high ground here, trying to see what else is going on. Couple of shots. The Gateway is taking damage. One more Storm coming down. Going to be seeing the Robo Bay Zealots. +2 and +1 coming about. The Prism unloads. A bunch of SCVs go down in the main base. Viking gets rid of that Prism there. The rest of the units coming about. We're just going to be seeing the Bio coming through. A couple Storms dropping down. Vikings will land down once again. Just going to keep firing here. Again, a few more shots coming about. Just going to be seeing this army still trading. There's a lot of probes going down. Percival's supply starting to look very good. I mean, he lost some SCVs during this, but I think he's going to be A-okay with this situation playing out the way it has done. As we are now going to see that bio coming through. Those couple stalkers get chased away. And just have this Nexus continue to take a whole bunch of damage. Stalker still coming by. It's going to be seeing them continue to go across and aiming to get onto this bio army and play cleanup. Medevac's super low. The one with the units inside as well is especially low. So we're just going to unload towards our siege tank and we can probably turn and fight this. MaNa's down 50 supply. He's not going to win this series, which, like I say, it's not going to make much of a difference. It maybe even feels worse for Percival. You win this series, but you're eliminated by that single map loss. Yeah. It's rough, but that is the way of things. Like I say, MaNa was one map better than Percival today. And unfortunately, one map better between making the playoffs and not making the playoffs. Not one map better for a bit of seeding. But, yeah, very sad. I'm super happy for MaNa. I'm super glad he made it in. It's just, yeah. The reason I'm so sad about is just that, you know, this is the WardiTV 2025 Championship, right? And, you know, there's a lot of players that I love. I'm just sad to see anyone be eliminated, really. And even more sad when it comes down to such a close factor at the very end. Like, the fact it comes down to just, hey, you know, like, MaNa was... He was that... You know, Percival, sorry, was that close, you know? He was that close. A player who we've seen just play amazingly all year. He's been absolutely great to watch. He's been a lot of fun to witness. Like, yeah, Percival's just been an amazing player. And, you know, for me, it means a lot because it's like I said, it's our end-of-year championship. And I feel sad when anyone gets eliminated. But to see someone so close, someone who's, again, been so consistent this year, be eliminated by that single map it's just going to be tough. So, GG's. Unfortunate to see Percival eliminated despite that win. And yeah, let's have a peek to see and just clarify what happened in day one of the WardiTV 2025 Championship. Our group stages kicking off here with this Group A. Cure gets out 3-1. Man, I cannot believe Yakov beat Cure. That Yakov beating Cure is huge. Like, if Yakov didn't beat Cure, he would have been 1-3. Percival here would have been through into the playoffs. Cure losing that series was a shocker, and it had such a flip on this group. Like, when you think about when it happened as well, because we knew at the time, it was the last game of Yakov, he was 1-2, you're playing against Cure, you just don't expect that to go wrong from Cure, right? And then, bam, Yakov 2-0. And that's kind of a big deal as well. Well, in the end, maybe if he was 2-1, it would have been, he would have been 0 map score, you still would have advanced here, but, man, what a crazy result for Yakov. That one series off of Cure, the only maps Cure lost all day, 2-0'd by Yakov, and that eliminates Percival in the long run as well. And that is how Group A plays out. Trigger, unfortunately, down in the bottom place. Like I say, really didn't expect that either. Here's Group B and C. The next couple of days of this, we will resume tomorrow with Group B. Nightmare, Shameless, Ryung, Scarlet, and Rogue. If that isn't a fiery group, I don't know what is. I love this group. I said this earlier, I look at Group B and I don't know if I can pick a favorite. Like, Rogue? Question mark. But then Nightmare's been playing well, and then Scarlet's been surprising me. Like, I could absolutely see almost everyone in this group beating anyone, you know? This is going to really depend on who shows up on the day. Like, Shameless is an underdog, sure. But if Shameless gets out of this group, I'm not super surprised, you know? Like, that's the kind of group that this Group B is, and that's the best kind of group that we can see. Group C is going to be SOS, Geralt, Raynor, Spirit, and Nicorakt. I think a group there that has some favorites, but also has that underdog potential, especially with Nicorakt being great in the TVP matchup. That might be enough to see him some success in that group as well. That's going to be played on Tuesday. Obviously, we don't play on Mondays because it's WardiTV Mondays on Monday. And then on Thursday, we actually have Euthermal, Bunny, Creator, Nice, and Laser. Another awesome group. I mean, I love this one again because I don't think there's a clear favorite. I don't think there's a clear... Another group where I really think any of these players can advance and any of these players can be eliminated, right? Like, I look at this group and I just don't see that one guy where I'm like, yeah, I think that, like, maybe Nice, but Nice qualified. Like, he played great in the qualifiers, so, yeah, I don't know. Like, these groups are great. I love them. And, of course, if you're missing your favorites, we get to the seeding matches. These are players that have won WardiTV championships this year, or seasonal events like the Spring Championship, Summer Championship, Korean Royale. A couple of invites, Björn and Shin, based on their performance through the year. Björn top 8'd in every WardiTV major this year. He's the only player to do that, even the tournament that was played on the European server. Shin was our best performing Zerg player outside of Solar in the championship events as well, and so that's why they make it here. So we have Classic, Björn, Max Packs, and Solar. That's played on Friday, so 1 week yesterday. 1 week from yesterday, so in 6 days' time, that's going to be Group A, Classic, Björn, Max Packs, and Solar. Group B, Clem, Hero, Showtime, and Shin. And they all get seeded into this championship bracket. So again, first and second and third places of the group stages of like the groups we saw today, for example, drop into upper bracket round 1. The winners of those play each other, and winners of those get upper bracket round 3, where they will play against the Invitational, the seeding players, number 4, and that's also where the group stage first places go. So this is where Kua will start his championship bracket run potentially. At this point, there's only 12 players or 14 players in the upper bracket. It gets very tough very quickly, as then Invitational seeds 2 and 3 drop down over here. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to seeing how all of this looks. I think it's gonna be pretty nasty, to be honest. This bracket is gonna be stacked by the time we get this filled out. Obviously, there is a lower bracket for everyone as well. Everyone gets a chance in the lower bracket, so even this first round kind of match, there is a lower bracket from that as well. So that's the tournament. That's what's happening. The next 2 to 3 weeks of StarCraft 2 on the channel is set. And if Group A was anything to base it on, guys, I think it's going to be an absolute freaking banger of a couple of weeks. This really was a great opening group, and I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Once more, if you're watching on the YouTube, hit the like and the subscribe buttons. We'll have a new YouTube upload available in 18 minutes. We just don't have it. It usually goes up 40 minutes ago because obviously we were streaming, so we don't have it yet. But that will go up in 18 minutes' time. So new YouTube upload, Reynor versus Zaun today. So that's going to be great from the Korean Royale. So Reynor versus Zaun in about 18 minutes' time on the YouTube channel. And if you're just enjoying, just like and subscribe there. Hit the follow on the Twitch. Thank you again, OMG Walrus, for the 100 gifted subs. Again, I don't think we've had 100 gifted subs. I'm very sorry for forgetting 100 gifted sometime this year. But I really don't think we've had 100 gifted since like this time last year. So that's an absolute rarity on the stream, so shout out to that once again. That's freaking amazing. And maybe we're actually on the road to 1,000 subscribers. It's been a hot second, but maybe that is something we can make happen. One more mention to a couple of things. Obviously, if you want to support this tournament and its prize pool, donate to the stream. Every donation, bits, and any super chats from YouTube go directly into the prize pool for this event and raise the prize pool, so you can support the players there. And of course, if you just want to generally support WardiTV events, patreon.com/WardiTV. We talk about it all the time, where you can pledge on Patreon. All of your pledges go into tournament prize pools. So 100% of anything on Patreon comes back out into tournament prize pools. We're at an all-time high on Patreon right now, so help us keep that momentum going. If you're not already a supporter on Patreon, it really is one of the best places you can support if you want to support StarCraft 2, because like I say, 100% of it ends back up in the players' pockets. And with all of that said, guys, I'm going to wrap us up and say thank you and good night. A round of ads on the outro. The ads go a long way to supporting the stream, obviously. We'll host someone up when the ads run out. I'm not sure who that will be. I'm not sure who's live right now. Trigger's live. Maybe we host Trigger. But well, I'll see who's live. We'll host someone up and spread the StarCraft love. And like I said, there'll be a YouTube upload in about 15 minutes. So I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I appreciate you all. Have a great one. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Group B, headlined by Rogue, Scarlet, Nightmare, Young, and Shameless. There's just no one single headliner of that group. It's just a great one. Alright, guys. See you tomorrow for Group B. It's going to be great.